on guns and bring your friends. It's fun to lose and to pretend she's overboard and self-assured. Oh no, I know a dirty word. Hello.
Peter said Ethan Nordine was the undisputed leader of the group that day as they tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
An FBI agents arrested Proud Boys former national chairman Enrique Tarrio at this home in Miami. By 2 this afternoon, he was in federal court.
Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us. I feel stupid and contagious. Here we are now, entertain us.
Out of all the things I set up before I fucking start the stream, I forget to get my ashtray.
I forgot to play good music.
Yeah.
No, that beginning intro had me feeling like I was back at Burning Man, having an acid flashback from my mid-20s, bro. That was pretty cool.
Or Mitch's house.
Or Mitch's house, yes.
All right, so welcome to another episode of the News Brief. Today is Friday, July 11th. It is 12:20. We are 20 minutes late, but I am joined by my amazing hosts here, Barry, Patty, and Rob. Barry, what's up? Welcome to the show.
Gas prices are up by at least 3 cents. So let's, tear down the establishment.
Do we start burning down gas stations and?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a fucking Molotov cocktail at a Prius. Fuck it.
Or we could start doing away with child labor laws like they do in California. Rob, welcome to the show.
What up, bro?
Rob, are you pulling the patty?
No. What do you mean? Am I pulling the patty? I'm not.
I said, Rob, welcome to the show.
I said, thank you. I said, what's up, bro?
What's up?
Thank you. Like,
yeah. Patty, welcome to the show. Yeah, whatever. Keep it going. All right. So first topic of today is
I got kicked out of another space last night for
no. Let's let Enrique do his thing, but I got something to say about that.
All right. Well, we'll get into actually it's on our list of things to talk about. I think we'll talk about it.
Well, it is now, motherfucker.
So let's start with child slave labor and how it works in California. Imported child slave labor, where we saw just recently, I think it was yesterday, ICE raided a pot farm full of illegals, and there's 10 children amongst them working at the pot farm. The pot farm is 8 of the 10 children that were working there crossed the border with unaccompanied. It's not just like, hey, we just got these children off the streets. They crossed the border unaccompanied with like the little tag. They had the tag coming with like their name and all of that shit coming across the border, and they are working at a pot farm. So Newsom decides to defend this and say how disgusting it is for ICE agents to go into somewhere where there's children. Well, the children were working. So I'm going to play this clip.
In a pot farm.
Not that there's anything wrong with pot, but
there's just a lot wrong with liberals.
There's a lot wrong with liberals in California. So did I pop this up on the screen? No.
In Boston.
Okay, so let's play this video because this was the great escape of our ICE agents from this pot farm. I didn't expect to have you. horrible driving.
Yeah, they just
I
Okay.
think it's the all Asian women force there. Is that what it is?
Yeah. That was an Asian ICE agent driving out of there. You'd think here, I got to criticize ICE a little bit here when it comes to this. Like, you'd think that, like, after learning shit that happens in California, that they'd get like some thick, windows. These if you're an ICE agent and you're driving in one of these Fords, first and
It's a
foremost,
transit, man. Those things are made out of plastic. Like,
so
come on.
yeah, so like you get a fucking rock thrown through the window, and you're gonna get bashed. So like maybe you start armoring like some of the vehicles, but that's actually the only criticism I have to give ICE plus their driving skills there. But what's funny about this whole situation is what I said in the beginning, which is the governor going and tweeting out and thinking it's a great idea, because I guess he didn't have all the info before he said anything. And he said that ICE agents are targeting children and throwing tear gas into a crowd of children. And he had no idea that as the governor at the time, I actually think he probably knows this. But so what do you guys take from this?
They probably don't have armored vehicles because all their money went to go giving free college and EBT cards to illegals coming over the border. But my real question, something that just dawned on me bringing up this situation. Do you guys remember the Rugrats, that cartoon on Nickelodeon?
Let me go get an X-ray while you guys.
Everyone's remember that, right? Is it possible that Patty is Tommy Pickles all grown up?
I wish I got the reference. I don't, because I didn't watch the Rugrats because I never really liked cartoons, even when I was a kid. But
Even see that classic liberalism
pull
right
up?
there. Like even
No, I just don't know the reference. I'm
cartoons
not
he's going
saying
to
you're
criticize and shit on. Like, it's just
you could.
they're miserable people. I mean, even cartoons of babies make them frown. I mean, it's like
Like any kind of babies make me frown. I don't like babies.
no, they're
of any
terrible.
kind,
They're terrible
children.
human beings. Those babies.
when I was a kid, it was fucking Transformers, G.I. Joe, Mask.
Yeah,
those are the
that's
cartoons
what I'm
I
saying,
watched when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But Rugrats is the shows that my kids watched.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I had a
Rugrats is
sister.
too-
I had a
too late
sister
for
was
me.
5 years younger, so we had to have constant compromises because we had one TV. So
So I
those are
liked
the things.
He-Man was my thing when I was a kid. He-Man
can't
was
tell.
my favorite
I
cartoon.
was a GoBots guy. I was a GoBots kid.
A
Oh
GoBots
my God,
guy.
yeah, the Kmart fucking
Who
Transformers.
says that? Like, yeah, I mean, you might as well just say that you grew up wearing those fake Tommy Hilfiger shirts from the swap shop. I mean,
I'm not gonna say I didn't.
I did. Guilty as charged. Fuck.
Or what was the polo one? Beverly Hills Polo Club.
Yeah. I just had a situation like that getting out of prison. My girl asked me what kind of shirt I wanted. I said, just get me a regular black polo shirt with the white, logo. So she went out and she didn't know any better. She just saw the first thing, US Polo ASSN or whatever. And it was a double XL, but they're double XL. They're not for like my kind of double XL. They're like for, that swagger bagger, maga dagger.
Those were
double XL. So it was like a quadruple XL. And I needless to say, I still have it with the tags on it.
They're called the US Polo Assassins as in middle school.
Yeah.
But to get back on subject here, so when you grow up, like, and we always say, conservatives always say, like, putting in some work and some labor as a kid, for your dad, builds character. But I don't think that this is what he meant. I don't think that this is what we meant by this.
Well, hold on. I mean, have we really tried it?
I know you were joking, but there was some news last week as far as the budget for ICE goes. The budget for ICE, which used to be one of the most underfunded departments under the DOJ, is now has a bigger operating budget than the entire FBI. So they have put some money in. Maybe we do start seeing some of these armored windows on these cars, but I want to get Patty's take on the takedown today.
Yeah, I feel like I have to comment on the comment that's on the screen right now, or was. Yeah, New Kids on the Block. You know what, American 702, I'm not going to let that go, because it is a fact that when I was like 8 years old, my aunt Maggie took me to see the New Kids on the Block at the Providence Civic Center. I'm not going to let that go and not acknowledge that it's a fact. All right, so never let it be said that I ignore shit that I don't want to talk about, because I just did with that. As far as this goes, look, if there's child labor going on in California or anywhere else, then we should be able to break it up. So while I'm not in favor of ICE raiding, farms, no matter what they're farming, marijuana is legal in California. So let's not pretend that this is some sort of
alcohol,
illegal thing. But if kids are working there, then absolutely they should raid it and then stop it. You know what I mean? I'm not for child labor anywhere, no matter what it is. So yeah, I'm fine. I think they did it in a slapstick Three Stooges kind of way, where they couldn't figure out how to get out of there. But that's a separate issue. But should they have raided it? Yeah, fine. Yeah. I'm good with that.
So, do you consider it more, like, at least a percentage more egregious that it was a pot farm?
No.
Okay.
To me, look, if tomatoes are legal and marijuana is legal, then they're both legal. That's what it is.
And what are we really teaching these kids when we say, okay, you come across the border illegally and you got to pay your debt to the cartel, and now you're not able to do that, and so we're just saying that, okay, you can rack up debt here in America and not have to pay it back. That's a terrible lesson to pay, to teach a child. What's going to happen when they get a credit card? Are they going to think that they don't have to pay it back? That they have to work to pay back the debt that they've created? I mean, shame on them and shame on us, because at some point it takes a village, and we're going to have to, get these kids and, working and learning, how to be prosperous. So
on a serious note with this, though, is the issue. Look, I come from legally a legal immigrant family, right? We came before, like, my name right now says Rafty, right? My family did not come. The rafts did not become a thing until the Mariel boat lift back in the 80s. My family came on a plane,
a floating plane,
yes. Although Cubans will turn anything into some type of boat. But what we're seeing here, look, most people that do cross the border, let's not I don't like the dehumanization of people that cross the border. I don't like it, because most people want to cross the border to make a better life, right? That's what they want to do. I am for zero immigration, but those two things exist at the same time without a problem. Are there criminals that come across? Yes, definitely, 100%, and we should stop that entirely. So, but the problem is that the reason why we've allowed it for so many years, right, is because slavery was abolished, right? And we still need slave labor, right? And I believe that, like this issue right here that we're seeing is we're getting cheap labor because we can't get it for free. Right. And Americans should be the ones working these not only pot farms, these tomato farms, these cornfields and things like that. And we should deport everybody that's here illegally. Right. But I want to make sure that like we see what the elites really want from this. And the elites, what really want is cheap labor, because they can't get it for free. Right. So Rob, with that, I haven't asked you directly, but Rob, what do you think about all of this?
I think the child labor thing is bullshit, because my son has been on in every single one of his summers. He's been on every single job site busting his ass. So I think, honestly, I think, if the kid wants to work, like my son wanted to work, I take him to the job with me. He's been on every construction site throughout the summers for the last, 4 or 5 years. If they want to work. But as far as would I allow my son to cultivate marijuana? Absolutely not. I mean, they're not able to smoke it. They're not able to buy it. Same thing with alcohol. It's like I wouldn't let him go and serve drinks at a bar at 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's illegal for minors to possess or to use. A child should not be in a marijuana farm. Period.
I mean,
Well,
but if a kid wants to roll a few blunts and kick it with some biatches on the corner, with a couple of 40 ounces in a paper bag and cups, bust a couple shots at his homies, who are we as adults to get involved and intervene? I mean, we haven't done it since fucking 1988 when all this shit became popular. So I say kick back and roll a couple fatties and give one to your infant baby.
Yeah.
What I found most offensive about that whole video is the fact that the people throwing those, whatever they were throwing, rocks and other shit, don't know how to throw. And I think we have a deficit of kids playing baseball in this country that we need to fix, because they all throw like little girls. And I think that you need to throw like a fucking man. If you're 30 years old and you're throwing something at ICE agents, you ought to be able to hit him in the head. You ought to be able to hit him in the head hard. And this is just disgusting to me. I think we need to have a national conversation about that shit.
Yeah.
From that is these guys in their driving showed no tactical proficiency whatsoever. What they did, they caused themselves to bottleneck, and if people were out there with guns, they all would have got fucked up.
Well, what's funny is you mentioned that, but there was somebody out there with guns firing. I'll pull that up in a second.
Who was he? Yosemite Sam? Like, I mean, that,
they had no strategy whatsoever. They caused themselves to fucking bottleneck. I mean, that's called the fatal funnel, dude.
Isn't them throwing like pussies, as Patty so appropriately put it? Isn't this also a sign of liberalism? I mean, them throwing like little sissy girls and the bodies.
I bet you throw like a sissy
encrusted with soy.
I bet you throw like a bitch. I would bet my fucking left nut on that.
Well, I could tell you right now, you come to my Muay Thai class, you'll realize I don't throw a right hook like a little bitch.
Do you even have a left nut?
Not today.
I used to, but I bet it and I lost it, and now I just got
appropriated, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna pull this up on the screen right now. And this is towards what Rob said. Can you full screen that for a second so I won't have to change screens? Let me know when you're ready. Okay. All right. So this was at the same incident.
Take a look at this video right here. It appears a protester fired some kind of gun at federal agents. This happened this afternoon. It was a really chaotic.
Dude, he could have hit his own people.
A lot of smoke was being launched at the protest.
Right here where you see it.
It appears a protester fired back with that weapon. It looks like he fired at least a couple of times. We have not heard about any agents.
I mean, you saw that guy running in black over here.
Looks like he fired at least a.
That looks like a 38 special.
Possible.
From what I can see, that's definitely a revolver.
He's in the process of shooting here, and you see this gentleman on the upper left-hand corner in that line of sight.
Yep.
Of the firearm, and I'm guessing he's running for the same reason that he's shooting. They're against ICE, So this could have been tragic. And let me bring this back down.
Was this today or yesterday?
I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Or today, very early in the morning, because I didn't see it at all last night. I've been seeing it in the news circulating because it could have been very early. Oh no, it couldn't be because it's California, so it wouldn't be this bright out. You could just take a look.
So looks like it was a Mexican.
It looks. I don't want to be scientific here, but it looks like
a brown person.
No, it looks like it was midday because you could take a look at his shadow. So it might have been yesterday, early afternoon or early morning. I mean,
all right. I might have to amend that. That looks like a fucking high point yeet cannon.
So here's another thing about this, right? So the more that ICE does this and the more resistance and the more rocks are being thrown and the more shots, the more arrests of these people happen. So there is a silver lining here where we're taking these people off the streets. These are going to be serious charges for these people. And I'm almost 100% sure. And we're going to get into Bondi here in a second, but I'm pretty sure that even with the inaction from Pam Bondi, that we'd see the arrest of these people, because we've seen it happen before with the LA riots that happened just a couple weeks ago. So getting these people off the streets, it was like a double whammy. We're taking the illegals off the streets, and we're also taking these people that think it's okay to fucking barrel rocks at ICE agents. You know, and I'm not here covering for the feds or anything like that. But you should not throw rocks or fire at. He's lucky to be alive. These people throwing rocks are lucky to be alive.
Yeah, you know what? They shouldn't be throwing rocks, but the fact of the matter is most ICE agents are fucking stupid, and so are most police and most FBI agents and everybody involved in law enforcement. So I'm not saying that makes it okay to throw rocks at them, but what I'm saying is, you think they're going to get smarter all of a sudden and figure out, like Rob was saying, that you know, these guys shouldn't have put themselves in a fucking chokehold, basically, and allow themselves to be exposed that way. You know what they're going to do? They're going to keep doing that shit because they're dumbasses. Because if they weren't stupid, they wouldn't be in ICE in the first fucking place. So let's be real. These guys are idiots. They're going to get hurt because they're stupid. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it's what's going to happen.
I wouldn't say that they're stupid. I just think it's a lack of tactical training when it comes to being able to exfil like that. That doesn't mean they're stupid. They just haven't gotten the proper training on it.
Both things can be true.
From that video, that they have no idea how to fucking exfil properly. And at the same time, and Enrique, the arrests don't matter. They don't. Them getting arrested doesn't matter shit. What's going to matter is when they get convicted. That's going to send the message to these people that you can't fuck around like that. Them getting arrested, they don't care about getting arrested. They're out. They're out on bail. They're out on bond. In California, what is it? There's no cash bail. Even though these are federal charges, you think any of these prosecutors in LA are going to just keep these people in fucking jail? They're not. They're going to let them back out on the street. The only thing that's going to matter is somebody like that throwing a rock at an ICE agent, hitting an ICE agent, getting convicted, and doing 20 fucking years with no fucking good time. That's what's going to matter to them. That's when they're going to be afraid. And we're not going to see that for years to come.
Yeah. So I'm actually looking up the location. It seems like their website's broken right now. Because I'm trying to find like a Google map on it. It's the name of the place is called Glass House Farms. I don't know if one of you can pull that up, Rob. But regardless of the fact, you know, we don't know. Also, we don't know the circumstances. This is their website, and this is a farm that was actually raided. Powered by the sun, grown by the sea. California coast. Award-winning pot. Pre-roll packs, infused pre-rolls, eighth jars. Roll with us, including they have merchandise. They have a merchandise shop.
I don't smoke, but isn't it kind of like a shitty thing to need someone else to roll your own joint for you?
It's not as cool as the 1776 dot shop, though, for all your patriotic needs. 1776 dot shop.
It's peaceful and patriotic pot. Stand back and stand by strand.
Maybe I get into shit. Hold on.
The stand back and stand high strand.
Maybe I get into the pot business at some point after this. Maybe I promote it. Like maybe I promote it as like, you know, we don't have child labor, not made like in the bottom, you know, it says not tested on animals, not produced by illegal child slave labor.
14 Democrats were harmed in the making of the fertilizer for these plants.
Check this comment out from Buckster. Jesus, man. That is rough.
Yeah, you know, for those that know, and I was in federal prison, so I was not able to vote for Trump, but, you know, clearly I would have if that was a possibility. So pretending like I did vote, this is what I would have been voting for. So I say take all the money from the FBI and give it to ICE and the Border Patrol.
Take all the money from the ATF.
And look at all the money laws through the ICE Raid app that could have been made here. I mean, there was a crap ton of people. But here's a oh, look, there we go. So here's the crazy part. You got this is what I don't understand. So this farm is it looks like it's in the middle of nowhere, right? Or at least in farmland, right? And then, like, did they know that ICE agents are coming? Because I've seen pictures already with like protesters with signs, right? So are these protesters like mobile, where they see, where these ICE raids are happening, and then going ahead and like traveling there in time to, there you go. Can you give us the story behind that sign? Let me full screen you a second. Can you give us a story behind that sign? Because this recently just happened.
Yeah, so I was walking home and I seen this little emu blue-haired thing that looked like Patty with 7 lip rings carrying it. And I jumped out of my car, beat the crap out of them, and took their sign. No, I'm just joking. I wish it was that cool, but it's still pretty cool. My girl was on her walk this morning, and a neighbor had these in their trash. There's several of them, so we're going to look at some videos from Alligator Alcatraz and see if we can find out who my neighbor is. But either that or Democrats are getting tired of their fucking bad ideas and starting to throw them in the trash themselves. So that's good.
Yeah. You know what you could do? You could probably take a picture of it and do a reverse image search, and maybe you can find somebody that held up that sign, and we could find out.
I'm going to do some reconnaissance. So
Fuck
so Enrique, they raided 2 of the farms owned by Carpinteria, and Camarillo. That's where both of those were.
Yeah, so I was looking for them, but I can't, for some reason I can't find, like, you put it on Google Maps and you can't find it. So obviously it's not listed. I mean, I wouldn't want to
raid a farm in Virginia where they train the CIA, and we should fuck with all those people.
Well, they probably
that would be a good idea.
They probably grow LSD there. That's a whole other process.
Fun fact, Camarillo actually means yellow camel.
Okay, so anything else on this story so we could move on to the next one?
We got a hand up over here too, guys.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, here it comes.
Crazy Night, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Rob? So it's, you guys sound Chinese over there on the East Coast. It's Carpinteria and Camarillo. Okay. I live in California.
You live in California.
I was wondering if I needed to speak Mandarin for a second there. The cannabis business was infiltrated by the fucking cartels in California once they went live. It took one person to get involved. And when they started putting away people a while back before that, giving them 20-year sentence for having a fucking ounce or something like that, they were trying to set a precedent to make people scared to be in the cannabis business because they were taking away cartel business. I'm done.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah, thanks for that. Now, let me ask you something amongst you three and the people listening to us on Rob's Spaces here. Is there anybody against the cannabis business? Not in the form, obviously not in the form that he said. I don't want cartels or CCP foreign nationals owning any farms in the United States, but just as far as just like marijuana, is there somebody in that audience or in here that's against recreational or medical marijuana for that matter?
Well, I'm not against it at all. I'm in it actually, California and Arizona, and between the Vietnamese or the Hmong, they call them the Hmong, that live up in the Golden Triangle, which is Humboldt and Windsor, the counties up there that grow on the side of the mountains and bring stuff down and sell it for cheap, and then the cartels involved on their end trying to get their distribution. And going live in California with the taxes and everything else, all they did was create the biggest black market ever. And when you have a black market like that, you're going to have crime and you're going to have problems and you're going to have, other means of trying to get things through, so to speak. Mm-hmm. I'm done.
Yeah. I don't listen. I say it's legalized. I've smoked weed once in my life when I was 15. It's just, it's trash, and I see these fucking potheads that are just like waste of space. But you're a grown ass adult. You want to, if I believe that I'm a constitutionalist, and you have a right to do it if you want. If you're an adult, the problem I have with it is like here, like I live in New Hampshire. Right next to me is Maine. Like literally, right next to me is Maine, and every single marijuana shop, pot shop, is owned by Chinese. They're all, and then none of them speak English. All the fucking pot dispensaries in Maine are owned by the CCP.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
what I
know
have a
how
problem
long-
with.
Sorry,
So-
Sean.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think there are a lot of veterans that find hemp very helpful with PTS and other things that are available to them. You know, one of those is hemp, and it really helps to get them out of that VA pharmacy. And I'm going to have to say I'm for it, guys. Not do I want foreign nationals owning it? No. But I think it's very beneficial to our veterans and other people who suffer from medical conditions.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I'm just trying to find somebody that's against it. Kind of just to have a back and forth on why.
Our
And
boys trader against it.
or what?
Yeah, we got crazy with a hand up again.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how long you guys want to stay on this topic, but I mean, I'm well educated in this field. The ones that are against it mostly are from the cotton industry and the medical industry, because there is scientific proof that Rick Simpson oil, which is a derivative from THC, has cured cancer. And then on the other side of that, you've got, hemp, which can produce clothing and rope and stronger than cotton and twine and other things that are out there in the marketplace. So it's mostly for control through the pharmaceutical, clothing industry, and other industries as well. If you want to find someone that's against it, find somebody in one of those industries.
Okay.
But on the other hand, being a vet and knowing a lot of vets that smoke, they keep their sanity by doing that and microdosing shrooms. I'm done.
So I'm gonna touch on this just quickly so we could shift gears here. But and I'm in the same position as Patty over here. I don't smoke. I smoke cigarettes or whatever. I don't smoke weed. Every once in a while.
You don't stop smoking cigarettes.
I don't stop smoking cigarettes. That's
No.
like my
I've never seen anyone chain smoke like you, man.
Yeah,
I really seriously, and I've
Yeah, bro,
known
you
some
gotta
chain
stop, bro.
smokers. You
Ladies
are
and-
you are the,
I actually-
the
Ladies and
king
gentlemen,
of chain
Patty
smoking.
with the gift of 2 human eyes.
Yeah. Yesterday I did say that on January 1st at noon of next year, I am going to quit completely. I done it. Wait, hold on. Why are you laughing? I've done this before. I've quit cold.
Yeah, no, quitting's fucking easy. I've done it hundreds of times.
Yeah. I quit. There was a point where I quit quitting. You gotta want to have to quit.
I quit 13 years ago, dude.
But even though to get back on this pot thing, even though I don't smoke, right? I like advocate for, because I feel like this drug war, this failed drug war, has put so many people, and there's still people in prison right now that are in prison for pot.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I got locked up the first time in 2013, I met some guy that was in prison for 32 years on his first offense because he transported a large amount of fucking marijuana, and he was just getting out. So there's not a pardon that'll help that situation. There's not a form of like that guy already lost 30 years of his life because they sentenced him to more. They sentenced him to high 30s. So shifting gears for a second, and this is Rob, I'll let you take point on this. You were talking about Biden era prosecutions at Bondi has continued. So I'll put you in the front seat.
This Dr. Kirk Moore, who I regard as a hero. I've been reading about him for a while, and then I was in a space the other night where I'm trying to. You remember the guy's name? Shit. He's a reporter. He was there. Sally was there. James R. was at the courthouse yesterday, and he was talking about this in a space. I think it was like 1:00 in the morning, and Pam Bondi could have very easily dropped the charges on this Dr. Moore. He during the Biden era, when they were mandating vaccines and they were mandating that you had the COVID passport and everything else, he was falsifying the documentation for people who didn't want to take it, and then giving people saline shots instead of the actual vax. And one of the things that came out in court, which is really nefarious, and most people didn't know, and thankfully for this guy, doing the research that he did. You said his name earlier, Enrique, the guy that put out the article on X, the one that I shared.
Yes, that was deadly something. Yeah, I'll look for it now, but keep going.
Yeah. So one of the real nefarious things was that they would put GPS trackers in each one of these cases. So the government was tracking each one of these and knew where they were going, and they knew that this group of numbers, these lot numbers went to his office. And one of the things that he said, which again was really tells you that this is fucking lawfare, dude. And you know this too. And so does Barry. They offered him a deal of a year, but time served.
Okay.
And he said, no, I'm going to fight this. And they said, okay, now we're going to go after you for 35 years. So at the time when they brought this was Biden era DOJ, and the prosecutor was a Biden U.S. district attorney. They were trying to get this case going before the inauguration, and they couldn't. Pam Bondi came in, and the guy that they have now, who's the prosecutor, has prosecuted terrorists since I think 2006. He's been all over the world prosecuting terrorists, and this is the guy that's prosecuting this doctor who saved thousands of lives. So, and Pam Bondi could have very easily said, drop these charges, case dismissed, over and done with. And it's just one more failure, or after failure after failure after failure on Pam Bondi's part. And I speculate, along with a lot of people that I respect, who that she's not going to make it the rest of the year.
Rob, just one question. Were the people that he was injecting knowingly not, like, did they know that they were?
From what I've read, some of them did and some of them didn't.
Okay. So,
but there's nobody that's complaining about it.
Okay. Well, yeah, obviously it's saline. Nobody's going to complain at all. Saline is what you get with an IV. They probably felt better. But for the most part, I think that this is a growing problem that we're seeing with the Justice Department. But before I get into that, I don't know if Barry or Patty want to chime in.
We got Buck with a hand up over here too.
Okay.
Barry, you got anything?
I was waiting on Buck with his hand up.
Hey, Buck.
Hey, thanks, guys. Love the show. Yeah, real quick, just wanted to, and I know you're trying to move off the subject, but people may have not picked up on this. The Chinese illegal weed in New England is pretty much over. Yesterday, the head of that entire ring, they were calling him the Tony Soprano, our new U.S. attorney, who was appointed by the Trump administration, had the feds raid his home in Braintree, Massachusetts. So I sent Rob the articles. I put them in the purple pill. You can check it out. But they've got the kingpin, and guess what? He is a Chinese national. He's not even a U.S. citizen. And he's in one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in that particular city of Braintree. So, Rob, all those Chinese you're seeing up there, they're gonna be running like ants, I think, very soon, because the door kickers are coming now that they took down the top guy and they have all the info. So be prepared.
Thanks, brother.
So,
all right, thanks for letting me speak. I'll catch up to you guys. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, thank you, Buck. Thank you, Buck Naked. All right. So actually, while we're here, this is not verified. I just saw it come up a couple times on my feed just now. Wait, oh, wrong screen. Sorry about that. I wish I'd have all my screens on here, but this is from the leading report. Put that on the screen and let me know when it's on.
Yep.
So I can read. Is it up?
Yep.
Okay. So breaking. FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino took a leave of absence following a White House dispute with AG Pam Bondi regarding the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case. I'm going to be looking and seeing. Take that off the screen. But let me see if I find something else besides that on it.
Do any of you guys remember seeing the interview with Cash and Dan Bongino and the look on Bongino's face?
I do. Yep.
Well, look, okay, we got this is a relevant source. And you can call her crazy, you can call her wherever, but
Boomer.
99% of the time, she's right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Her jar is competing with Alex Jones, but here's a scoop. Cash and Bongino are livid with Pam Bondi over her DOJ memo and lack of transparency for her office regarding Jeffrey Epstein files. Sources tell me Dan Bongino is taking the day off today from his job as deputy director of the FBI, and there's now speculation on whether or not he will return to his job at the FBI over his disgust with Blondie's lack of transparency in handling of the Epstein files. Pam Bondi has brought total embarrassment to President Trump, J.D. Vance, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. She has also lied to the American people. I'm going to end it there because the rest seems not relevant. It's more of opinion, even though it is relevant. But regardless of the fact, it seems to be like this story is true. And then
the grass
to touch.
Who concocted that? Who concocted that article?
So far there's a couple of sources on it. I'll see if I could find some more, but for the most part, you got all the bigger accounts are sharing it. Is it true? I don't know. Always take when we do something like this, I always want to tell you guys, take it with a grain of salt, but there is a couple of people talking about this as of 30 minutes ago.
Does anybody feel like it's a little disturbing the fact that that Loomer, who used to bleach blonde her hair, those of us who have known her long enough know that she used to, when she first started doing stuff on the internet, she had bleach blonde hair, decides that she's going to call Pam Bondi Pam Blondie. That's kind of cute, I think.
Maybe she has a thing against natural blondes.
Yeah, I think really what
blondes piss her off. Yeah,
I'm with Patty. Shame on Laura Loomer for being right 99% of the time and always coming with receipts and constantly proving herself right.
I'll tell you one thing.
To sit there and call her Pam Blondie, that pretty much for me, fuck her 99% being right rating. She's obviously a real piece of shit. And the blonde comment was extremely offensive to me personally, considering that, I knew a blonde once, and I just, fuck Laura Loomer and her blonde jokes. Body shaming, really? That's what we're resulting to now in the Republican Party?
Yes.
So
the first time that I met Laura and I had a conversation with her, she said one thing to me that I'll never forget because it just shows exactly what she is.
Was it the keys located behind your eye and you got to dig it out?
No, she said, you're what she was telling me some bullshit. And I was like, oh, show me some evidence of that. And she said, oh, you're one of those people who has to have everything proven to you. And I remember thinking, yeah, I am. And why the fuck aren't you one of those people? Why is it just she is a bullshit artist on the highest level that you could possibly come up with? That doesn't mean she's always wrong. It means she's wrong 99% of the time.
She's not, though.
In this case, she is actually right. She's right that Pam Bondi is a fucking idiot, and Dan Bongino is a fucking moron and a simp for Donald Trump, and all these guys suck. And Kash Patel is an idiot. But hey, they're all idiots. So who gives a fuck?
What would you say notably was the thing that Loomer was most wrong about?
So what she told me that particular day, right before she said, oh, you're one of those people who has to have everything proven to him. She said that there are no-go zones for the Minneapolis Police Department. And I said, okay, well, tell me where a Minneapolis police officer has said there are places that we won't go. And she got mad at me because she couldn't couldn't actually show where those were. And she got pissed, and then she just like walked away. And we ended up hanging out for the rest. I actually stayed at the Airbnb that night that they were all staying at. And I asked her a couple more times. I'm like, what's up with that? And she's like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. And I'm like, okay, you don't want to talk about it because you're talking out of your fucking.
But that's not like that. I mean, and I don't have any reason to disbelieve you, but that's not a very good example of her being wrong. Something that's hearsay. That's Patty saying she said something. I meant like an actual example of her going. My experience with Laura Loomer is when she takes to the fucking Twitter fields or social media waves, she bats 1,000.
Yeah, when my experience with Laura Loomer, including the last time I saw her when I was down at the America First event down in Lauderdale with Pickles, is that when she sees me, she fucking runs away because she doesn't want to have the argument.
She probably don't want to talk to you.
She doesn't want to talk to me because she doesn't want to be wrong in front of
me. We do the same thing every day, Patty. I mean, it doesn't mean.
And everybody on Spaces lately, they don't want to fucking talk to him either. They kick him out.
I know. It's that guy. Speech, and I'm gonna have a video on that just after this is done. You're gonna see a quick 5-minute thing about what has happened over the last week on Spaces, and I don't really want to get into it because I don't want to ruin it.
It sounds like Patty's sex life.
Yeah, yeah, please. I'm having extramarital sex. In the fact that I'm married and we're having extra sex. That's what's going on right now.
Shell, go ahead.
American Rising. Check your DM. Something interesting for you.
Oh, am I going to have to do work?
Oh, you got somebody up in your DMs, yo.
Oh, man.
Did they slide into the DMs?
They slid.
No, I stomped it in there too.
Oh.
Hey, I want to make a comment on Loomer real quick. If anybody told her that the fucking sky was black and gave her a shekel, she'd tell the world.
Oh, shit. Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, guys.
That is heavy duty.
I just got the call, guys.
Uh-oh.
Shut it down.
Mossad just called Enrique and said, shut it down. Can't even.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Prager went by a Mossad agent. Look that shit up.
It's true. I'll take another look at that later, but honestly, I have no idea what the hell I just watched.
When are we going to stop being politically incorrect and be politically correct about the shit that's going on in the world and be real about it? That's what I want to know. We know who's fucking running the world. We need to fucking stop that shit before it gets any worse.
Yeah.
Who needs to change the battery in their fire alarm?
Have them fucking call me.
Yeah, somebody's fire alarm's beeping.
Yep, there it is again.
I don't hear it.
Shut up.
Rob's face. Look at Rob's face. All right.
I can't see Rob's face. The lighting's too bad.
So
can't even be fucking serious for 5 fucking minutes.
Hey, so all right, so let's dig into a couple of other things. So you started with Mr. Moore, is that correct?
Yep.
That's
Dr. Moore, yep.
Dr. Moore. Okay, but let's talk about other things that prosecutions from the Biden administration that have spilled over into the realm of Pam Bondi, right? So
Matt Huber.
In the beginning, I didn't like her appointment, but I wasn't like completely against her in the beginning, right? And I said that there's only 2 ways that I could turn on her, right? Because one thing that we knew after we found out that I was pardoned and the rest of the guys have been commuted. So in February, this is the first thing. In February, the guys put in a motion to dismiss. Okay, and can we take this off the screen, the comment, for a second? Because Mossad, something like that. So the guys put in a motion to dismiss, and the government had at the very beginning of February, the government had till February 20th to, respond. And then the government opposed their motion to dismiss because they wanted to, and somebody joined. Kim joined. Kim, give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Oh, okay, you're in already.
I'm in already. It's all good.
So, Kim, I'll give you the mic in a second. So, what ends up happening is the government with Pam Bondi opposed the dismissal of the case. But what a lot of people don't know is that Jeremy Bertino in our case, right, was able to push his sentencing along till passed, and he got a commuted sentence, right? He put in a motion to dismiss. He's part of the same case, right? And Pam Bondi granted that motion to dismiss completely on his case. So his charges, forget about commutations. He is completely has no January 6th related charges. So that's the double standard. We also saw another case with Lieutenant Shane Lamond, which was on my show on Tuesday, carry over into the Biden administration, right? And that one took a little bit more time, it was just resolved in sentencing just a couple weeks ago. I was at his sentencing. So what ends up happening is the Pam Bondi Department of Justice continued the onslaught of these political persecutions when it comes to cases that are obviously politically motivated. And then we have, and I'll cut it there because there's another thing I want to say about this. So I'll start with Kim. Kim, thank you for joining today. Actually, your first time on News Brief.
No, I was on the other day for a little bit, but it's the first time with you here.
Okay, I saw that. Yeah, I had taken a little hiatus this week to focus on a couple things that I have going on. But again, thank you for joining the show.
Yeah, of course. You mean you're busy? You do lots of stuff, Enrique? I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, my dogs are barking on me while
That's
they
okay.
do.
It's all right. So you guys want to comment on at least these two situations, these two focus situations, and I'll start moving everybody to full screen because 5 people. But go ahead.
Bertino got off because he ratted. That's why they were so easy. That's why it was easy for them to be like, all right, you know what? We'll just dismiss your charges because you've already been a help to the government. So they gave him that as a prize. And it's honestly, bro, I think that Pam Bondi was just a consolation prize for him not being able to get Matt Gaetz. I think Matt Gaetz would have handled all of these situations much differently, and I think Matt Gaetz, I would probably be at 75% that Matt Gaetz would have released the fucking Epstein files.
Yeah,
and I think that Bondi is doing everything in her power to sink Trump, sink 2026.
So I'm going to ask a rhetorical question here, but do you see a difference? Do you see a difference in like this uneven application, right? Because say what you want about Jeremy, we're both part of the same case and we're both charged with the same thing. Do you see a double standard in the dismissal of Jeremy's case and the guy's cases in this situation? Because I can't get a dismissal regardless because I'm pardoned. The guys can. The guys can seek a dismissal in this case. So do you see a double standard there when it comes to like actual application of the law?
Yes. I personally do. I see this as a double standard for, guys like you and Barry and Dom and Ethan and Zach that stood their ground and said, no, we didn't do anything wrong. And you guys didn't acquiesce to their demands. You didn't sell out President Trump. And I honestly believe that the deep state is still pissed at you guys for even being out here right now talking to us on the screen, and the guys that actually did sell out are the ones that are it's definitely a double standard.
Barry,
and the guys that sold out are the ones that
the double standard is very clear, and I hate to be so microcosm about it, but you have to look no further when you got J6ers that feel how you want about the ones that got into physical altercations with Capitol Police. But the same DA, Matthew Graves, gave a guy by the name of Arthur Ruben Camacho 48 hours community service. He was a pro-Palestinian protester who, on camera, punches a female Capitol police officer in the face. All right. Pretty much nobody of the J6ers, I don't think any of their assaults were as egregious as striking a female officer with a closed fist. And I'll stand corrected. I don't think anybody, any of their violent charges were that egregious. 48 hours community service by the same district attorney who sent the FBI not only after the J6ers, but their family members too. So you don't really, if you really want to know how I feel about that if I think there's a two-tier system, I mean, we see it every single fucking day. The only question I have now is what the fuck are we going to do about it?
Patty.
Well, I just want to make it very clear that I am for punching police officers in the face. So let's make that good and clear. In any case, but on the case of January 6th, you talk about a two-tier justice system. I don't mean to bring it up every single time we have a show, but the fact that I dragged my ass all the way down to DC and testified in that trial is because I think that it was absolutely ridiculous that people were overcharged. Except for Enrique, I think he was charged correctly, and he should have done probably 30 years. But it was ridiculous. It's always been ridiculous. Anybody who's being honest knows it's ridiculous. And I don't know really what else to say at this point, except to say that law enforcement is almost always wrong and the police almost always suck.
I do not agree with that.
Okay. Nobody cares.
Can somebody take control of the camera really quick? I'm on.
Yeah, I got you.
Nobody
wants to see him on solo layout anyway.
No, definitely not. Nobody does.
Hey, check the studio chat there, Enrique.
Yeah, give me a second.
All right, I'm back.
All right. So she took the dogs behind. She pulled Chrissy Noam, pulled the dogs behind the shed.
I mean, when they get unruly, you gotta teach them a lesson.
I told wholeheartedly agree.
Perfect conservative woman. She's doing it from the kitchen.
Oh my God.
Exactly. I gotta, when they say get in the kitchen, you gotta listen, right?
Yeah.
I stay in the kitchen.
Oh, Patrick is dying a fucking slow death over there. I hope you guys see this.
It's okay, Patrick. No one's gonna make you go into the kitchen.
Oh God. Okay, so there's another thing that has to do with Pam Bondi here, and we've talked about cases that were holdovers from the Biden DOJ that spilled over into Pam Bondi, but there's another level. There's another level here. We saw some FBI whistleblowers come out during the Biden administration talking about different subjects. Garrett O'Boyle, Cal Serafin, just to name a few. And then the tone deaf, I don't know if Pam Bondi runs her own account. I doubt it. But not being able, even if it's like a person that's in the social media realm that runs these accounts, there was a tone deaf tweet posted by the Pam Bondi account just yesterday. And I'll read some of it. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. We support legitimate whistleblowers. But this disgruntled employee is not a whistleblower. He's a leaker asserting false claims, seeking 5 minutes of fame, conveniently timed just before a confirmation hearing and a committee vote. As Mr. Bove testified, and as the department has made clear, there was no court order to defy, as we successfully argued to the DC court when seeking a stay. So she's talking about a whistleblower that probably is some type of jackass, right? But this post originated. Can you take my account off the screen really quick? So what happened? So she says she supports legitimate whistleblowers, and are Kyle Serafin, and Mr. O'Boyle and
Stephen Friend.
Phil Kennedy. Are those not legitimate whistleblowers? Are those whistleblowers that shouldn't receive their jobs back and their benefits back? These people have been suspended for over 1,000 days. And they're legitimate. They are legitimate. Here, I'll answer. They are legitimate whistleblowers. And their promise was, hey, when the new administration comes in, we're going to bring you back. And we haven't seen that. And that doesn't only fall on Pam Bondi, that also falls on the FBI. So what do you guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the suspendables, but I'd like to get you guys' take on it.
I am. I read Stephen Friend's book in federal prison, and it is a really good book. I highly recommend it. It's called True Blue. And what it does is it actually breaks down what the complaint was. Stephen Friend, as you guys may know, is a former special agent with the FBI. And his book breaks down why the FBI went after J6ers in the fashion that they did. And I highly recommend reading it. And to say that Stephen Friend is not a whistleblower is beyond me. But I think it begs the question that we have to ask ourselves now is what moral standards is Pam Bondi measuring these statements that she's making on? What is she? What measurement is she saying that this person is a whistleblower and this person is not? Because yes, we have to think about Kyle Seraphin Kennedy and Stephen Friend, because those are FBI whistleblowers. And what is that same measuring stick used to measure them? I'd like to know.
Yeah, and then just for a little bit of argument's sake here, not really argument's sake, but for the most part, Steve Friend, if I'm not mistaken, comes out of the Ormond Beach. He works specifically in Ormond Beach, and as some of you may know, that's where Joe Biggs lives.
Yes.
And his the reason why he's a whistleblower is because of J6. So there is some spillover. I don't know the entire story, but the reason why he came out is because of the January 6ers. It's not like there's other situations like O'Boyle and Kyle Seraphin in other situations, but when it comes to Steve Friend specifically, it was because of the January 6th situation. So there's a lot that goes on. There's a lot that goes on here. Do any of you guys have any commentary on this? Okay. All right. So moving on to one of our last.
Enrique, when we can we take a second, 1 minute and 10 seconds to play Glenn Baker, that guy we did the interview with? He has that promo video about the soldier they're trying to put in that exoskeleton.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it queued up. Whenever you say is a good time.
Let's go. Perfect time to take a quick little break.
All right. I'm going to
bring
play this guy's video. Glenn Baker is a country music singer and conservative activist down here in South Florida, and he started a program to help injured veterans that were injured in combat develop exoskeletons to help them walk again. And here at the War Boy Studio, we support our vets. And so I'm going to play his little video right here. And here we go.
Go ahead.
It's fine.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
I want to share with you something right now that is deep in my. This is Joshua Holmes. Joshua served with honor in Iraq in 2003, but a mortar round explosion damaged him and wounded him from the chest down.
Hi, I'm Travis Conover, director of Finish This Fight music video and Finish This Fight documentary. Joshua was wounded 19 years ago in battle, and because of those injuries, he's been in a wheelchair for the last several years. But now, for the first time, he's going to get the chance to stand up and walk again. On July 21st, Joshua is traveling to New York City to be fitted for an exoskeleton that will change his life forever.
But y'all, he can't do it alone. The VA, unfortunately, is not paying for this technology. Total cost of one of these units is about $150,000. But right now, we're raising $15,000 to send him to New York in preparation for this journey that's going to be monumental. Imagine what it would feel like being stuck in that chair for years and finally being able to step and walk around.
You can be the reason that Joshua gets to walk again. Please donate today. Just click on the link and help Joshua finish this fight. Thank you so much for standing with him.
So you guys can go to GiveSendGo/finish this fight to help. This is actually a really cool project.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And I hadn't seen what this little exoskeleton looks like. We talked about it on the show. And it actually looks really, really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, I mean, talk about being one of the best times to be alive. Like, that's so cool.
Yeah, because you imagine, like, you know, back in the day that happened to you, and there's so technology. I'm a big tech head, and looking at projects like this are really cool. So go ahead and go to GiveSendGo/finish this fight and donate today, so we could see these brave vets have the ability to walk again.
Yeah, and if you can't donate, you know, go to finishthisfight.com, check out their social media and share it on your page and their video on their page, and spread the word of what they're trying to do, because they are good dudes and they believe in the America First agenda. So want to back them 100%.
And let me tell you that just judging, I hadn't got to see the video, the wheelchair with the treads, that's pretty cool too, man.
Yeah, I almost want to remove my legs on purpose to get some cool treadmill legs.
You already have your.
My girl is always got to go happy about that.
I will say that there
always
is
got to go too far, Barry.
There is a whole group of people who actually do that. I had a really close. I will keep it short. I had a really close friend who lost their leg due to diabetic complications, and living in New York City, she was on the subway one day, and a woman approached her and basically was like, "Hey, like, what's it like? I've been looking to have my own amputated because I wanted," basically because she wanted to get on disability. And like, oh my god,
wow.
she's passed away since, but my friend's a little firecracker, and like I wish this was one of the moments that went viral. Like, she just, the way she explained it to me, she flew off on this woman, like, you know, just like the most entitled, privileged piece of shit you can ever run into. It's somebody who's going to voluntarily get body limbs taken off so that they can, you know, be professionally disabled.
So Barry, I think what you need is not the leg thing. There's a company started by Elon Musk that actually puts a computer chip in your head and makes you smarter.
Neuralink.
Makes you not retarded. So
I think Patty needs it more than Barry needs it.
I was gonna say, can we get Patty in that program?
So, Enrique, can we do a quick reset? Can we do that? All right. So everybody, we have so Kim, we also have an X space going on right now. They can hear us in X spaces, and we have Shell over there co-hosting for us. And Shell is a master at resetting the space and telling everybody to do the things. But I also wanted to let everybody know I put the Give Send Go up in the nest, so the link is there if you guys are interested in helping it out. I would definitely tell you guys to go rewatch this rewatch the whole thing, but rewatch that section so you can see it for yourself. The video looks like it's on, the video we just watched looks like it's on the Give Send Go. So everybody, Shell.
Yeah.
Shell, did you not? I was asking you if you wouldn't mind resetting the space in only the way you can do it, my dear.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry. I was a little distracted there. Everybody share the space, please. Drop it in your DM rooms, tag your friends, quote tweet it. We'll get it shared out there, guys. Thanks for supporting the War Boys studio today with Patriot Rob, Enrique Tori, and everybody else. Get it done, guys. You've got your marching orders, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Shell.
Barry, can you on the scroller in the bottom, is that the link?
Yes,
it is. Yes.
Okay. All right. So shifting gears here a second onto our next story is the Ken Paxton situation that we saw yesterday. So we saw Ken Paxton's wife, which is I don't know if she's a senator, a state senator in Texas, come out and make the announcement that she's finally going to get a divorce from Ken Paxton. And then just a few minutes later, we saw Ken Paxton put out his statement on his divorce. I don't think like if you're getting a divorce, I don't think that it's like you need to make a press release for it. You know, you get a divorce, it doesn't work or whatever. You don't need to like go ahead and advertise it. But given the fact I see a lot of people that are the current U.S. senator, which is in hot water when we're looking at the polls in his race to keep his Senate seat against Ken Paxton. A lot of people are coming out and saying that this disqualifies Ken Paxton from holding office as a United States senator. I think that we're living in 2025. I can't say like morally I'm a big supporter of divorces, being a person that has been divorced 3 times myself. But so there's a lot of questions here, and one of them is, does this disqualify you from being a senator? Patty, I saw you nodding your head. I will full screen you, and I want to get your take on this.
Okay, it's none of my business what anyone does with their dick unless I'm sitting in their lap. So I don't give a shit about Ken Paxton being, whatever the reason they're getting divorced. That's none of my concern at all. I don't care about people's sexual proclivities or whatever is going on there. What bothers me about Ken Paxton running for Senate is that he's Ken Paxton. That's the fucking problem. Not what Ken Paxton is married to or whatever. Ken Paxton decided to sue another state that he doesn't live in for how they conduct their elections. And it got laughed out of court by the Supreme Court, by the way. Ken Paxton sucks, and it has nothing to do with who he's married to or who he's no longer married to or who he's getting divorced from. So let's be real about what we're talking about, right? Let's talk about what we're talking about. And what we don't need to be talking about is Ken Paxton's personal life.
All right, Barry.
Yeah, I got my hand up. You know how I know Ken Paxton is the right guy for the job? Because people like Patty are pissed off at Ken Paxton.
Wait. Barry, let me cut in really quick. Rob, are we reset on the spaces? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. We're good.
Go ahead. Sorry, Barry.
Okay, no, it's okay. I mean, I'm used to being rudely interrupted on the War Boy studio. Yeah, I know. The Democrats are losing their shit about Ken Paxton because they know if Ken Paxton ever gets into a driver's seat, he's going to do just that. He's going to drive. As far as divorce goes, I've never been married, only engaged one other time than I am now. I'm a monogamous. I'm a monogamous individual, but I will say that I think Ken Paxton getting a divorce qualifies him for the job because it shows that he can cut off dead fucking weight, and that's what we need senators to start doing now when they get to office, because that's what's going on in the halls of fucking Congress and the Senate. Dead fucking weight that needs to get cut. So good job, Ken Paxton, for removing a cancerous tumor such as your ex-wife from your life. Let's move forward, and as long as Democrats hate Ken Paxton, that's enough for me to love and support the guy.
So wait, let me go back to Patty really quick, and let me confront you with this question, Patty. So obviously, you're not a Ken Paxton fan, right? But like, there's levels, right? So does his divorce and does his public, these are two things. Does his divorce and does his public statement and his wife's public statement bring him lower on the totem pole of Patty's approval rating?
No, it has absolutely no effect whatsoever.
All right, so I'm going to go to Kim here. Kim, I'm going to full screen you. What do you think about this?
I mean, I equally agree that people's personal life is their personal life, and I really don't care. But I'm also, I think that when we could see, again, people like Patty getting pissed off about these guys, it's usually a red flag to start paying attention. And I haven't seen anything objectionable to speak of myself, although I'm not as brushed up on this as probably most of you are. So I will leave it at that. But I am excited to learn more.
Okay. All right, Rob?
Yeah, there's a lot of things Ken Paxton did that are good. There's a lot of people that are conservatives in Texas that have a huge problem with him. but they have less of a problem with him than John Cornyn. So I don't know. I think this is calculated. I think she's, hell hath no fury like a woman scorn, and she's trying to tank his run. This is going to, unfortunately put votes in Cornyn's category. But like I said, man, I don't live in Texas, so it's Texas politics. But I do know people that are on the ground there in Texas that fucking hate Ken Paxton, and they're probably cheering for this. Yeah, go ahead, Shell.
If you read both of their statements, I want you to read hers one more time. Okay. Who was cheating? Sounds like she's admitting that it was her. As a woman reading that statement, I'm not going to say that it was Ken. I'm going to say it was her. Us gals, we say things in certain ways, and I'm reading that right, I think. We also have Buck, who has a hand up.
Go ahead, Buck. Buck naked.
Yeah, no, definitely not buck naked, but when I see Patty being as hard on Ken Paxton as he is on his mic that looks like a big red dildo, I know I'm voting for the right guy.
Get rid of it. He's getting rid of it.
Now it looks like a big.
That looks like a big black one, Patty.
What are you talking about? He's not going to need any night camo anymore. We got to get Rob back on the team.
He's a Dem, so he's super inclusive when it comes to his penises.
Switch it back.
Look, hey,
there you go.
Hey, Patty.
Red Rocket, come on, puppy, Red Rocket.
Hey, hold up, I got to full screen myself. Did you see how he grabbed it? He kind of.
Yeah, he's had some practice doing that, I think.
Hey, never let it be said that I can't take a fucking joke.
Yeah.
No, you're such a trooper. I'm so.
If you could take a dick, you could take a joke, buddy.
Well done, Barry. That's the first funny thing you've ever said. You ignorant.
We know that's not true. It's like the third.
At least the third.
At least the third.
Last thing I'll say, honestly, I will say this. Patty and I don't agree about anything, but if people would give him a chance to present his argument, I think it would be better, because then you can go back and usually prove that he's, paid by the Democratic Party. But honestly,
I wish I was paid, but somebody in the Democratic Party pay me, please.
And I give him a lot of credit for that. I do. I have to give credit where credit's due, because I know I'm always giving him a hard time, but he will actually discuss things and go back and forth. And, that's a good sport, which most Dems aren't. So I'll give you a little credit there. But yeah, that red dildo
Thanks,
Mike.
bud, I appreciate it.
Awesome.
I do.
So as an announcement for the Warboy Studios, Patty just said that he is looking for people to send him money to express their views. And you can buy Patty.
You can buy Patty.
If George Soros wants to pay me to say some shit, all he has to do is write a check.
You know what?
Anybody
Anybody accusing Patty of being paid for, you could tell by looking at his studio that, listen, the Democrats are a party of faggots. They would never let you get away with this. They would be you gotta look at the Dean Withers and the Destiny and all these other fucking assholes who have this. Those are paid for. Look at this. They say he did what I did. I just threw my camera up the place that was the least offensive in my house.
Apparently, Kim, you're shilling for Frito-Lay. Just looking back there in Lysol. So it looks like an ad. It looks like a supermarket ad. Back there.
Mom house.
I have zero Frito products. Lies.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, but what you guys haven't noticed is what Patty does after the show is he walks across the street to his real condo that's got the Porsche 911 parked in the garage, because that's what he's paying him. He's supposed to look for it because he's a Dem.
The Porsche 911. I don't even have a fucking driver's license.
And he's got a big ass mansion behind it.
45 years old, doesn't have a driver's license.
Classic Democrat.
It's true.
All right.
Well,
so you could buy Patty's opinions at 1776.shop.
If you use /American Rising, you'll receive a 15% discount.
Okay,
Patty, next time they give you a tat, tell them to put a little test in the needle. Build up those arms, brother.
My arms not good enough for you? Come on, man. You don't like these?
so let's move on. Let's move on to unless do you guys have anything else to add about the Paxton divorce? And do any of you think that Paxton is now, including on Rob's Spaces over there, hosted by Shell? Does anybody think that this disqualifies Ken Paxton for office?
No.
No.
He's going to win that race. He's going to win that race.
He's 40,
yeah.
he's 40 points up in the polls now, if anybody's paying attention. I don't think it's going to affect Texas either. We need Cornyn out. Not every politician is perfect. Everyone's got their problems. But Cornyn needs to go because he will never be any part of America first.
All right.
I'm just going to say
that's a fact,
and somebody,
a huge win. It would be a huge win for America to replace Cornyn with Paxton. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, as somebody who's completely outside the issue, like forget the politics, just look at the numbers. I think that Cornyn is most likely going to retire. Like, I don't think he's going to actually finish the race. I think he's going to get out.
I think
because he won't want to lose.
Want a little heads up? His campaign managers left him and went to the Lindsey Graham campaign in South Carolina.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Any replacement, so it does look like he's going to step down.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%. That's
So
actually
he went from bad to worse, Shell.
All right. So let's move on to our fun segment.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, to our fun segment here. Give me a second. I need to
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to Tink. She had surgery today, and she asked us all to give her one of these. She's in the recovery room right now.
get the screenshot right there. Tank.
You did the what?
Probably in surgery
Gen
from
Z
that
one?
weekend diet she's on.
No. She texted me and said she's out and she's all high as fuck.
So for our next segment,
That did not look right, Patty.
Like a cherry butthole.
All right, for our next segment, we're gonna do the news brief. X beefs coming up. So, in the news today, in Twitter news today, we have a bunch of people, a couple, not a lot, that decide that burning their MAGA hats is like a thing. So, to our viewers out there, please don't do this. This is like pure social justice warrior. If you're mad at the president for something, go ahead. That's what Twitter's for. But the burning of MAGA hats is a bit too much. And I'm going to play this video from this gentleman. I don't know who he is, but there's a couple. But this guy I picked because he looks like a raging homosexual, and he has the same.
Yes, he does.
He looks like the boss of like
Trump supporter in 2016. I voted for him in 2020. I didn't vote for him in 2024 because his rhetoric got super gay, and I felt like he betrayed the base.
His rhetoric is
he was talking about
right?
Implementing more immigration, and I saw that he wasn't going to promise that we wouldn't go to war with Iran. Then he got elected, and it's been nothing but disappointment after disappointment. We bombed Iran. We're increasing H-1B visas, replacing American workers. There's no mass deportations. Now he's talking about amnesty. That's not really amnesty for farmers. We're probably going to go into an all-out war with Iran eventually. And now the straw that broke the camel's back was this whole entire Epstein cover-up, which is super gay. So I'm pretty sure Trump is banging kids, or he's at the very least protecting people that bang kids, which I'm just not really cool with. So I have 3 of my MAGA hats here today, and we're going to burn them. Yeah, so these are basically yarmulkes now, and this is a Christian country. So we're not going to play with these anymore. MAGA hats are off. America First hats are on.
Get a better barbecue lighter, you fucking queer.
He's so much soy in his body, he can't even light a lighter.
Burn, baby, burn.
His
all look
hair's
like
blue tomorrow, and he has 3 cats.
They all look like brand new hats. It looks like they've never been worn.
Okay, so as a MAGA hat connoisseur, I could tell you that the 2 hats on the left are not official campaign hats. The one on the right is. So Judging by this, look, for sure. Let me take this off the screen. Listen, look, there is things to be pissed about when it comes to this administration. I think it always falls on the lap of the appointees, because if you know how it works, like I've seen people say, well, he's the head nigga in charge, right? So he's the one that goes ahead and tells these branches what to do, his appointees what to do. And then I go back and I tell them, okay, let's remember Mike Pence. Let's remember Bill Barr. Let's remember Jeff Sessions. And the names go on throughout his picks on his first administration. But here, what you're doing is you're getting in that same rage fit where you're burning this MAGA hat, right? And you could be against it, but a lot of people take it too far. Right. And a lot of people take it too far also with this unflinching, undying support of the president. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a reason to have unflinching, undying support for the president, but just as a regular voter, right? Like you're supposed to hold President Trump's feet to the fire. So I understand in some cases we've seen Joe Biggs, be very angry, and quite honestly, he's right in his capacity. I've said it before, like, I'm loyal to the president, because he gave me my life back. So I'm on a different level. But people have the right to be mad. You had Brandon Dilley come into Joe Biggs's comments the other day, just yesterday, and like, look, even when I was a Trump supporter, I've always been a Trump supporter, but even when I wasn't pardoned, when I saw something wrong, I did say it. So are those peoples that are judging the president as Trump supporters, are they justified? So I'll throw that question onto you guys. Rob's usually the one that's a little bit more critical, but I'll start with Barry.
Yeah. I do feel that you have to always be critical of your elected officials, no matter what. Yes, I am a lot less critical to some extent of President Trump than I think a lot of other people are. But I politicians are fucking rental cars. That's it. Whether it's the president, a senator, state senator, federal senator, it doesn't matter. They're fucking rental cars. You use them to do a job, and when they're not doing the job, you get fucking rid of them and you replace them. And that applies to the president too. So I'm not going to get upset about anyone being mad at President Trump, but I just wish that conservatives wouldn't act like little liberal spineless cuck bitches when they do it, because it's a lot fun. It's fun to laugh at them. I don't like laughing at my own, for the same behavior. So
yeah,
burning hats is gay.
So Rob, your take?
Listen, there's a lot of shit that's going on that I didn't vote for, dude. And I'm pissed about a lot of shit. But at the same time, am I going to go and burn my hats? No. See, the problem is that the pendulum is swinging real far to the right and real far to the left. And MAGA is split into these two camps. There's the constant dick riders that no matter what he does, it's perfect and right, and there's 5D chess going on and things are going on in the background that we don't know about and blah, 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 blah. Then there's the guys like this fucking faggot that burns his hats and says, oh, blah, 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 fuck Trump and all this bullshit. And then there's guys like me that are like, listen, man, I voted for this dude 3 times. I've taken punches to the face. I've taken bricks to the fucking face of this guy. I fucking fly a Trump flag on my bike right next to the fucking American flag. Like, I'm not going to give up my belief in him, but at the same time, because I've gone through that, and because of all of the support that I've given him throughout the years, I'm not going to throw him to the side, but I've earned my place to be able to say, hey, you know what, this Epstein thing sucks, the Iran thing sucks, the fact that you didn't end Ukraine like you said within 24 hours, and now we're shipping more arms to Ukraine. You said that this wasn't going to happen. So I should be able to call him out and say, hey, listen, I'm not happy with this shit. But at the same time, am I going to give up on him after 6 months? No, I'm not. And I think people are just getting way too fucking extreme and way too fucking stupid with this shit. And all the guys like him do is just reinforce Patty's position about Trump.
Okay, Patty. Then I'm going to go.
Well, I mean, Rob just said exactly what I think is correct, and my position is, in case you don't know, and you probably do. And the nice thing is, I can't get kicked off Spaces right now because I'm not on one of them. But
you are one. You are one, but you can't get kicked off.
It's a cult, and there is nothing he could do that would stop you guys from voting for him. Like, he could perform an abortion in the Rose Garden, and you guys would still vote for him. It doesn't matter. I've given up the idea that it matters, like a long time ago. And I've interviewed people, I've talked to people, at Trump, at MAGA rallies, and asked them, well, if you did this or that or the other thing, and it just straight doesn't matter. You get to the point where it's exhausting. You're just like, okay, you hate liberals, you want to own the libs, so that's all that matters in the world. And what he actually does doesn't fucking matter. I think, honestly, what he said back in when he was running in 2016, when he said I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose any voters, he initially meant it as a joke, but then he realized, oh shit, it's true. I can actually do any goddamn thing I want, and it'll never, ever, ever, ever matter. And he's right. He's right about that. It will never matter. So we can talk about, like, oh, will this position matter? Like the Epstein thing that everyone's upset about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can do whatever he wants. He could straight piss in your face and you'd vote for him because you're in a goddamn cult. And that's just what it is. And it'll never change. And it's not more complicated than that. And that's all I got to say about that particular.
All right.
Well, I prefer a Russian prostitute to piss on me over Donald Trump in my face. That's just me personally. But I'll tell you right now, if Donald Trump opened up the borders for 4 fucking years, I wouldn't vote for him ever again.
I think that's bullshit.
I was just you're full of shit,
No.
Patty. You're full
All
of
right,
shit,
Kim,
and
I'm
the
gonna
thing
give
is,
you-
you're full of
Get
shit,
him,
and
Kim.
here's why. Because we're
Here comes the
literally talking about it right now. It's dividing. There's a huge divide, a major rift in the party between people who are saying fuck Donald Trump. We're no longer, and they're maybe not burning hats, but there definitely is a major group of people who voted for him, who stood by him, who are now saying I don't want to have anything to do with this. You fucking lied to us about Epstein. So the fact that you're sitting here on the stream talking about you could speak and piss in your face, and no, we fucking wouldn't. No, that's not true. There's so many people who are pissed off to the point where they are separating themselves, where they're saying, no, I'm not Donald Trump. I am America first. I am, all about patriotism and loyalty to my country, and that Donald Trump has now officially put himself outside of that. It is disingenuous garbage to say that that is not what's happening. The left doesn't do that. The left will stand by and say, Joe Biden is completely sane. He doesn't have a single problem with his mental faculties. Well, he's literally like falling apart over the last 4 years.
I'm telling you, he's senile. He's senile. I understand that. I know.
You're also saying that we're all in a fucking cult.
I know you're capable of rational thought. I'm not saying that you're incapable in general, but the idea like every single MAGA person's in a cult, every single person who's ever voted for Trump would vote for Trump no matter what.
I didn't
It's
say
bullshit.
that.
But you
I didn't
did.
say that.
You said
I
MAGA's
said
a
that
cult.
most
You
of
said
you
that
are.
we would. No. Okay. All right.
Most of you are. Not
I
all
don't
of
think
you.
that that's true. I
All
think
right,
that that's
so
not. I think
you
that's
initially
disingenuous.
said
Where's your numbers coming from, Patty? You like taking a poll every time you see it on Twitter? Come on.
No,
It's bullshit.
I talk to people in real life.
And you
touch
use the
grass.
word cult like the word racist gets thrown around. I'm so over that
Patty
word.
does that too.
And you use it as a weapon against MAGA. It's just getting really fucking old.
So as we're wrapping up here, let's see if we have any hands up for some questions.
We do.
this pretty much wraps up the show, except for this portion right here where we take questions from the spaces.
And if Shell is amenable to this, I'm supposed to start my show at my show at 3. Might as well just keep this space open and just start my show when you guys end while we're here, and then we'll go for whatever the normal allotted time is. It's usually between 3 and 6. We'll just go to like 4 today.
So and also, Kim, I think is supposed to be going live now at 2. I don't know if she's ready for it.
No, I'm going live. It's tomorrow at 7:30.
Okay, perfect. Oh, that's right.
My show is on Saturdays now.
My bad. I live such a good life. I don't even know what day it is. So let's get to those plans, Rob.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of people in the space, and we might as well just keep it going.
Okay.
So, Shell, who do we have first?
Got Buck first.
Go ahead, Buck.
Hey, thanks. Well, now that we've heard from CNN, let's get to the real stuff.
Buck, he's our very own Jessica Tarlov.
Yeah. No, you know what though?
Ooh, sexy.
Listen, Patty,
Stop
Patty,
touching the red dick, Patty.
If you want people to not completely follow Donald Trump, maybe it would be a good idea for the Democrats to come up with a candidate that's not completely batshit crazy. And then maybe people wouldn't completely follow Donald Trump. So he's made a lot of mistakes. And I think, Patty, what you don't realize is there's one more bad decision in that video we're watching is Rob out in his backyard. I mean, he's black-pilled. He's ready to, call him out, and he calls him out all the time. But honestly, you can't, it's not a cult. Sometimes, unfortunately, in politics, you believe in a candidate, they stand for a lot of good things. There's still a lot of good things that have happened. But yeah, I admit there's a lot of crap I'm not happy with and I'm upset about. We still don't know if this is, part of a grander plan or not, or if it's just typical politic BS. But there is no other choice because we know what the country would look like right now if Donald Trump wasn't there. And we know that several of the people on stage wouldn't be on stage right now if Donald Trump wasn't there. So, you need to think about that. It's not a cult. It's just Americans sick of having their rights trampled on, unfair policies, stealing from us on a daily basis, stealing our money, and doing whatever the hell they want, not to mention pushing a true cult, which is this pedophile cult that wants to cut the parts off of young children. That ends the debate right there. That one issue alone ends the debate right there. That shit needs to stop. It should never have been allowed. And if you guys could come up with a old school Democrat who was somewhere even close to the middle, then people might make a different choice. But
yeah,
saying that it's a cult, no. The Democrats forced this into the American populace because there was no choice, because we were losing our country, because the commies were selling us out. And that's a fact with receipts. So sorry, brother, got to disagree with you there. The word cult is, that's just a CNN talking point. You're smarter than that. You can do better than that. I'll land there.
Yeah, I don't think the party that thinks there's 86 genders and women and men can get pregnant can call us a cult. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's so just.
I don't know of a party.
The team of Vote Blue, no matter who, is gonna try to say that we're a cult. Like, all right, cool.
You might
story,
not,
bro.
Patty. You might not believe it, but to say that
You might,
the party does.
You're reciting the mantra of the people that do.
Yeah.
No, what I think,
because it's a cult.
I'll say this really quickly.
We have
really
an
think
EI hire on SCOTUS that doesn't even know how to fucking describe what a woman is.
Okay, well, I would describe it as Rob, but what I would say more importantly is that what you guys have done is decided to take the most extreme person that you can possibly find and decide that is that's the Democratic Party, right? Now, I could do the same thing. I could say, oh, Nick Fuentes, the most extreme person I can think, he speaks for everybody in the Republican Party, in which case I would think that you're all racist and Nazis and whatnot. Now, I know that's not true, right? But if I did that, you could understand how I could convince a whole bunch of people that, hey, all the Republicans are racist. Well, that's just not the way it is. So I'm trying to have a discourse here. I'm trying to have what I would call intercourse with you, right? We're trying to have, a conversation. And I know that you're not all as extreme as Nick Fuentes or some of the people I've met, right? But you guys seem to insist upon the fact that I, as a liberal, must believe all of the most hardcore leftist stuff that you see on television. Well, that isn't true.
Yeah,
man.
but you deny it.
But you literally just said that we're a cult.
You deny it.
I'm saying that there is a cult. I didn't say you are in a cult, Kim, and I don't think you are, and I don't think Enrique is, and I don't think Rob is.
Yeah,
I think Barry definitely is.
I'm in it. I'm like a grand dragon in this cult, dude. I'm not leaving Trump no matter what. Like I'm
black.
He's about to pull a Roger Stone and just get a giant Trump portrait right on his back.
Nobody tell Enrique that he's black. He's too important to the movement.
Roger is the biggest Patty fan in the world, man. Roger loves
yeah.
All right, I was gonna paraphrase this, but I'm just gonna read it directly because my husband's much smarter than I am, and he sent me some notes. Oh wow, I just closed it. Okay, somebody else speak for 20 seconds while I pull it up. Here it is. Never mind, just kidding. It's a cult. It's a desperate attempt at collectivism, which is something leftists pretend to be against. All right-wingers are the same. All white men are racist. All this, all that. Turn the same concept on all gays, on all blacks, all trannies. They lose their minds. The left wants to sacrifice. Oh, there he is. The left wants to sacrifice kids to Moloch and achieve more success in business. Is that a cult? The left wants soft on crime policies that make their cities unlivable. Is that a cult? The left supports transgender mutilation of healthy children's genitals. Is that a cult?
I don't know anybody who supports mutilating kids' genitals. That's not a thing.
You stay in.
Yes, they do.
That's not true. You're making that up. That's nonsense.
Let's get to these hands.
I'm not going to allow
cognitive dissonance.
It's not a lie.
You're just denying reality, Patty.
Leftists mutilate.
Cognitive dissonance from Patty.
Let's get these.
Who do we have next, Shell?
Got Cookie. Let's go,
Cookie, go ahead.
Oh, hey, it's been fun listening to your show, Enrique. I'm glad that you have this space. I'm glad you gave Rob his space. Whatnot. It's been fun watching and listening to Rob, and I'm thankful you give the gays a show. You've been asking one for a long time, so I think that's awesome.
Fucking, I knew someone was coming out.
Oh, and be careful saying you want to mind intercourse or mention intercourse around Rob. He's.
I know that fucking noodle arms wouldn't stop me if I wanted to.
For clarity, Rob has run his space for a very long time, very successfully. We added him to the Warboy Studios, and he's been a very, very good ad. And actually, he is the record holder for highest view count of any show, even though it was me and Barry on the streets, but it was Rob running the show. So the number to beat, I believe, Rob, it's like
11,000
or 11,000.
11,000. That's the number to beat.
Yeah, so we appreciate having Rob on the studio, but Rob has been a character on his own for a very long time.
And shout out to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for allowing Patty to be on the Ward Boy Studios.
I actually see a hand right now, and it's one of my favorite people in the entire world, but man, is she gonna fucking go nuts.
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, G.
Oh, here we go with the Long Island fucking broad.
Listen, I'm not from Long Island.
It's
Cut
Staten
your crap
Island.
already. I know I get like really under your skin, and I love it. I really do.
I actually love it. I think you're great.
He can't eat. You see, I can't get a word in. Everyone else gets to speak. He acts it on code when he's on the show, but when he's in his space, he wants to, act like an imbecile, and then hopefully get kicked to get a notch on his belt, which I didn't kick you if I dropped you, which you deserved because you need to learn how to behave. And I'm glad that on the show you can behave yourself. But I think, at this point, everyone before me has already, schooled him on or put him in his place about the whole cult, narrative that just doesn't fly. So I'll just leave it there, hoping that he has a great afternoon. And like the good Boston Mick he is, he goes and cracks open a nice ice cold one and chills the hell out.
She called me a Boston Mick.
You are Boston Mick, dude.
I am a Boston Mick.
Well,
I mean, I can't. Yeah, it's true.
All right. So
did I lie?
Nope. You're right. You're right.
Rob, okay, so I'm gonna end the actual live stream with just a couple words from you guys.
Well, why don't we just keep the live stream going?
Yeah, you guys can keep
we're,
the live.
We're already here. We'll just go and do my show, and I'll just end early tonight.
So this is what we'll do. Well, then I'm not gonna say any last words. I'm gonna sign out. But before I sign out, I want to say Kim is tomorrow that show, Kim?
Tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern.
Tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, Kim has a very, very good Rumble exclusive with none other than the Gypsy Crusader himself. If you guys don't know who the Gypsy Crusader is, I think that you guys should watch it again. There's a reason why it's a Rumble exclusive. It's a very, very spicy show. And I think that you guys are really going to enjoy it. Also, on when you guys end the stream, because I'm about to leave, when you guys end the stream, there's its own outro, which is Kim's war bumper for her show. So we're going to be showing that now whenever you guys end the stream. We got a couple things going. I'm going to ask you guys, our sponsorship program's open. If you go to the Warboy Studios page and you click on it, it has a couple details there, and just DM that Warboy Studios account and we'll get you over and we'll start talking and we'll show you, because we're going to start running some ads on here on the network to try to see if we could keep this going for a while. Things like this take time and effort. And only those people that will be approved are going to be conservative vendors, are people that are going to have our values. And in some cases, you might disagree with some of those conservative values, but again, they will be verified conservatives. And go ahead and follow our studio and hit those post notifications on the Warboy Studios. Follow me at Noble1 ONE at the end. Thank you guys. My co-hosts Barry and Rob and Patty and Kim will be taking over the rest of this news brief. Thank you guys for always coming in. And actually,
I'm going to call you when I'm off.
Just give me a call. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for hosting.
Take it easy, bro.
Great show, guys.
So I will say, I have to hop off in just a second here. I got mom stuff I got to do before nap time. But for everybody that's listening, I know when people hear Gypsy Crusader, when they hear Paul Miller, they think a lot of negative things. And I intend to take this as a very serious journalistic interview. I'm going to let Paul say what he wants to say, and I'm going to let him tell his story, but I also am going to ask him the questions because, quite frankly, Paul is the extreme right. Paul, Gypsy Crusader is like the niche extreme that people fear and, talk the most garbage about. But when you really sit down and talk with him and you listen to his values and you listen to how well-spoken and articulate he is as, himself, it puts a big spotlight on the reason that they try to ostracize people like him. The reason they try to silence people like him is because he points out legitimate problems. He points out things that are uncomfortable to speak about. And, for that, he is painted as the devil. For that, he's painted as the worst of the worst. And genuinely, when you get to see what he's about, you'll see why he has such a following, because while he does entertain with the extreme, his points, he comes with receipts. And I think that that's extremely important, and I want to give him a serious space to be able to do that because nobody else has done that before. And I also love to test the boundaries of free speech. I mean, you know, that's what that's about, right? You're not supposed to the defending free speech is not about defending the speech that you are that you encourage. It's about defending the speech that you don't like. It's about defending hate speech, because hate speech, believe it or not, is free speech. And that's what I have to say about that. Gypsy Crusader is going to be live tomorrow. I'm going to start at 7:00 p.m. I'm going to have some cool, fun intro videos, some stuff to warm us up for the interview, and then we're just going to go on, and it's going to go straight for him. That, I believe he does his stream on like goyam.tv or something like that afterwards. So we'll see Gypsy tomorrow at 7:00. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are there. Come with your negative comments, come with your positive comments. I want to hear them all. I'll share questions, and it'll be a good show.
Thanks, Kim. Can't wait for it.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you guys. I'll probably sit in the background so I can watch my bumper, but that's just because I'm a bit narcissistic. All right. Have a good one, guys. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Yeah. Well, Patty, how are you doing? How are you feeling like, you know, ending the show? What are you going out on? Anything you want to tell the audience?
I don't know. I like taking questions. I think the whole thing Rob's got going on there with chatter is pretty cool.
Well, actually, we're in X Spaces. We're not. This is so we got.
Oh, we're in X Spaces now.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got almost 200 people in this space.
Nice.
Well,
Well,
even on your outro, Patty, you were wrong again. So
again, I would have to be wrong first to be wrong again.
Oh, listen to this.
What we should do.
That's basically the name of the show is Patty Don't Get Shit Right.
We could have some questions. Like people want to ask questions of Barry or Rob or
So
entertaining.
So, hey guys, welcome to it is now Critical Mass with Patriot Rob, and I got my boys here hanging with me. And if you guys have any questions, you want to bring up any topics, today is an open forum. I don't have a guest for today, other than I got one idiot to my right of me and my boy to the left.
You should really switch me to the left, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if you can do that or not.
Definitely the left nut.
But Patty's arms represent the Democrat Party.
Yeah,
mine
and they're
represent
much more
the conservative.
Showing off his freaking noodle arms, man. So yeah, if you guys are down in the audience and you want to come up, Shell is our co-host over there. If you guys could repost the space, quote tweet it. Shell, help me out because you do it phenomenally, my dear.
All right, everybody, if you could share the space, please drop it in your DM rooms, tag your friends, quote tweet it, we'll share it out there, as well as that live link that's in the nest so you can see all the guys having this wonderful afternoon chat on Critical Mass with Patriot Rob. Don't let any of your friends miss it, guys. Get them in here. Let's go.
And Shell, if you get a second, I don't know if I can do it from the thing. Could you change the title of the space for me?
No.
Oh,
Shell is really good at that, by the way. That was a really good.
He's
like,
man.
That's
Shut up, Patty.
I learned everything.
Up, Patty.
I learned everything that I know from her, as far as being able to host a space like this.
She's a boss.
Let me introduce myself to you. Sirius XM Radio for 6 years. I go live with Tim Young and on a lot of podcasts, and throughout the week I have my own show called Shell Shocked. And I've been doing this for quite some time.
I'm impressed. It's a kick ass.
From the left, and you can't really learn very easily. I would actually put that effort into you.
I was just trying to pay you a compliment, and she gets all serious.
Shut up, Patty. Shut the fuck up.
She's awesome. She's good. I was just respecting her talent.
Giving you shit, man.
All right, so we're going to open this up to everybody in the space. You guys got a subject you want to bring up. You guys want to talk about something. It's an open forum. Bring it. Put your hand up. Let's fucking go. And silence. So when are you supposed to be interviewing Michael Graves?
So I messaged Frank about that, Frank Kavanaugh, and I haven't got a response yet, but I'm hoping that we can do that show with him and Michael sometime in the next week. So hopefully, like my show is on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Hopefully we have it for then. I don't know for sure, but I definitely I'm hoping that happens. So that's the
you guys don't know Michael Graves. It used to be the lead singer of the Misfits. Yeah, punk rock group.
So that's what we're doing, and I'm gonna try again tomorrow with the vocal track. To try and send you. I understand, like, there's a lot of moving parts here, but I'm gonna give it another shot as far as the vocal quality and the right room and whatnot. Because I don't have a studio in here. It's like, you got obviously a thing going on there, but.
So, and People in Spaces, there's a song by the Misfits called Attitude, and Patty thinks it, it totally embodies the personas of the people here at Warboy Studio. So as a studio, we're all getting in on it, and I'm going to be doing all the music, and then I'm going to have Enrique and Barry and Patrick and hopefully Kim singing the verse. To it, and we're gonna do a live video.
Yeah, I think people are gonna like it.
Video.
I'm already bored.
Oh, Barry's gonna go crazy when he gets to do a verse. He's gonna be.
I think I'm gonna do like a hip hop verse. Talk about shooting all the homies and trapping the houses and stuff.
Yeah, hey Barry, you do whatever you like, man.
Show.
You do you. You know what I mean? You can wear a fucking turtleneck or whatever weird shit you like to do. It's a thing.
Show what?
This is the best, baby.
Faux show what? Is that what you said, Sean?
I don't know. Whatever those kids that listen to hip hop say.
So, does anybody have an update as to what's going on in the Dr. Moore trial? Because that's what I was going to focus on today. I've been trying to find. Without making it obvious, I'm on my phone since we're live, but of course, I want to know where we're at as far as that goes. And how do you guys in the audience that know about this trial? How do you guys feel about this? Shell?
I think Pam Bondi's showing her colors, just the way she did here in Florida with the red flag laws. Continuing this from the Biden administration is absolutely abhorrent, and she knows exactly what she's doing. I think Dr. Moore should be released, and this should be dropped completely.
I don't disagree with you whatsoever. The fact that this was Biden's lawfare going after this guy, and Pam Bondi had an opportunity to do something to show the nation. But and here's the thing, guys, Buck and I are going to get into an instant argument over this. But I truly, honestly feel that this is also Trump's ego, because he is said multiple times he is the be all end all of the vaccines. It was him that got it out, and he still has not walked back the fact that these.
But he never mandated it.
No, you're right. I was
he never mandated it.
I was getting there.
He wouldn't prosecute somebody for not doing it.
Right. But the fact is, Trump could come out and say, "Hey, listen, you know what? I was doing what I thought was best. I got bad information from Dr. Fauci," because we all know that he did. We know how evil Dr. Fauci is, and somebody like Dr. Moore should be. These charges should have been dropped the second he got into office. Pam, I don't know. I just think that. Yeah. But I also think that Pam Bondi's doing it on purpose. I think there's something nefarious going on. I think that
she sold out to Big Pharma and taken a big check.
I think she just sold out to the deep state in general. But I absolutely agree with you, Shell.
Can we possibly just for a second blame Donald Trump for things that happen when Donald Trump is president? Or do we have to constantly make excuses for him and say that, oh, well, he got bad advice? Well, you know what? Smart guys don't take bad advice, right? So the buck stops here. At some point, he has to be in charge of something when he's president of the United States. And if he is in charge, then what happens is on him.
Patty,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
When he makes a decision It's his damn decision. He's a big boy, right? He got elected to the highest office in the land. This constant blaming of other people is just pussy shit. Like, I can't stand it. Like, it's just, oh, he's a tough guy, captain of industry and all this. But every time he does something we don't like, we're going to blame it on somebody else. It's just bullshit. It's garbage.
All right, so here, let me pose it. Let's say tomorrow I get elected as president. Okay, I have a rock solid economic platform. I am as pro. There's very few people that know as much about 2A as I do. Okay, I know nothing about the medical industry, but now I'm president, so I'm going to go to somebody like Dr. Kat Lindley, and I'm going to be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to take your advice, and if she gives me bad advice, I don't know whether it's good advice or not. Of course, Fauci gave him bad advice, but he doesn't know anything about the medical industry other than, big pharma being big pharma. But as far as
went on for like a year and a half.
But as far as vaccines go, he was trusting the word of a demon is really what it boils down to. Because
how long does it have to go on for before he's like, hey,
right?
You know what? This is bullshit. I got to move on.
Like Shell said, he didn't mandate it. He didn't stop you from fucking going to getting on a plane. He didn't stop you from going to fucking work. He didn't have you fucking arrested when you were walking on the beach by yourself without a mask on. And yes, that did happen multiple times. People
I got kicked out of my apartment for not wearing a fucking mask. So
okay,
I understand
that was
what you're
under
saying.
your guy Biden.
No, it was under Trump.
No, it was not.
That was
But that's going to be liberal controlled policies in Democrat cities that cause that.
You guys will make any number of excuses.
No, but here I'm going to comment on something real quick that Patty said about when will people blame Trump, and I think that's really rich from people coming from the party that doesn't hold their party accountable for fucking anything ever. So I mean, if they want to point to one thing about, I'm talking about Democrats as a whole. If they want to talk about one thing that Trump did or two things that Trump did that everyone's excusing him for, what about the entire excusation of the fucking Democrat Party? Like they let him off the fucking hook for everything. I mean, it's so I just I'm not going to listen to the Democrats talk about holding Trump up.
That's the definition of whataboutism. What you just said, Barry, is the definition of whataboutism. And Rob's laughing because he knows it's true.
No, I'm laughing because what Shell's saying, his own Biden's own doctor just pled the fucking fifth.
Yeah,
I don't like Biden. I'm not a Biden fan. Why? Like, don't put that on.
Yeah, I know it's worse. You like Kamala,
right? That gives you
what, G?
Oh, I don't like Biden.
All right, guys, listen. Now that I've stepped into the co-host chair,
oh shit,
I'm going to ask everybody, please, to wait. I know we all want to yell at Patty. I do too. But let's wait till they tell us that we can take hands. We do have a lot of hands up.
Yeah, we do.
And I want to say, honestly, like, as long as Patty doesn't talk over you, don't talk over him. Because it's easy to pick apart his argument if you just let him speak and then let him finish. So let him speak and then take him apart with facts because, Democrats can't handle facts. So, Rob, whenever you're ready, there's a lot of hands over here, sir.
Yeah, hey, Rob, real quick, I got to jump off. I'm sorry. I got to get ready for my next interview. We're going to be interviewing an activist out of Virginia that is exposing the most corrupt jail in America, the Northern Neck Regional Jail in Warsaw, Virginia. We got that coming up on the show. So good luck to you, Rob. I'm going to get out, get ready to do this interview. But God bless you.
Heavy duty, Barry.
Yeah, that's man. Never, unless you play for the NFL or you're a Democrat, never take a knee to communism, ladies and gentlemen.
Brother. Yes.
Love you, Barry.
Love you guys.
So I can boot him out.
Patty, go in the space. She'll want you to go in the space so she can boot you. Wait,
can I actually do that?
Yes.
I wonder if I can go into space. And
are you doing the thing on your phone?
No.
So go in the space on your phone.
What? So she can kick me out for giggles?
Yeah, that would be fucking awesome. Come on, that's content, bro. Content.
As soon as we get done with this, I'm going to do a video on how I got booted for the last couple of days. But anyway, this is going on for a long time. So,
Hey, Patty, hold on. You came into the pub chat the other night. Nobody booted you. You ran.
Oh
no, there were a couple of times I've left because I had to leave because I had something to do, and there are a couple of times I got booted. So yeah, there are differences. I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Next time you want to come into the pub chat, let me know, and I'll speak to the owner of a DRAC so he can talk to everybody. So you can actually attempt to, because you're definitely in enemy territory if you come in there, brother. But
I don't
think
consider
you should try to present
now.
an intelligent argument in there, especially to Kay Daly, because I think she'd have fun with you.
I think I present an intelligent argument. I think you may disagree with it, and it's that's perfectly fine. But I mean, I've been presented with some really stupid arguments, and just reacted accordingly. But
oh my God, him and Jonathan Bing would get along.
You know what? Hey, Rob,
Yeah.
we should introduce him to Chad. You know, Chad needs a new chew toy. We need to keep his teeth sharp, and I think Patty's perfect.
Whatever you say, Shell. That ought to be fun.
I'm waiting for the day when Shell actually gets really mad at Patty. Like, I would pay $99.99 on pay-per-view to watch that match in person.
Buck would be muted, and then the baby oil would be out watching that.
That's weird.
Dude, not with Patty in the. Come on now. Come on.
Shell, who do we have? This is going off the rails. Yeah. Shell, who do we have, honey? Who's next?
All right, we got Miss G, and then we're going to go to Beetle.
Miss G.
Okay. I'm of the belief appropriate criticism, corrective criticism, is always something we should do. And I'm not afraid to do it with Trump or whatever. I think it's kind of a disingenuous argument that Patty's making when he wants, Shell just gave it to him. Good, but good, I don't have to pat you on the back, His answer was, well, I don't like Biden. That doesn't give you a pass for the truth that's being presented to you. Now, I think we all can agree men have huge egos, and you can't say that you don't. So wanting Trump, somebody with one of the hugest egos, aside from my husband, and some of you people on this app, but anyway.
I have something huge, not my ego, though.
Stop. You want to know why it's going off the rails? You're sending it there. So hush up, buddy. Anyway, if you're going to expect him, okay, to turn around and say, you know what, which how I see it, and I would do it, but then again, I'm not him. Listen, I had bad advisors, Burke, Fauci. The whole entire system was working against me, and I trusted that they had the American public best interest at heart, and they didn't. And for that, I am sorry. Now, that would be appropriate, but you are not going to get it from Trump, just like you're not going to get it from a lot of men. And this isn't a man-woman thing. It's just reality. I get it. I know a man's ego. I'm married to one 30 years, but together for 37 years. His ego will get in the way of a lot of things, and I've accepted it. And just like, other things, there's certain things you have to come to terms with. Would I have liked him to say certain things? Yeah. Am I past that? Just like I'm past this whole, I'm not past. Let me correct that. I'm not going to fault Trump for what's going on with the Epstein thing. And I want to throw Susie under the bus just because I got that spidey sense on her. And I think that she also needs to be named with Pam and everyone else that is being named. That's just me. But in a sense, I never expected anything. So, it's not a problem. So when he doesn't come out and say, you know what, this is what happened, this is my statement on the vaccine and certain things, again, not expecting it. But I just want to put this out there because I can't shut up without giving a pop shot at Patty. Listen, Patty, your state is what did that to you. Let's get that straight. Just like New York City locked down and was an authoritarian state and city for probably longer than most. Don't go pin that on Trump. Period. You want to talk about weak arguments, buddy? You need to, like just step it back and understand that you ain't got no strong arguments that I hear of. Period. Again,
So-
well done, Shell, but you don't need to be told that.
So, Patty, I got to explain something to you. In all the years that I've been on Spaces, there's been one person who doesn't swear, is very, very calm, is not prone to hyperbole. She texts me and says, "Tell Patty it's not a cult. He's just an asshole." I almost died when I read, because who it came from. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Who did that come from?
It came from
Now that
Dr.
I've had,
It came
now
from
that I've
Dr.
had about 4
Shelley,
minutes.
Dr. Cat.
Now that I've had about 4 minutes of people criticizing me without saying anything, I'm going to respond. Now, first of all,
I can't even.
I appreciate your honesty. You're wrong, but you're honest, and I dig that. Okay, so that's cool. There's no problem.
Am I
there.
right?
Okay, I'm gonna get to it. Now, Rob, I think it's funny that you think it's funny that someone is criticizing me because we just spent like I don't know what the last like 2 hours talking about politics, and in the most part we agree on a lot of things. I mean, we really do. Like, for people to actually watch that whole 2 hours and say that we disagree about everything, they would be wrong. Like,
No, we
because
never said we disagree.
we disagree occasionally, but not constantly, right? And what G was saying, okay, fine. We're probably going to disagree about almost everything politically, but where we hopefully agree is that everybody's got the right to say what they want to say and say it how they want to say it. And what like I said, I'm going to cut a video here in a little while about this. I got told, hey, you can't use profanity, or you can't say this, or you can't say that. Or if you say cult, despite the fact that everyone called me a libtard over and over again, when I said cult, they said, oh, that's unacceptable. You can't say that. Then some guy, and I don't know who this guy is, again, don't interrupt me. Some guy said the N-word, right? And I'm not, the only reason I'm not saying these words is because I know we'll get kicked off, and I don't want to do that to Enrique and all that. But somebody said the N-word, then the F-word referring to gays, and then the K-word referring to Jews, right? In one sentence, in one space. And nobody got mad. And I said, hey, I think that that's a little out of line. And they muted me immediately. They were like, hey, you can't, say somebody can't, it's free speech and all that stuff. I was like, really? I'm the bad guy because I said you shouldn't say,
dude,
you know what I'm saying, right? But I can't say it. So I was like, this is insane. So this is the video that I'm going to do because I can't understand what you people think. I say you people think about free speech.
There's nobody on this panel right now that said you can't call us a cult. We're fighting back and telling you that it's not a fucking cult.
No, I got muted and kicked off because I said cult. And you can ask anybody who's on here. Look, I guarantee you, anyone who's on the space has been on the space that I got kicked off for saying it's a cult.
But you got kicked off of Space last night for telling the women that were running it that they got fat asses.
They had fat asses. Yeah, I did. I said that. Is that so offensive? You got a fat ass?
Maybe the women that have fat asses.
Jesus, how fragile are you?
You know, dude, it's the fat. We're
pussies.
Probably not. What we're talking about right now, we're not talking about any of the other shit. Okay. We're talking about right now, the pushback that you're getting is the fact that you're calling you said, and you did. I want you to go back and listen to yourself. The first thing that came out of your mouth was, you are all in a cult. That's what you said, and exactly how you said it. And then when you realized you said it, you went, I said, most of you. Like you had to
there might be one or two of you,
and you won't even take the L on that. The fact that you fucking came right out and said we're all in a cult, and there's plenty of people that have their hands raised, and we're going to get to them, like Beetle and Cookie and Nathan, that are just as pissed off about what the shit that's Trump's doing right now, and we'll tell you that this most of what we're seeing right now, as of today, is not what we voted for, but we're not going to give up on him. That doesn't make us in a cult. The cult are the people. No, it doesn't. The cult people are the ones that look at the shit that's going on right now and try to capitulate it away, try to make excuses for it. And none of us are. Doing. No, we're not.
Yeah,
no, we're not. We're pissed off about the fucking Epstein shit. We're pissed off about.
Pissed off enough.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're pissed off enough.
I'm not kidding you. I'm dead.
We're not pissed off to the point where we're going to take the last fucking 10 years of the shit that we've done for him and just throw the baby out with the bathwater, because we believe that President Trump, irrespective of what you think, we believe that President Trump has always in his heart loved this country and wanted the best for this country. That doesn't make it. That's not a cult, Patty. That's not a cult.
It is. It is. And
you know what? When he had all his policies, like these EOs that he came in, none of them are codified yet. None.
Yeah, because EOs are in and of themselves.
Right, but we own the House and the fucking Senate. They could have been. We got a bunch of long. We got not for long, he says. All right, so hold on. We got a lot. Let's get to these hands. I don't know who was next, Shell. You are the fucking woman over there, my dear.
We got Beetle, honey. Let's go, Beetle.
Beetle Bailey, what's going on, brother?
What's happening, brother? How you doing?
Good, man.
Dude, Patty, we're not all in a cult. Listen to Rob. He's telling you the truth. I'm a redneck from North Carolina. And in this space, you can say nigger, kike, and faggot all in the same sentence. That nigger, kike, faggot stole my
go. See, this is what I'm saying. Yeah. You know what? There it is. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself.
No, you can't fuck me because you're a faggot. You're not fucking me. I'm sorry.
See, here it is, man. This is proving my point.
All right.
Hold on.
Shell's playing Ringmaster here. Hold on.
Well, not only that, are you still hooked into YouTube? Because you will get a strike for that.
We are.
We gotta mind ourselves here. We don't want to take your network down.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Oh bullshit! You're not sorry.
Oh, it was only a couple minutes until I did the same thing. So like,
I don't say some shit like that though, man.
I say it all the time, dude. Listen. I say it because it fucking offends liberals. I don't do it because
you know what? I mean, honestly, that kind of like I'm all for fucking with people. As a matter of fact, like exactly that's what I'm doing right now. But seriously, I say fat asses and people get upset, but he can say what he just said, and that's cool. Like, get out of here, man. Like, get real.
I don't think, but see, here's the thing. I don't think you should have been kicked out for that. That's just typical fucking, women that call themselves conservative. Yeah. No. These are women that consider themselves conservative, but you start messing with their emotions and their feelings, they get all feminazi, and they're like, oh, no. I would have just
So you think it's all right to say what he just said?
I absolutely do. I'm a free speech absolutist.
Well, he's not talking anymore, and why is that?
Because Shell asked him not to. But you know what? I won't kick anybody out. I've had people come up and say things that I vehemently oppose.
But I won't kick them out. Vehemently, you mean?
Vehemently, yes. But you know what?
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
I know what he's doing. But at the same time, I claim I'm a free speech absolutist. I will not kick anybody out of my space unless they come up and they start. I don't know, talking about porn. And it's like, all right, listen, I'd fucking get the fuck out of here.
That's the line, but apparently.
Well, yeah, like if a porn bot, what I mean is if a porn bot comes up and goes, oh, subscribe to my OnlyFans. All right, get the fuck out of here, cunt.
I got you. I just think that, look, I'm all for, busting balls, but when you say things like what he just said, like, seriously, like, are we adults or not? Like, yeah,
but you know what? You're also talking to a whole bunch of Gen Xers that grew up with fucking comedians that said shit like that all the fucking time.
I know. I'm a big I posted the Richard Pryor stuff the other day.
We're not allowing the left to take away our fucking sense of humor. because just because you guys find it offensive and you think slurs are fucking offensive, we do not. We don't care how you feel about it. We don't give a shit about the left saying, oh my God, somebody said fucking nigger. Oh boy, big fucking deal. We grew up with comedians that said that shit constantly. And nobody got offended. Black people didn't get offended when fucking when what's his name? Don Rickles looked at fucking Sammy Davis Jr. says, "Oh no, don't touch me. Fucking black people rust." Everybody fucking laughed. This is the era that we grew up.
And you texted me last night and told me that I was over the line for saying fat ass.
That might have crossed the
line. That bothered you. I was over the line for saying fat ass.
No, it didn't bother me. I don't give a shit. Those women probably do have a fat fucking ass.
You want me to read it back to you, Rob?
Yes,
you
go ahead.
You're over the line for saying fat asses, but you can say nigger, and that's
no. Hold the fuck on, bro. Hold on. I am gonna read it. I said, he's like, I said, bro, you kill me. And I said, and you said, I gotta be me. Am I supposed to sit there and act like a bitch? I said, no, but telling them they had fat asses was uncalled for. But it is what it is, bro. Yeah, it was uncalled for.
Fat asses is uncalled for, but kike is okay.
No. Did Beetle Bailey call anybody in here a kike? What I'm talking about is you directed it towards somebody. When you say to somebody, you're a kike, or you're a nigger, or you're a woman with a fat fucking ass, you're directing it at them. What do they call it? Ad hominem attacks? Is that the new catchphrase nowadays? No, you directed something like that towards somebody specific.
Hey,
nobody in here saying those words. No, it is, dude. There is a difference. There is a difference.
There is no difference.
No, the new catchphrase now is woke right.
Yeah, the new catchphrase is woke right. Exactly.
All right, can we get another question here?
Yes.
Patty, how do I spell your name? Did I spell it correctly?
Patrick.
Paddy, or it's just my name is Patrick. It's Patrick.
Is it Pattie? Is that how you?
No, it's Paddy. If you're going to spell Patty.
Okay, I got
that's the Irish. That's the Irish spelling. Patty up there is like patty cakes, and right now he's acting like one. So you can leave it.
Shell, who do we have next? Because we got a lot of hands, which is great because I love the fact that we have people that want to talk. I think it was Nathan that was next anyway. I think I remember saying that.
Yeah, you're right. It's Nathan, then we're going to go to Cookie, then we're going to go to Joan and Swamp. Remember that order, please.
Swamp Marine,
so
yep.
Nathan, Cookie, Joan, Swamp.
All right, thanks. Yeah, so this is going. Just bear with me. That this is going to seem like it's kind of going off topic, but it's really not. When everyone talks about the Epstein thing, we're all focused on the children, and that's great. But it's a blackmail operation, and for what reason? Why are they being blackmailed? Why is our country gone to shit? It's because our politicians their arms are being twisted so they can vote for these monopolies. What monopoly has a fucking a free pass to do whatever fuck they want, including killing people? That's Pfizer, who Pam Bondi also used to represent. So I think all of this is connected, and if you dare mention Mossad is involved with this, then you're labeled woke right. Oh, you can't go there. Don't talk about that. Now you're being anti-Semitic. Well, it's true. Mossad is a part of this whole operation, and I think that's a big reason why to maybe give her a little bit of credit is maybe Rubio saying, hey, don't look there. We have to support our greatest ally or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of facets to all of this, and frankly, I'm disgusted. Like we can't. How can we have any trust that our government's working in our best interest until we know that they're no longer being blackmailed? Alain, thanks.
Nathan, you believe that Rubio is a part of this?
Well, I don't know. I think that he has a lot of concern with our greatest ally, and that is a concern with Mossad's participation in the whole Epstein blackmail ring.
I don't listen, dude. I don't disagree with you, but here's the thing, and I'm gonna pick up on something that you just said, is that if we were to call out any government in the world, we would not get the pushback that we would get if we said something negative about the Israeli government. And I call bullshit on that, man. I am somebody, I've said this multiple times. You guys have all heard me. I am if nothing else, I'm consistent in my messaging. When Biden was in office, Patty, take this for what it is, dude. When Biden was in office and the way he was running this country, I didn't want any other country like Russia or, Ukraine or, Sweden or anybody looking at the American people based upon what my government was doing. I was not being represented by my government. I can separate the Israeli government from the Jewish people.
Of course, yes.
And there is a problem now, though, with the extremes, the extremists like Nick Fuentes, that will say that it's all Jews. That which is bullshit.
Yep.
If
I couldn't agree with you more.
If we can say that our government does nefarious shit and has for years all over the fucking world, then it's okay to say that, you know what, Israel, Mossad, and by extension, the state of Israel, not the fucking Jewish people, are nefarious pieces of shit that have their fucking hands in every single fucking thing in this fucking country. And people are going to call you anti-Semitic. You tell those motherfuckers to eat a fat bag of dicks.
Well, I could not agree with you more.
Think
I could not agree with you.
Like maybe he's a paid actor bringing it.
What was that, Nathan? Go ahead.
Sorry, Shell, but don't you think Fuentes is possibly a paid actor to bring it so extreme that we can't even have that conversation?
I think there's more people. I think there's more people than Nick Fuentes that are doing it, dude. I think there's a lot of people out there that can't hear my message, like the people on the right that are just so vehemently opposed to the Jews. So it's all the Jews. It's not the Israeli government. So there are a lot of people that
the Israeli government. We all like any reasonable people like you and I know that.
It's not the Jewish people. So there are some extremists out there that are parroting this whole thing that it's the Jews and they can't separate the Jewish people from the government. And those are the people that are ruining this whole fucking thing.
Stu Peters is that guy on the right who's doing that. And there are people on the very far left who do that when they talk about, hey, they make a reasonable point that the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank are being abused, and that's true. But they, instead of criticizing the Israeli government, they criticize Jews. And it's like, why do we have to have these stupid infantile arguments? Why can't we just say, hey, look, it's the government, not the people, but the government who are doing shitty things. And for some reason, we're never going to get there. I don't know why that is, but it is. And
the state of Israel is not our greatest ally. Maybe the Jewish people in the Middle East are our greatest ally, but their government, no fucking way in hell.
Exactly.
And we
agree.
Yes, Joan is next.
Actually, Cookie is next.
Oh, okay. See, Buck made me fucking remember it, and I didn't. Shell, you are in clutch, my dear. Go ahead, Cookie.
She's the queen, I'm telling you. Being a cult, I'm just in a cult with the littles. That's what I like to call my little people, midgets. So we have our own cult going, and
he's got midgets in a container.
Just on his... get used to it. It's coming.
Every now and then, Cookie actually has something serious to talk about, Patty. Not just his midgets in a container on his property.
Well, I was just wondering how many midgets you can fit in a container. Like,
that's classified. I can't tell you.
He's got stuff to the hilt.
Sorry, it's classified.
I'm picturing this in my head right now, like all these little nubby legs and shit all fucking packed in.
He does take them out for Friday night drunk toss, where you get to toss the midget over the line and get a free
Thank
beer.
you, Beetle.
Do you know how much money we make off of that? I mean, that's funding. That's going to fund the military and everything for us to take over.
Cookie, go ahead, bro.
That's really all I have to say.
Oh, okay. Joan, go ahead, Joan. It's good to see you, my dear. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
All right.
I just wanted to push back on Patty, on two things. I know Trump the man, Trump the culture, Trump the civics teacher. During COVID, He did what any business manager does. He put the managers in charge of their team. The governors were in charge of the states. And that's who we really should have a problem with. And getting back to the cult, I am a Republican. I voted for Trump 3 times. I want to make America great. I have a Democratic congressperson, Swazi. And when he came in, he was against confused men sharing bathrooms, locker rooms, and sports with our females. So that was an olive branch that he put across. And I called him up, as I do every week, and I thanked him. First time thanking him for anything, but I thanked him for that, for finally having the common sense that we, the people here on Long Island, wanted. And yet when it came to the vote, he voted the opposite way. Now, if that is not devotion or cult-like behavior, please explain to me what is.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks for the comment. I'll be down in Long Island in Smithtown to play baseball in August. So I love Long Island. It's a fun place to go. But anyway, their team sucks, and we're gonna kick their ass. But that's besides the point. Yeah, to talk some trash. I'll get some blowback from that. But look, I've said this 100 times, and I don't know how more clear I can be. I don't care about this issue of trans sports, and I've made like 10 videos about it. So if that really animates you, if that's something that upsets you, then I don't know. Tell someone who gives a fuck, because I don't.
Patty,
That's really all I can say.
Let me break it down to you into syllables, honey. Her point was she reached across the aisle like a civil human being. That was her point. It didn't have anything to do with the issue. It had to do with what her actions were as a Republican and not being in a cult.
And that's fine. That's all well and good. I just don't care about the
Why are
issue.
you, why are you going off about your own videos and promoting yourself again? Can you at least address Joan?
Okay. I'm sorry if you thought I was being self-promoting there. That wasn't my intent. But no, I just don't care about that issue. I really got to say, I just don't care about that issue.
So and the thing is aren't you guys the party of like empathy? Isn't that what you're supposed to be? Like,
I never said that.
Well, they do.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it's supposed to be,
what do you mean about empathy? Like, what are you saying about empathy?
You and I can't sit here and say that we have the female experience. We don't know what it is to be females, right?
No.
So of course it's
now Barry would have, but he's gone. So
yeah, but he's gone. So we can't talk shit about him. But you and I can't sit here and say that we know what it is to be female.
Of course not. Right.
There are millions of women out there, and being a father to 6 girls, okay, I got a kind of an idea. But there are millions of women that this is a huge issue where they don't want men in their space, and nor should they have men in their space. So what you're doing, let me finish, bro. What you're doing is minimizing and making an issue that is intrinsic to the women on the right. Like, it's there. This is huge for them, more so than even the economy. They don't want men in their spaces. They don't want men taking away shit that they worked for. These are men. These are not women. You cannot change your sex. It does not happen.
Okay, look,
women
before you go any farther, because this isn't fair right now, because I think that people don't know. I made a 10-minute long video on this about 2 weeks ago where I said everything that you're saying right now, I agree with. Okay,
right,
I've already done this. So this is one of those instances where people are assuming.
You just said you don't give a fuck about the topic.
I don't give a fuck about the topic anymore. I already discussed it. I already said what I had to
say.
That's
good for you. I had to say. What have something to say about it?
Hold on a second, because this is the thing. People are assuming that I think a thing. People are assuming people are assuming that I think something that I don't think because they're like, oh, he's a liberal. He must support women or men playing in women's sports. I made it very, very goddamn clear that I don't support that. I think it's wrong and it should stop. And you guys are talking to a different person. You're not talking to me. You're talking to somebody else. So
No,
if you want to
because
talk
you
about an
just
issue,
said
I
you
don't give a
don't
fuck
give a
about
fuck.
this because
Okay,
I've
but
already
they
made
do.
myself clear.
But they do. And the fact that you just went and said that you don't give a fuck, had you not said that you don't give a fuck and be like, hey, you know what, Joan? I actually agree with you. I made a video
But I
on
did
this.
that 2 weeks ago.
Right, but these people don't know that, dude.
Okay, well now they do.
But we had to go through the whole I don't give a fuck first.
Because I'm just exhausted by the topic because I've
You're
already said
exhausted
how
by
many
it, but there's
fucking times.
there's still women out here that have had enough of this shit.
Okay, that's fine. But I mean, I've been on this show. I've been on this show how many times?
Mind.
I've been on this show how many times, and I've said the same damn thing every single time. And anybody who's watched this show with any regularity understands how I feel about this. And still, I'm getting this shit like, you want men and women's sports?
But these
No, I don't. I don't know
are prevalent.
what do I have to
them.
do?
The whole point of us having an open discussion here is for people to be able to discuss whatever they want.
Okay, they can, but I at least understand what I've said.
And dude, it's a huge issue to me. It's like, all right, Joan, here's an example. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. Most people don't pay attention in New Hampshire, and I get it, and I understand why you don't. But you guys should be paying attention to all the laws we just enacted here. And one of them is it's now illegal in this state to for women to play in men's sports. It is a law now. You can't do that. Men cannot be in women's bathrooms. And when it came to and the big one, the one that caused the most controversy is that it is illegal in this state to actually give gender affirming care to anybody under 18 years old. Now, I have video of this and I'll show it to you. The entire Democrat Party had a fucking meltdown. What?
That's not the name of it.
Oh my God. The whole lib shit party had a fucking meltdown in the fucking state house. They were crying on the floor because they weren't giving kids gender affirming care and puberty blockers. They were going nuts. And one brave Democrat, a gay black man with dreadlocks down past his fucking ass, stood up and looked at his own party and said, you are all out of your mind. He broke with them for a reason. Because he said, you know what? This is insanity. These are children. But every other Democrat in our state house lost their fucking minds. One brave fucking soul stood up there and said, you know what? Fuck this shit. This is retarded. So,
hey, Rob, real quick, and Patty, an argument you were making or a discussion point you were making earlier is that MAGA in general is a cult and, President Trump can't do anything wrong. So you've heard Rob, you've heard me, you've heard others in this space say we don't agree with certain things, okay? And then you still went on to say that you thought, he could do no wrong and we wouldn't vote any different. So how is that any different than what you're doing now? You're telling us that you're still a Democrat. And one of my strongest points is, there are some issues in life that are black and white. There's no cut and dry. It's just cut and dry. How do you support a party that wants to allow young children to be exposed to male genitals in a bathroom, lose out in sports because a guy says he's a woman but doesn't even have the surgeries, and have little children have life-altering surgeries at the age of 10, which you live in Mass and Children's Hospital is doing that. How do you justify that in your mind? And please don't anybody interrupt him. I would like to know his honest answer to that.
First of all, I don't support any of those things, and any candidate who supported any of those things, I would not vote for. And I have voted for Republicans in my life. I voted for lots of Republicans.
Did you vote for Healy?
Did I vote for Maura Healey? Yeah, I voted for Maura Healey. I voted for Charlie Baker. I voted for Mitt Romney when he was running for governor back in the day. So yeah, I voted for Republicans. I voted for Buddy Cianci, God help me, when I was a kid, back in Rhode Island. So I voted for Republicans. Yeah, that was a mistake, but I was a kid. I'm going to give myself a pass on that.
He did wonders.
He did do. I mean, look, yeah. I mean, he did a lot of things. He was in the mafia. That was a problem, but whatever. Yeah. So I will vote for people on the other side. I am not a straight down the line party voter. I'm just not that way. So when you say like, would you vote, or why do you vote for people who support certain things that you don't believe in? I don't actually vote for them. If somebody said that we should have gender affirming care for kids under the age of 18, I wouldn't vote for them, and I have not voted for them and would not vote for them. So you're asking me, like I'm giving you answers to the questions you asked. I will not vote for a Democrat who thinks that a child should have gender affirming care without their parents' permission. I will not vote for somebody who says that. No.
Wait a minute. All right. So time out. That is different. You said you won't vote for gender affirming care.
I won't vote for somebody who supports gender affirming care.
And you said without their parents' permission?
Yeah, I think, look, this is a complicated thing. I don't think that parents should allow their children to have gender affirming care. I really don't. And if I were a parent, I would not allow that. Right. But if parents do, I don't think that's good. I think it's wrong. But I'm not going to get involved in that because they're your kids and it's not my business. I think it's wrong. But I'm going to leave that alone because I don't want to get involved in other people's parental decisions. I think you should be able to decide your own stuff, despite the fact that I think that isn't correct. That's wrong.
All right. Well, Shell's got her hand up. Let Shell go. We're going to have to get into this some other time because,
why? We
a little bit of circle talk, brother.
Buck, we could just get through the hands and then go right back to it because we still got time.
All right. Well, Shell, you go first, honey.
Okay. I actually have some really exciting news. I didn't know this. But I was just sent an interview that Santos had with Tucker Carlson, and he gave me and Lou a big shout out to Tucker Carlson about our skills. So I'm tickled. That's just shocked me, you guys. So that's really fun, and I love good news. But Lou, she's a knockout co-host. Let me tell you, she's fantastic. But to put me on that list with Tucker Carlson in person. I got to go watch that here pretty soon, but that's pretty exciting. And congrats to Lou. And oh my gosh, Tucker Carlson knows my name. That's awesome.
Post it.
All right, hold on.
All right, so Rob, if you're ready, Swamp Marine to get carpal tunnel.
Yes, let's go with the Swamp Marine. What's up, bro?
Hey, brother, how you doing today? And thank you very much for letting me speak. I normally never do, and I already kind of spoke in the punch bowl earlier because of the subject that you're kind of talking about a little bit. But with Patty and this whole thing about being in a cult or whatever, half the things I hear you say now, you sound almost conservative, and then you get really. I don't know. It's almost like you're looking for a fight when you say I don't give a fuck about transgender. Well, back to the whole or women or men and women's locker rooms. I used to own a gas station. As soon as they started pulling that shit with Target, I put a sign on my female on the women's bathroom saying basically if you have a penis and you go in the bathroom, if I catch you, you're not coming out with one. I can't even express how interested and vehemently opposed I am to the whole thing. And I think I have it on my profile. If not, I'm putting it on, or it used to be. But I'm not a violent guy. I don't talk about kicking people's asses and all that stuff. I'm an old Marine, but it's not in my nature normally. But if I'm in the presence of somebody who says transgender children, they will be lucky to get away without getting a throat punch, because there's no such fucking thing. And this whole, I'm glad they asked you about with the parents' permission kind of thing, because, dude, I don't care if the parents give them permission or not. If the parents do, then they need to be, that's almost capital punishment. Children are children, period. They don't have the frontal lobe. Nothing is developed enough to do that, to make that decision. And we're seeing it.
I agree with you.
Almost 50 to more % of the people that have had the transition and were basically not bullied, but also just coerced into it, they're destroyed for life, dude. They have things that they can't reverse, and that is our whole job as a parent. Rob, you've got 6 girls, I've got 1 and 2 boys. Our whole job is to get them through to 18 without killing themselves, and with a sense of right and wrong, and what's good in the world, and who you can count on, and all that other stuff. One of the things they cannot do is make a decision about something like that, because they've got these things called hormones that are going fucking ballistic. I had them when I was a kid. You had them. I wanted to be Batman for a while. Thank God they didn't let me try sew wings on my body. They're children. That should be outlawed. Doctors that made money on it should be basically I'm trying not to say bad things so you guys get hit. But
that ship has sailed. Yeah, that ship has sailed, brother. You say whatever's in your heart, bro.
Well, brother, they should not exist. They should not breathe my air, and they wouldn't breathe my air if I was in the same room with a doctor that did that. They would not. It would take a while. Actually, it wouldn't be fast, and then they wouldn't breathe my air anymore.
Well, hey,
that's
look, man.
That's how upset I get about it. So when you call us cult members, I say this. I say a man that took a bullet and got back up and said, fight, fight, fight. He put his hand on his head. He saw blood, nothing but blood. He didn't know if it was bad or not. And I'm going ad-libbing here. I don't know what was in his head, but I kind of got an idea. I was a Marine. I watched this kind of stuff. He didn't know what happened to him. And he said, fight, fight, fight. He didn't say, oh my God, or this, or give me a medic. Or he got up and he looked out and he was pissed off. That's the motherfucker. If you want to call me a cultist or whatever else, well, I'll tell you this. I'll follow that motherfucker into hell and back, and we'll take names. And you have no idea the amount of leeway I give decisions he's making. And I think this whole Pam Bondi with the fucking Epstein thing, I think Pam Bondi was a mistake. I used to love her, but I think she was a mistake. I think she's really, if you want to point a finger at who fucked this up, it's her. The body language when they interviewed those guys, you can see they're uncomfortable with it. We all know there's more to it, but I'm going to give him a pass on this, not because I'm a cult member, but because he got up with blood in his hands and said, fight.
All right.
All right. Hey, first of all, shipmate, I just want to say, hey, despite the fact that you're a jarhead, I respect your service and thank you for that.
There's a lot of Marines.
Thank you. My favorite color is grape.
Yeah, you know what Marine stands for? It's my ass rides and Navy equipment, sir. And that's what that is. But anyway,
and you didn't hear it.
Yeah, no, I said Marine stands for my ass rides and Navy equipment. That's hey, we bust each other's balls because we can. Nobody else gets.
You know what?
That's
right. It does ride Navy equipment because you guys have to drop us off at the fight so you can go back to making coffee. So
that's right. That's right. Hey, if you're smart, you join the Navy, and if you want to get killed, you join the Marines.
They're proficient at docking.
Yeah.
Yeah, docking.
Hey,
yeah,
I spent my whole career in the Gator Navy, so I know a lot about Marines.
I'm sorry. They got a men's department. It's called the Marines.
Hey, Simplify Swamp Marine. All right, we got to get to these other hands when the guys are ready.
I think Shell's got her hand up. I'm really excited about this video. I want to see it, Shell.
Yeah, I'm excited too, but I don't have my hand up. But Miss G's going to jump in there next, honey.
Okay, Miss G.
I'm going to go back on this, and I hope that going forward, Patty, you and I can have like an honest conversation without.
Why do you sound so muffled?
Oh, maybe it's my earpiece. I'm sorry. Let me take it out.
Is there a problem with G's muff?
No, she's got a cannoli in her mouth, and we got to pull it out.
Oh,
Oh, stop that!
Oh, there we go.
already.
Oh, dude, did you hear? She goes, "Oh, stop that!" Like she knows it's that fucking cannoli.
You even got a dog barking at you now.
Might have been a Zapola. I'm
Oh,
not sure.
quiet you! Listen,
You are
okay,
crystal
if you
clear
make it to
right now.
16 as a Yorkshire Terrier, and you're blind, deaf, crippled, and have a little bit of dog dementia, you'd be barking too. Okay, leave her be. Anyway,
talk
I'm
about
just
Rob
glad
that
she's
way.
here.
I know, right?
What was that?
Thanks, G. He said,
I said, don't talk about Rob that way. I'm sorry, G. I didn't mean to
That was
interrupt
funny.
Patty.
Patty, listen, we're both from blue cities, states, or whatever. What I'm trying, because you do sound like a reasonable guy. I'm just trying to understand, and I don't know your age, and I'm sure I'm older than you, how you could go being in that surrounding. Because for me, I figured it out, and I don't know if it's because I came from humble beginnings, and that means poor, what the Democrats were all about fairly young. Like I was probably just at my mid 20s when I realized these people are no good and nothing ever changes. That's how quickly I was able to pick up, and I had switched to being an independent. Now, when you say, well, I don't support certain whatever, and then you kind of, and I'm sorry because I'm dealing with other things now that I'm home. I won't vote for any candidate that does, but then again, parental, if parents, want to concede to it, their child, I just, as a human being and someone that kind of seems to have some sense to him, how you could not see what I see and then add on and still support a party because it's not your party anymore. Like there isn't a centrist left, I believe, in the party. And I'm constantly posting about this. Then have the mindset as a normal individual. And I understand freedoms, but this, like, if you don't know what this does to a child or any human being, because I go further than most, I'm not only worried about the children, I'm worried about society as a whole. These drugs that they go on, these surgeries that they continuously have to try and be something they will never be. And it's just plain and simple. There are no unicorns. There is no utopia. They will never be what they cannot be. And I hate to put it this way, but when they die, they will still be what they were born into. So this is just another way, and I'm ashamed that I didn't add it into an earlier post where they're just trying to kill us. It is just another way for a cash cow grift for big pharma and the medical industry while they depopulate us, because these individuals will never see a full life like you and I will. They will either commit suicide out of frustration that they can never become what they want to become. They're not being fully treated in the mind or properly treated as they should be. And they will eventually, if not by suicide, they will lose their life and have a shorter lifespan for what this is all doing to their bodies. How one human being cannot see this critically thinking, like, look at the big picture, I can't understand, because there are times when you speak and I see that you're reasonable and have some common sense. I just can't see how this is being lost on you. And with that alone, you don't say, okay, you know what? This is a party I can no longer support. They went far left to crazy town. And, for some, it may seem like it happened pretty quickly. I seen it long ago. So I don't know how you're not seeing it being where you are in Mass as I see it here in New York City. These are not our people. I was once a Democrat. There is nothing normal about them.
Your dog needs one of those shock collars that every time it barks, it gets zapped.
Rob, she's on her
kidding.
last
I know,
legs.
I
Are
know,
you
honey.
really going to say that? Take it back and apologize.
I'm not going to apologize for shit. You know that, but you know I was only joking.
Okay, well, I'm going to get you one day.
He can say stuff about your dog, but I say fat asses and I'm in trouble. So
Nobody, dude, if you called anybody a fat
Listen,
ass,
baby got back. I always had back, even before.
hey, all right. See, that's what I'm saying. If Rob rebats,
Hourglass, baby, I got the boobs to go with it.
he'll
Don't you
say
know?
that it's not that much. It's not really an insult in the first place. But anyway, okay. So there's a lot that you said there, G, that I need to respond to. Okay, so give me a minute. Right. First of all, when I said earlier that I don't give a damn about this issue, the reason I said it is because there are, I don't know, what's the percentage of trans people in this country? It's like half of 1%. I refuse to have to
1%.
argue constantly, or please, for the love of God, let me finish. I just don't think it's important to talk about an issue that affects fucking no one. And that's what this issue is. It's just trying to get people to say shit so that you can argue with it over absolutely nothing. So I just don't care about this goddamn issue because I live in one of the most, it has to be considered one of the most liberal cities in the country, if not the world, right? And I know less than 3 trans people, because they just basically don't exist. They're just it's such a small population. But we need to be talking about things like economics. We need to be talking about the price of food. We need to be talking about the rent. We need to have the rent is too damn high party have a seat at the table. We need to understand what is actually important and what isn't important. And what's not important to me is this stupid ass transgender nonsense, because nobody gives a fuck. It is silly. It affects about 6 people in the whole country. And I'm not going to sit here and argue while Republicans want to cut taxes for rich people and fuck you in the ass, right? Working people, right? I am more concerned with that shit going on than I am with this nonsense about who's got a cock and who doesn't, and whatever the fuck bathroom you're peeing in. This is all bullshit. Okay. I don't care about any of that stuff. What I care about is the cost of fucking eggs. I care about the cost of groceries. I care about the rent. That's why I'm a Democrat, because those things matter to working people. Okay. I have working class tattooed on my chest for a goddamn reason, right? Because I care about people who grow up in the same circumstances that I grew up in, which is the working class, right? I don't care about this nonsense that you guys are obsessed with. And if you want to continue to be obsessed with it, knock yourself out, but it's not going to matter. It never will. I'm done.
All right. Before we go to the next speaker, Patty.
1 second, please, Buck. I had texted Rob if I could rebut.
Yeah, Buck. I said she can rebut that real quick. Absolutely.
Okay. First of all, I don't know if you realize this or not. Maybe I've just been in different circles that you have been. There are plenty that they're trying to erase away the gay. That's first of all, and this is being spoken out of the mouth of a mother who has a lesbian daughter. Secondly, you think it's just this little minor fraction. I want you to go look up the statistics on how the rise, and I do believe because it's like a social contagion happening. The rise has gone in the past, I'd say 15 to 20 years in this trans cult. There are plenty of gay and lesbian and bisexual people that do not want to align with the queer, trans, plus, ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 community, where you want to say that this is just a bone you don't care about. I can tell you firsthand that when you say working class parties, let me educate you. The working class and the damn rent is too high party is a socialist party. If you didn't know, now you know. Look it up.
It was a joke. I was making a joke about the
You want
guy
to be
with the
with them
fucking.
socialist, Patty? That's okay. Just say, listen, I'm a socialist. But what you're
No, I'm not.
saying and what Donald Trump has portrayed, not I won't say all of the Republican Party, because again, reluctant Republican right here, he is worried about the working class people. My husband is one of the working class people. I grew up dirt ass poor. I don't have to, tell you my life story, but just that, because I don't lie. Okay. My husband works 7 days a week, 365, and maybe takes off 3 holidays a year. He hustles like you can't believe, and we're still just making it here in New York. Okay, he overindulges my kids a bit, but whatever. We pay our own bills, our college, everything else. We don't get a break. And I can tell you that him and all the union men underneath him all support Donald Trump. It's not a city union. It's not, a federal union. It's a private union of working class individuals. And they all support Donald Trump, period, because they know that it is Donald Trump that is looking out for them. I don't know what you're not getting if you think he's just looking for the rich people.
Yeah.
But again, he didn't get where he is with just the support of elites. It's the working class people who are behind and are the heart of the America First MAGA movement.
Hey, look, there's an old saying. There's an old saying that you can always hire half of the poor to kill the other half. And that's what Donald Trump has been able to do over the last, 10, 15 years, is that he's been able to convince people that despite the fact that he would rather gnaw his own fucking hand off than hang out with actual working class people. He can't stand you and he hates you, but he knows he needs your votes. So he'll go ahead and say whatever he has to say to get them. And it's just the way it is, man. And this is how I know you guys are in a cult, because he convinced you. It's like the best trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist, right? That's what Donald Trump has done. He is the best con man on the history of the planet.
I'm about fucking tired on this show of hearing you say it's a cult. When
it's a cult.
You guys do are more cultish and satanic with the dadgum murder of unborn children on the daily than anybody else I've ever seen. And you're sitting here fucking throwing it in our face every fucking 5 minutes. Get over yourself, Patty. I'm about tired of your stupid bullshit. And you dropped your brain. Pick it up and put it back in, please.
Then fuck right off and don't listen to the rest of the goddamn broadcast.
You go fuck off. You're the dumbest shit.
Hey, Patty, you're crossing the line. So
no, wait, she started it with me. No, I responded.
Back up a little bit. Wait a minute. We heard you speak.
I'm supposed to let her say that to me and not respond?
I'm supposed to sit here and hear you call us a cult constantly? Yeah. Is that what I'm here for, Rob? Because this guy is nothing but insulting, degrading, and fucking retarded.
Yeah. So Patty, wait a minute. Let me just say something real quick. Okay. So if you want to argue, you can argue. When you take it to, a personal level, people are going to respond.
You started that with me.
I don't know about you, but I grew up as a man. If you insult a woman, especially a woman I know, and we were standing in the same place, you'd miss some teeth, bro. So,
really, I think
you're better than
first
that.
of all, I think not. Second, she cursed at me first. I'm not supposed to respond. I'm supposed to sit here.
She did not curse at you first. It's
do you want to replay that? So, I think you should replay that.
Let's do this though for a second. First, just for 1 second. Let's pull this back for 1 second. Okay. So let me ask you something. We're going to pick apart just 2 quick issues because I have to do this. You said correctly that the trans population is 1 or 2% of the population. What you are misrepresenting is that 1 or 2% of the population is controlling 90 to 100% of the other population because the Democratic Party is allowing it to. If they were not, why would there be trans bathrooms everywhere in Massachusetts? Why do companies make you take specific classes to make sure that you affirm somebody else's sexuality and don't offend them? Why are they teaching it and forcing it in schools down to now the age of first grade? That is not an issue that affects 1 to 2%. That is an issue that is affecting the population of the United States, and it's being forced upon us primarily due to the Democratic policies. So what you said was incorrect.
Okay.
Number
well,
two,
let me respond
have you
to that.
ever run a corporation? Do you
I
understand
run my
what
own
business does?
First of all, I run my own company. I don't work for anybody else. I'm an independent contractor.
Okay.
And so I don't work for
So let me ask you something, right? And you run this company, it's a Massachusetts company, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you make more money, are you going to hire more people and invest more in your company so it will grow?
Oh, yeah. So you're asking if my profit margin is higher, am I going to hire more people? Absolutely not. That's not the most expensive thing that you can do as a business owner is hire more people. And the only reason that you would ever actually do that is if you couldn't keep up with the work that you have at the time. Now I can right now. If I were unable to come up with the if I couldn't do the amount of work that I needed to do, then I would hire more people. But that's the absolute extreme of it, right? What I will do if I just
that
make
doesn't
more
make
money,
any
if I have
sense.
more work,
What you're
I'll
telling
just-
me is you do not want your business to grow?
What I'm saying is I do not want to have to hire more employees unless it's necessary, in which case I will. But that has to be necessary.
Again,
Tax
do you
cuts
want
don't
your
do
business
that.
to grow beyond what it is? Because most
Of course
people
I
that
do.
start companies want to
Yeah.
grow.
Of course I
So
do.
in
I
order
would-
for you to
yeah.
grow, you have to invest more equipment and you have to hire more people
No, that's not
so you
true.
can take on more work.
That's seriously
So
not
if
true.
your taxes are less,
I don't know.
you'll
You're
have
asking me a
more
question,
money
but then
on
you
the
don't
bottom
know it,
line
so I don't know.
in order to do that. Let me ask you something else. Last
Why
question.
ask me something else
You're
if you're going to
telling
talk
me,
over me?
wait a minute, hold on. Last question, and it's quick. You're telling me that when you reach that $1 million mark, and I hope you do someday, that you're going to want to hand over instead of 5.5% or 6%, 9% to the state of Massachusetts, and you're going to happily do that?
The reason I will happily do that is because I want to live in the state of Massachusetts. If I wanted to live in a shithole like Texas or Florida, then I would live in a shithole like Texas or Florida, but I don't want to. I want to live in the state of Massachusetts. If that's the cost of doing business,
The state of Massachusetts is a complete bag of shit, and you know
okay,
it.
well,
right now.
you know what? Don't live here
Open air
then.
drug
It's fine.
market.
I like it here.
They're not arresting drug dealers. It looks like San Francisco. Mass and Cass is not just on Mass and Cass anymore. It's spread out. I've got the videos.
Okay, first
I've
of
got
all,
the
hold on a
receipts.
second. Hold on a
You're
second.
full of
You got
shit.
a big mouth. You got a big mouth. Let me have a big mouth for a second. My wife works at Boston Medical Center. You talk about Mass and Cass. She works right there, right? So
I
she
hope
deals
you
with it all the time.
fucking
And the
after
fact of the
this.
matter is that we have a drug problem in the whole country. We have it in Ohio. We have it in Florida. We have it in Maine. We have it in Massachusetts, right? So we have to deal with it.
Go back to Massachusetts.
Please just get a fucking sentence out without being interrupted. God damn it, man. Like, this is so stupid, Rob. You're just sitting there not saying a word about this. Every single time I start to respond, I get interrupted.
We're grown fucking men here. You can't handle
well, you know what?
mediating.
People talk about decorum. People talk about interrupting. And every time someone does it to me,
Okay, you
everyone's
said
just
what you
like,
had to
"Oh,
say.
well,
And what did
who
Buck
gives a
do?
shit?"
What did Buck do? He respected you and shut up.
No, yeah, now and that I have to scream like an asshole. You know, I mean, what I was saying is my wife works
Me to
right over
mediate
there.
for you, man.
There we
you're
go
grown
again.
ass fucking man.
Jesus, what's the point? What is the fucking point, man?
I thought we were still having a back and forth there, Patty. And
It's
all I'm
just
saying is that you're a grown ass man. You don't need me to mediate for you.
Okay, well, you know what? If you're going to moderate the show, moderate the fucking show, or don't. You know what I mean? But this is silliness. What I'm saying is,
Who the fuck are you?
Here it goes again. I can't get one sentence out of my mouth
Let
before
him
somebody says, "You know what?
let him finish.
Fuck you guys." I'm not going to do it because I know what'll happen.
I'm trying to be good. I'm really trying hard.
Somebody else talks, for Christ's sake. Can somebody else ask fucking Rob a question?
How long have you lived in Mass?
I don't know, 15 years.
Okay, I lived there for 30.
Okay, what is this, a pissing contest?
No,
I lived there. You want a
30.
fucking medal?
And I can tell you what it was like in 1990, and you can't tell me what it was like in 1990. And then I could tell you what it was like living through the hell that is that fucking state all the way up until 2017 when I got fucking wise and moved the fuck out. That state is a communist fucking shithole. They tax you to death. Do you understand that my truck, it's not a beautiful state. It's a fucking shithole. Are you kidding? Listen, we don't have a Brockton here in New Hampshire. We don't have a fucking Roxbury in New Hampshire. We don't have a fucking, New Bedford. We don't have fucking, a Taunton. We don't have, where else? I mean, just in
you don't have a Belmont either. You don't have.
We definitely don't have a Holyoke or a fucking Springfield here. And there's a reason for that. We don't have psychotic leftist fucking cities allowing fucking drug addicts to shoot up. We put people in fucking jail here
it's called Manchester, you fucking asshole.
Manchester's got 107,000 fucking people in it, and the crime rate is 0 actually compared to Laconia. Laconia's got a higher fucking crime rate than fucking Manchester does.
Bikers.
But dude, because Manchester was so bad, you haven't been to Manchester in the last 2 years because the fucking mayor was so bad. Because the Democrat mayor was so bad, for the first time in 30 years, they voted in a Republican fucking mayor, and that dude is straightening fucking Manchester up like you couldn't even fucking imagine, dude. It's in 2 years. In 2 years, the leftist policy, the leftist policies of the fucking the mayor before, who was actually running for the Democrat seat for governor. Okay, and got dick. Nobody wanted this psycho bitch who wanted to fucking institute all of these Massachusetts fucking policies here in fucking New Hampshire. Didn't have a fucking snowball's chance in hell. What does that tell you? People here don't want to be Massachusetts, and if you don't want to,
don't be Massachusetts.
Fucking beautiful. Like, how fucking beautiful is the fucking state when an entire state says no fucking way are we going to institute those policies here?
Look, let me tell you something. I lived all over the world, right? I spent, as soon as I was old enough, I joined the military, and I was overseas. I've been to 20 fucking countries or whatever. And when I came home, I wanted to live in Massachusetts, and it's my choice, my personal life. I want to live here.
You're shitting
my
on
wife is from, again. God damn
Florida.
it, man! Can I fucking get what? Seriously, man.
Go ahead. Shut up and finish.
I can't do both. You want me to shut up or finish?
Just go.
Yeah. So I met my wife in Virginia. She's from North Carolina. She chose to move up here with me when we got married, and we would not want to live anywhere else in the world. And I'm not telling you that you should want to live here or anybody else should. I'm just saying it's the perfect place for us. Okay, so when you say it's a shithole, I am going to get my back up a little bit, because I think that's fucked up. I wouldn't talk about your home and say your home is a shithole, because that's not fair. It's a little insulting and a little fucked up. And so all I'm saying is respect. My decision is to live in the state of Massachusetts. It doesn't need to be yours. It's mine.
Yeah, but you said first that Texas and Florida were shitholes. That was your word.
Because they are.
And I live in this shithole state, Massachusetts.
Okay, I apologize then.
And Buck's lived there all of his life.
Yeah, well, why doesn't he move if it's
10
so
years
bad?
when I was in the Marine Corps.
Okay, but
I've been in all
bad
the
shit make
places
them move.
in the world.
But you know what, Patty? You just dropped a bomb and said fucking Florida and Texas are shitholes. Do you know how many people are in here right now that live in fucking Florida that don't think it's a fucking shithole? Shell lives in fucking Florida. If you're telling me that I'm not supposed to say anything negative about your state, it's going to get your little back up. You just shit on fucking two people's fucking states that, you know what, are much freer than Massachusetts. That's the point. Massachusetts is an overbearing, totalitarian fucking state. If you can go to jail in Massachusetts for not having a sticker on your license plate, that is a totalitarian fucking government. If they could take your fucking driver's license away. Yes, it's called unregistered. It's an arrestable offense in Massachusetts if your vehicle's unregistered. And the state
you said what? It's a what state?
The totalitarian.
A what?
You know
what totalitarian state is what you
Don't
mean to
derail
say?
it. Go ahead, Rob.
Jesus, who
I'm
taught
going to
you
pronounce
English?
it the way I pronounce it. And listen, I still got a little bit of fucking New York in me, so shut the fuck up. All right.
Yeah, well, English is my first language. That's my problem.
So the fact is,
No,
is that every time you fucking turn around in that state, they're juicing you for fucking money, and if you don't fucking pay, they take your license away. They put you in fucking jail. People don't want to live in that shit. People don't want to live where they can take your
a
fucking
lot more
car
people
away.
want to live here than
I'm
in New
talking
Hampshire.
now, motherfucker, and it's my show. How's that? How's that? It's my motherfucking show. The fact that they could take your fucking car away from you for not paying an excise tax when you've already paid fucking sales tax, when you've already paid fucking tax on your fucking registration, but every fucking year you have to pay more money for your vehicle. It's never ending how much money they fucking juice from the people that fucking live there. People who live in states like mine, states like fucking Florida, states like Texas want to live fucking free without the government fucking taking out of their goddamn pockets every 5 fucking seconds. So yes, Massachusetts is a shithole. I lived there for 30 fucking years under a oppressive regime after oppressive fucking regime. I just wanted to be fucking free. And you're going to shit on a state and call fucking Florida a shithole or Texas a fucking shithole because people decide that they don't want an oppressive fucking government up their fucking asses and in their fucking wallets every fucking minute of the day? Dude, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Fuck Massachusetts. It's a shithole. And I hope it fucking burns to the fucking ground. I hope the fucking state goes fucking dead. I hope everybody in that state goes fucking poor and you guys live in your fucking 15-minute motherfucking cities because that's what you fucking voted for. That's what you want. You want to be able to walk down the street and the government say, oh, here's the fucking bread line. Here's the free fucking shit. Because if you don't think that way and you are working class, you wouldn't want the government taking from you every chance they fucking got. And you would vote for a fucking party that is for maximum freedom and less fucking taxes and less government intrusion in your fucking life.
That's why they call it Taxachusetts. Never lost that name.
All right. Well, if it's
The end
so
of the-
bad,
End of the day, Rob. End of the day, Rob.
Wrong. You tell me right now one thing that came out of my mouth that was fucking wrong. It's not. You can't.
I think I saw a couple of loogies that came out of your mouth. I think those are wrong. I think you should knock that off. But you know, if we're being serious here, look, I like living in Massachusetts. You don't. You don't have to live in
having the government up your fucking ass.
There we go. So I'm just saying, I like being here, and I'm here. You like being there and you're there. So I don't know what the fuck problem we have. Now, I made fun of Texas and Florida. Okay. If that bothers you, if that pisses you off, if that hurts your feelings.
Well, obviously,
okay, fine.
you off
It
about
hurts-
Massachusetts.
Again, Jesus
You said it.
Christ almighty.
Well, now we're having a back and
It's
forth.
outright impossible.
Now we're having a back and forth.
Oh, now it's back and forth. I'm supposed to know when it's back and forth and when I'm supposed to shut up and let you talk. Get the fuck out of here, guy. What I'm saying is, we can disagree about how you should run a state. And it's nice that we can disagree about how you should run a state because you get to live in the one you want to live in New Hampshire, and I get to live in the one I want to live in Massachusetts. And apparently Buck lives in one that he doesn't want to live in. I don't know why the fuck that is. It's none of my business, I suppose, but whatever. So we're dealing with what we're dealing with. And I think we should probably, take more questions.
We got a lot of hands.
Because hey, I want to say just one
to
thing.
get back to it, but Patty, the real problem here is that the reason why you get interrupted and you start to make arguments is because you are talking about stuff that, I'm sorry, not everything, some things you're right about, but most of what you said today is completely wrong and you don't understand. After I left the Marine Corps, all right, I've been in banking for quite a while. I deal with $100 million companies every day and I help them make more money. You do not know what you're talking about when it comes to this tax. This tax is not about making people rich. This tax is about what most companies want to do, which is grow and expand so they can do more and hire more people in the United States. And I'm not going to get into it now because we got to get to hands, because Jess, one of my favorites, is up on stage along with Patriot Zach, and I want to get to them. But I have to tell you something. Do a little research about what happens when taxes get lower on corporations, not individuals. Okay? And you'll see that the economy grows every single time that happens. Also, do a little research on Massachusetts taxes and how fair it really is, and why the housing is so expensive. Because it's not because of President Trump. It's not because of any other reasons, but Maura Healey and her leftist policies. They're building thousands and thousands of units right now because they're shifting the illegal immigrants out of the Healy hotels into apartment buildings. And when a family who comes here illegally, whether they have bad intentions or not, can make $19,000 a month off the government, off of my taxpayer dollar.
Can I ask you a
And
question?
I have to see a homeless vet, and I have to see a homeless vet who can't get $1,200 a month. Yeah, dude, I'm pissed. And I stay because I have family here that are elderly that I'm taking care of, and I'm still fighting to change. So that's why I stay, because I
Can
don't
I ask
fight
you a question just real quick before we get to hands? And I know we need to get to them, but just a quick question, right? What do you think the GDP growth was after the 2017 tax cuts were in effect? And what happened in the subsequent second, third, and fourth quarter of that year? What do you think happened?
First of all, I don't have those facts and figures in front of me, but I will get them and we will continue this discussion.
Sure.
What happens every administration, once a new administration takes over, it takes a full year or more for that new administration's policies and tax cuts to take effect and have a ripple effect. So to answer your question, I don't know, but I can tell you what happened in 18 and 19. We had one of the best economies we've ever had in our entire
Look
lives.
at the GDP numbers. You can look them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, look them up, and we'll see exactly what the difference between the GDP numbers after the tax cuts and the GDP numbers previous to the tax cuts under Obama, and we'll see exactly what they are. And what you're going to find is they're basically the same.
Were you living in Massachusetts when Obama was president?
Yes, I was.
What year?
His whole
So
presidency.
you weren't there. No, you weren't there. If you said you've only been there for 15 years, you weren't there.
No, because I was here for 5 years, then I left for 4, then I came back for the rest of my life. So yeah, I was gone during a couple of years of Obama's
the most prolific
second
year
term.
that fucked the state and fucked this country, 08 and 09. You don't know what.
Yeah, I left in 08 and I came back in 12.
Yeah, you didn't see the economic
I was
devastation.
in Rhode Island. What's the difference?
That's like saying you were in New Hampshire. What's the difference? There is a huge difference
Between Rhode Island and Massachusetts?
Yeah, yes. Politically?
I look, first of all, I grew up in Providence, so I'm telling you, it's basically the same as living in Boston. There's no difference.
Okay.
It just isn't any different.
Attleboro representing.
I said Providence, not Attleboro.
I'm saying Attleboro representing. And yes, we have Jess. Jess, my dear. Patty, check your text when you got a second, please. Jess, the fiery Chicana. How are you, my dear? It's good to see you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think my phone is echoing. I'm not too sure why, but can you guys hear it clear? Is it all good?
We hear you very clearly.
Yeah, you sound good, hon. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just saw this going on right now, and I hear that word, cult. I see that a lot on here, and people saying that we're part of a cult. I'm not part of one. I'm not at all. I mean, the only ones I see that are part of a cult is people that like aborting kids, people who just like mutilating kids. It's just like that, and people trying to force their views on people, and especially on kids. I mean, I'd say that's a cult, but you know, I don't want to argue. And like literally, it's just been so long. I mean, someone's always looking for something, bad to say about Trump, and you know what? He's already been through a lot. I mean, he almost, they shot at him. I mean, he's had multiple attempts on his life. I mean, he did it for us, and he even did it for the people that hate him. And he's risked a lot, doing this. He risked, like, he sacrifices everything, just so that our country could thrive and survive. Because right now, it's hard. I mean, it's been like that for a long time, and finally someone comes in, and runs to be, president, to just to make people's lives a little bit better. I mean, look, he's not perfect. He makes mistakes like everyone else. But I would rather have him, as our president than, the other side, because what they're doing is so bad. I mean, what you said about the taxes, I mean, even here, like, we're being robbed of our money, like literally every day. I mean, I voted for him because I really believe that he's fighting for us. And it's just, he has some challenges. Not everything is going to be right away. It's going to take time. I don't know. I just think that I'm just really tired of fighting, and I'm tired of people saying we're part of a cult, and I'm not part of one. I've been told that ever since I left the Democrat Party. They said so many things to me, like insulted me, like racist stuff, all because I'm a free thinker and I don't want someone's boot on my neck. And it's just, I voted for him because I really believe that he has, our best interests at heart. But I know he's not perfect. Like I said, he's not perfect. Everyone, no one is perfect. I'm just saying, I would rather him be running the country than the other side, because if the other side would have got in, it would have been a lot worse for us. That's just how I feel about it all. Like I said, I'm not part of the cult. I've heard that for so long. It gets old. And it's disgusting, the things that I've been told. Racist things. Because I refuse to bow to what they want me to do. That's just how I feel.
Well, thank you, Jess. We appreciate you. If you guys aren't checking out Jess and her posts, I'd give her a follow. She posts really nice stuff, inspirational stuff. She's awesome.
We love you, Jess.
Thank you.
All right, we got Patriot Zach. Welcome to the stage, my brother. Lay it on us.
Hey, good afternoon. How's you guys doing today? I've been a freaking
Zach, you're fucking rugging,
2000
dude.
What?
You're rugging, dude. You're
Am I
rugging.
rugging?
Yeah,
Oh, it's
you're
my
fucking
connection.
rugging.
Here, let me try it again.
You're fucking gay, dude.
How about that? We're good?
All right.
Are we good? We're good?
Better. Yeah,
Is
that's
that better?
That's much
I don't got my AirPods in.
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead, go.
But no, I'm not in no cult either. I mean, I think everybody on the left is part of the cult. With all the transgender, all that crap. Sickening. You know what I mean? Patty, you need to calm down with all that too, man. Just saying.
How many times do I have to say I don't support that? Like, what are you fucking people listening or not? Jesus Christ! Like, you want to talk to me about transgender issues? I said 50 fucking times. I don't support that shit. I don't know what I have to do to convince you of that.
Maybe not
fucking
vote
moron.
Donald Trump.
That's right. That's right.
Well, you can't vote for him. You can't vote for him again, unfortunately.
Oh no, he's getting another term, and Patty's going to jump out a window.
I'm not even for that. Dude.
I'm going to throw you out a window, you fucking silly bastard.
I'm busting.
I'm not even fucking okay with that.
No, but I bet a lot of the cult is. You want to take a poll? Take a poll. Ask how many people who watch this show right now would be okay with Donald Trump serving another term as president. I guarantee you that the cult is going to say at least 80% yes. How much you want to bet?
If American people voted for it like they have in the past, then I guess it would be okay. But is it because that was a Democratic president that they did that for? And
we shouldn't have done that, and it was wrong. And FDR is my personally favorite president, but he was absolutely wrong to run for a third and a fourth term. That never should have happened. There's a reason we have that amendment. It was a good amendment. It never should have happened. But I guarantee you, I went down to the America First, self-help, whatever the fuck it was, years ago in 2021 or 2022. Me and Pickles went down there, and I told him, I said, hey, I'm going to ask 10 people. Would you rather have an election or just Donald Trump be a hereditary monarchy? Like we'll just have the Trump family, meaning like Junior next and whatever. And he's like, they're not going to say yes to that. 9 out of 10 of them said yes. 9 out of 10. That's the way it is. The Trump cult really believes that Donald Trump's family should be running this country forever. And if you don't think that, go to a Trump rally and ask people, and you'll find out. Fuck around and find out.
I'm waiting on Buck or Shell. Because now all of a sudden I can't see fucking hands.
All right, so next hands up is we've got G. We got to let her go because I don't want her to hurt me. And then after that, we'll go to George.
Oh my God, go into your fucking medicine cabinet and put your dick on, Buck. Come on, what the fuck is that?
I'm telling you, G will smack you around.
G won't smack me around. She's a fucking midget guinea. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, I would not say that so quickly, Rob.
Oh, I would put you over my knee.
I told you I swing him in. I
swing
him in back.
You would go.
Anywho, you'd still kick my ass because you want to know why? You're a man and I'm a woman. I can
back
get
to
that.
this again.
Except if the man was my size, well, then it's on. It is on like Donkey Kong. Just saying.
Patty, you're in trouble.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is this, and Patty, I hope you hear me well. And I'm intentionally, and I texted this to Rob, I'm intentionally speaking to you in a manner that won't inflame you, as I think many have, Buck included, and Shell. And I just want you to know, I have to just cut myself off before I continue. I don't think, in all the years I know Shell, I have ever heard Shell get to that level and with that passion and whatever in her voice. Okay. I say this because I believe there's a part of me that thinks you want to trigger people. You want to be kicked. You want to call us unhinged. You want to try and get us to a level. And that's just a leftist tactic. I'm aware of it. Again, New York, Mass, same side of the coin right there.
You're right.
What I found a little bit is, hypocritical. And I like to point it out, like I said, I got those mirrors. You want to speak about decorum when you're cursing, belittling, and calling people a cult endlessly when we can say the same for you. So but you don't hear everybody going, you're a cult, you're a cult, you're a cult. Well, we have to.
Call me a libtard.
You know what? I haven't heard
I did.
Anyone call you anything
I did.
really?
I did. G.
As much as, just hear me out, as much as the shit you spewed, okay? You just intentionally want to lower the conversation with hyperbolic rhetoric to get people's goats. And what I got to tell you, I'm just one of those bitches. When you want something from me, your ass ain't going to get it.
You give it
So
to me
you
every single day.
continue. We'll keep exposing you, but when you're ready for a genuine conversation, I will engage with you. But when you act a fool, I'm not lowering myself to you again.
Oh, I want something from you.
And
G.
understand this. I will tell you this. As a co-host in the Punch Bowl, I will give you a mic. If you do not understand that the Punch Bowl has had this rule where we abstain, and especially me, because I'm sure there's a lot of people in here who have heard me in spaces forever. And motherfucker is like a second word to me. I sprinkle that shit everywhere.
G.
And if I can
Put it in
refrain,
the tip bowl.
so can everybody else.
Yeah.
I
So
have a
you
tip
come
jar.
into
Who
a
is
new
this? You're
space.
wonderful.
I didn't get kicked out. I didn't get kicked out of the punch bowl. It was
No,
a
he
different-
didn't
it
get
was a
kicked
different
out.
thing.
You
Kim,
will either act with decorum and respect the space, or I will pull your mic, but I will never kick you because I will not be.
Look, bro,
Well, nor will I have the
You
punch
never
bowl
did. You never,
enough
G, you
on your
never did. And
childish
I'm not saying you ever did. You didn't kick me out. That
I'm
was
just
a
saying you
different
cut
space.
me off there too a couple of times, but okay.
So Kim,
Get triggered.
so Kim meet Miss G. Miss G meet Kim.
Let's listen to Kim for a while. Fuck.
Well, I mean, throw me on the spot there, why don't you? I just came in because I heard we were harassing Patty.
Now, listen,
So
Patty, I got
just give me the quick brief, and I can drop my 2 cents.
we're cultists.
We're back on this crap again.
Yeah, we are way back on this. We are so deep in that.
And here's the thing,
I'll
and
run
I will
run
push back a
nuclear.
little because I do think that Patty's capable of having respectful conversation, and we talked about this a little earlier on the stream, but that's the only reason that he's here is because like he takes it as good as he dishes it, and that's the whole point of this, right? Like it's not. I think we all have kind of an understanding, especially among like us hosts, that like we're not coming from a place of malicious intention or bad juju, whatever the fuck you want to call it, and we can just kind of say the shit because like people constantly talk shit to us all day, talk shit about us, get death threats, all sorts of horrible shit. So like we just let it, like I mean, for me it's like comedic relief. Like I don't care, like Patty can call me a fucking Nazi. I'll tell him that I'll get him the best spot in the gulag when the fascists take over. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I think we both know.
I don't think I've ever called Kim a Nazi. Although maybe she is. I don't know. I give it 50-50.
My heart goes out to you, Patty. But
my heart goes out
if
to you.
you guys want to know like why, like so I think there are a lot of people who are like, why the fuck is this guy on this network and why is he anywhere near here? And just to explain it really quick in like a minute, I started going to right-wing events back in like 2018, and Enrique was one of the first guys that I met at, and Joe Biggs were some of the first people I met at different right-wing events, and I was just taking photos. And I think the reason that those guys respected me at the time and wanted to have me around is because I was fair to them, and I would take photos and post stuff without necessarily making judgments or saying things or telling people stuff that was said off the record. They could trust me. It wasn't like I was trying to infiltrate,
Right.
and do things like that. So, years later, obviously there was the January 6th thing, and then there was the trial that I testified in. And then Enrique calls me a couple of months ago and says, hey, would you do a podcast on the network? And I thought it was a joke at first. And he's like, no, I want to have, and I understand there's a value to having a token liberal, so you can say, hey, we're not all right wing because we got a token liberal.
Yeah,
and,
one token is another token.
Yeah, but that's fine with me. But what I really do love about this network and the fact that we can have these arguments is that we can have these arguments and people, we can say whatever the fuck we want, and Kim and I and Rob can scream at each other and then still laugh at a joke 2 minutes later, you know. And that's the important thing. So for everybody who wants to make a comment and call me everything but a child of God, that's fine. I'm cool with that. If I say something that offends you, okay, whatever. But just know that I am not like trying to hurt feelings. I do like getting a rise out of people. I definitely do. I'm good at it. If I wasn't, you guys wouldn't be yelling at me, right? But it's fun, and I think it's good entertainment, right? And so we're gonna do it. And at the same time, we can have policy arguments, you know? That's all.
And now the show is taken over by a Mishka dog.
Yeah.
Do I see
handsome fella right there?
We got one hand.
Beetle Bailey, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just wanting to apologize, Rob, if I got your space a ding earlier, man. I am truly sorry.
No, you don't. Nothing to apologize for, bro.
Okay, but for my apology, I'd like to do this. You're listening to Critical Mass with Patriot Rob, and today's topic: Patty needs his rectum stretched. That's right, boys and girls. We're going to stretch that rectum on out.
That's
Patty,
a little
touch
strong.
your dick microphone again.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh man, you guys are fucking awesome.
Immediately, we're talking about ass fucking, like right away. Like,
yes. Yep.
You're not gonna take him out to dinner first.
It's the title of the room, Patty. I'm sorry. It just
Oh man, dude, they changed the title to the space.
It's
Critical
that's
Mass
the title
with
of the
Patriot
room.
Rob. Critical Mass with Patriot Rob. Patty needs his rectum stretched.
Oh my lord. That's not very Christian.
No,
Hey,
but it's funny.
we are constantly in repentance. Like, we might as well have something to repent for.
I don't know if that's what the idea of repentance is, but okay.
Just reading
I don't
title.
have feelings, not hurt.
I gotta come up with my things to apologize to God for.
You have to go to confession. Well, you're Protestant. You don't go to confession, do you?
Well, I don't go to confession right now because I don't have a damn church. But yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying. You're a Protestant, right?
I was a confirmed Presbyterian. I was a dues-paying member of the Methodist church, the local Methodist church, because that was the first church we found that I liked that didn't have faggot flags. And then they had the United Methodist Conference where they decided that we were going to start being faggots and start having faggots doing mandatory faggotry weddings. And my priest was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't agree to this. So he resigned and walked away and he's joining another church, and I'm currently shopping for churches right now. So no, I currently don't confess to anyone but my husband. But yeah, I mean, I was raised. My mother growing up is Roman Catholic. My father's Presbyterian. My whole father's side Presbyterian. So we primarily went to Presbyterian services. I was confirmed Presbyterian.
And Rob, are you Protestant or you Catholic?
Neither.
Okay, you're an atheist.
I don't believe in religion.
I don't know.
No, I don't believe in religion.
So you're a nihilist.
We believe in nothing, Lebowski.
I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he came here and died for our sins. Past that, fuck all the dogma, fuck all the bullshit, fuck all the buildings, fuck all the people that think that they're in fucking power, fuck the Catholic Church, fuck the Muslims, fuck the fucking Jews, fuck everybody with a named fucking religion. I have a personal relationship with Christ. That's
there
it.
you go. Okay, that's what I was asking. Just
I
curious.
respect that.
I was raised Catholic, but I
went to Catholic school my whole life. This is the reason why.
Me too. I went to Catholic school my
I'm
entire
a
life
Bronx
until
Italian
college. And
fucking Bronx-born fucking Guinea. Of course, I'm going to go be fucking Roman Catholic and go to Catholic school.
look, I was just asking. I wasn't trying to pigeonhole you.
One of the bougiest fucking Catholic schools in fucking New York, dude.
I went to Catholic school until like the 4th grade.
I'm so angry, Buck says. Yeah, fuck the Catholic Church.
What about Buck? Buck, what's your religion? It's none of my business. You can tell me to fuck off.
The Marine Corps.
I'm a practicing none of your goddamn business.
In God, country, core, family. But no, I'm Catholic. I was raised Catholic.
Okay. Gotcha. My father was actually a Catholic religion teacher at the Catholic high school that I went to, and I'm an atheist. So
yeah,
that tracks.
I
definitely tracks.
I span the gamut of religious beliefs over the last 30 years, and I'm talking everything other than Islam, and I found them all to be lacking.
Yeah.
If you were going to tell me it was Islam, dude, we were going to have a real problem.
No. Listen, but
I think you want to hear something that you guys will not expect to hear from somebody like me.
You always say that, and it's always something I would expect. But go ahead, Patty.
Islam is a disease.
Islam
it's
is
poison.
Well, we all agree on that.
Wow. I think Hell's about to freeze over. Thank you for saying
Nah,
that.
that's because he's white Irish and Catholic. All was Catholic. And he's afraid.
No, because I think that women ought to be able to
drive
cars.
Come on now.
Listen, listen.
You think Catholics don't think women can drive cars?
No. He believes that women should be allowed to drive cars.
Yeah.
That's why.
Are you talking about
one of the many reasons?
We'll get to you in 1 second. Hold on, brother. Put your hand back up. I'm sorry. We'll get to you.
Yeah, I don't know though. There's some things about Islam I do identify with, like women shouldn't be able to read, like they cook. Like go cook a steak.
What else do you want from me?
They throw fags off of buildings. I mean, how can we not like them?
Yeah, that's why I don't like them.
All right, let's go to him before I have to get angry with Rob.
See, you're angry with me because that's the cognitive dissonance. Like, holy shit, wait a minute. Maybe there is something to this. No, I'm kidding. Fuck Islam. They have sex with goats. I mean, no, I can't hang with them.
All right, you guys ready for another hand?
Do we have hands? Yeah. Let's go.
All right, George, go ahead, brother. What you got?
I just want to ask Paddington, since he calls everybody cultists, what would be wrong with us wanting a third term? And why wouldn't it be viable if they actually overturn the freaking 2020 fucking election and Trump literally could have had 8 consecutive years and now he's got to go back and correct? What's the remedy if we're such the cultists? I'm just curious.
Well, the Constitution says that he can't have a third term, so I don't think I need to go into that. As far as the 2020 election goes, you can adjudicate that all you want, but I just don't know how you can go back and change. I mean, what purpose would that serve? I don't know what that. I don't know where that goes.
It would have to be remedied, would it not?
Well, how would you like to remedy it?
No, he's asking you, like, if tomorrow all the evidence came out that the election was stolen and you saw it in front of your face and you're like, all right, I cannot fucking deny this.
Okay.
What do you think we should do about that?
I have no idea what you can do about that because, again, it's fucking 5 years ago. I don't know if you're asking me like mechanically, like legislatively,
people in jail.
Like, how do we do? Like, what do we do? Like,
give him the term that he was supposed to, like, because he was the rightful president.
How do you do that after the fact? It's like
Well, it's
honestly, I'm
unprecedented.
asking
It would be
because I don't know. Like, what would you do?
Well, he literally is getting screwed out of his 8 consecutive years. Where would we be as a country if he had his 8 years versus having to go back and correct 4 more years? Hence the reason
how do you do what you want? Like,
another 4 years.
My question is, what do you want to happen? So say I accept the fact that it was stolen. I don't. It wasn't. But say I did, right? Now, if I did, what would be the remedy? What do you want to do? Like, I don't know what you want to do.
Can I just add in real quick? I agree that because it would be unprecedented, it's not a simple answer. One thing I would say though is that it would pretty much immediately negate any of the executive orders or any of the legislation done under his administration, which, to be honest, would cause a whirlwind effect. And it might not all be good, no matter how much we'd enjoy it. So, I think we have to wait and see, if we're ever going to get to the bottom of the truth and what really happened there. But honestly, I know for a fact that Alan Dershowitz, who is a Democrat but does defend President Trump, said that he has no idea exactly what would happen just because it's unprecedented. So if they came out tomorrow and said, yes, that's what happened, it would take several years for them to figure out how to react to it and what would be the appropriate action. Because unfortunately for all of us, whether we like it or not, something like that big has the potential to significantly lower the credit rating of the United States. And it could, affect us all significantly by crashing the dollar, because there'd be no confidence at all in the United States if that comes out. So we'll see if it does, but I don't think anybody knows the answer to it. Anybody else have any idea?
It would be, at the very beginning of this, when he came in, when he won in November, I was like, all right, you know what? And he saw the people that were poisoned his first term. The country got to see the hell that the Democrats would put us through. And if I believe it was stolen, Patty does not. I'm sure, Kim, you believe it's stolen too. I'm assuming. Okay. So whoever's right here, doesn't really matter. The country got to see what 4 years of a Biden presidency is going to do to the country. I believed when Trump came back in November, in January, but when he won in November, that he was going to be better prepared, unlike his first term. And he would bring people in that was going to push the MAGA agenda, or, any of the mandates that we put him into office for. And I believed that we were going to see better than we did the first term, because I didn't trust Jared. I don't trust Jared Kushner. I thought he was fucking poison. I never trusted Pence. I fucking hate Pence. I despise Pence. When he picked Pence as vice president back then in 2016, I was like, no fucking way. Are you kidding me? There were so many better options than Pence. But of course,
trying to kiss the ass of the evangelicals. That's why.
I think it was more than that, though, dude. I think it was more than that. I think it was, okay, you know what? You've never done any kind of political service before at all, and you don't know how DC works, so we have to put a DC swamp creature in there with you. Yeah. And he acquiesced to that. He did.
If you guys remember the Trump interview with Joe
Kim, your
Rogan,
mic is jacked up. You gotta do something with that, because I can't.
My mic is jacked up.
Yeah, it's not. It's really low. Like, put a mic on yourself.
Okay, I'll come back with it in just a second, guys. Give me 1 second.
All right.
So I thought this time he was going to pick better people. I'm somebody who, I'll say it here for the people that have heard me, I don't trust Tulsi Gabbard. Never have. Because one of my big issues, besides the economy and the border, and it's right up there, is the Second Amendment. And she's never been pro Second Amendment. And she wanted to have a place in the Trump administration. So all of a sudden she became this gun bunny running around with a fucking plate carrier and an AR doing 3 guns. Like that's some fake ass shit to me. I never trusted her. Out of all of the people so far that he's brought into the administration, she's the only one that's actually doing shit. So I'm pleasantly surprised with her, to be quite honest with you. I'm at the end of this, I might have to take back what I said about her, but I will tell you that I honestly thought that Trump learned better from his first term, bringing in the fucking snakes in the grass. And I was vehemently opposed to him picking Pam Bondi because I just know who this woman is. Like, I've tracked her career. I've seen the things that she's done. Like, you can't espouse conservative values and then everything that you do is antithetical to that. You just and how are we ever going to trust this woman? And now this woman is doing everything that that I thought she was going to do. Trump, I will always say that I believe that Trump has, for years, like I saw his interview with Oprah Winfrey 36 years ago. That interview with her is what convinced me the first time to vote for him. Because I have never seen a politician in all of the years have the same exact message and unwavering in that message. Like, it was spot on. The same things he said it was like 1985 or 86 that he had this interview with Oprah Winfrey, and he was talking about China screwing us and the Middle East screwing us with oil, and we're always taking it in the ass. And Oprah Winfrey said, "This sounds like political speech. This sounds like you're going to run for president." He goes, "Nah, I don't think I want to run for president." If he really wanted to run for president, he absolutely could have in the 90s, and he would have won, and he probably would have won as a Democrat. But it was that video that convinced me. I said, I've never seen a politician remain the exact same with his beliefs and what he wants to run on like Trump. And I believe that he surrounded himself with all the wrong people in his first term. I've never shied away from that. I definitely didn't want Joe Biden. And this term, I thought he would learn better. And it seems like, I thought, honestly, I thought Dan Bongino was going to be much more of a pit bull than what he is. And I'm disappointed in Bongino. I'm disappointed in Kash Patel, in the rhetoric that he said running up to him becoming the head of the FBI, and nothing he said's come to fruition. Nothing. And Bongino just looks like, what the fuck am I doing? Why did I give up $5 million a fucking year for $270,000 to look like a complete asshole? Like, nobody gives that kind of money to run if they don't want to really truly do something. So that's another reason why you call us cultish, dude. We look at somebody who was shot in the fucking ear. All right, no. See, here's the thing that you can't compete with me on. You know nothing about ballistics. You know nothing about fucking guns like I do. I'm a fucking veritable encyclopedia when it comes to that. Okay? There's no way. There is no fucking way that could be faked.
I never said that. I never said that. I was joking.
You went like this. You went like this.
I was joking. It was a joke.
Okay.
It was
all right. It better be a joke, because that's the one thing I'm going to I will stand fucking hard on. I know ballistics.
I wasn't serious, man. Like, come on, man.
So no, I don't believe that was fake. The guy took a fucking bullet to the ear. Somebody else behind him.
It was real.
Why would anybody? He could be on a fucking beach right now. If he truly didn't fucking believe, he doesn't need the money. There's nothing.
He doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the fame. He doesn't need the attention.
He had that for fucking 20 years before he became fucking president.
He wants all of them. So yeah, no, he doesn't
need all. He's got money. He's got fame. He's got the hottest women on the fucking planet, and always has. He's got a fucking beautiful place in Mar-a-Lago. He could be on a beach right now. All of his kids could be on a fucking beach. They would never want for anything. Somebody like that coming in and being president, he's doing it because he believes that the country is off and he wants to do something to change it for the fucking positive.
How much he has, it's how much more he can get.
He could get more not being the president. He is signing himself. There's easily half of the population who would be happy if someone would shoot him dead and actively call for it on a daily basis. He could get this attention, and he can get whatever narcissistic bullshit you're accusing him of wanting in his seeking the presidency from literally anything else, and it would be a million times more fulfilling. It would be not nearly as scrutinizing, and he wouldn't have people trying to kill him all the time.
And he wouldn't be really is famous, and that's really all.
That's not true. That's not true.
Patty,
He's
Pat-
been
Pat-
extremely famous the whole time. The lack of fame argument is nonsense.
Yeah, that's complete. I mean, come on. He's already been the president. He's known the world over. And by the way, you definitely forget. He was the darling of the left. The View welcomed him with open arms, kissed him, Oprah Winfrey, all of them. But when he decided that he
You
had
can shake your head. That's true.
Not the real left.
Yeah.
Talking about the View. I don't give a shit about the View. I don't even know.
Not the real. It's not the real socialism. It's only.
They all loved him.
I don't know anybody who watches.
There's all these nuts loved him until he decided to say, "Hey, I don't agree with you." And what you guys missed is, I mean, you had Joe Rogan on the fence, and you lost Joe Rogan. You guys can't hold on to anybody because the policies are too crazy.
I don't want to hold on to Joe Rogan. Why? Dude.
I don't claim Joe Rogan either, by the way. But I will say, I brought this up earlier. When Trump went on Joe Rogan, one of the things that I found most endearing and relatable in the entire discussion was he was saying, the topic of like trusting the wrong people in the first administration came up. And Trump brought up a point that I thought was extremely valid, and that is he is a New York guy. He knows people grow up in certain areas, people have connections in certain areas. He knows real estate and he knows business in New York. So that's where all of his ties are. That's where all of his number one sphere of influence comes from. So taking this little Queens boy and putting him in the middle of political just hell in the middle of DC, he's out of his depths, and he says that he put more he leaned more on other people to point him in the right direction, and I can't list them off by name, but he specified a few individuals that he trusted that in retrospect he shouldn't have trusted, and that made me extremely optimistic for this term, because what that tells me is that he knows the problem and can articulately identify it. And I again, that was one of those moments where I was like, I was already pretty convinced that that's who I wanted to vote for. It's like, obviously I'm either not going to vote or vote for Trump. It was that was reassuring, because again, it showed his capacity for understanding and accommodating for past mistakes. And I still think he's making some of the same past mistakes, but again, no politician is free of scrutiny, especially not the commander-in-chief of the United States.
We have any more questions?
Yeah, we still have hands.
Yep.
Shell's sitting on a big block of ice right now.
Yeah, Shell's recuperating from wanting to kill Patty, so we'll go with George.
Damn it, Patty!
He's not the only one. It's not the only one. It's a long line.
Shell's sitting on a big block of ice, rubbing one out.
I'm still
Ew.
6 million.
Now it got weird.
I don't think the election wasn't stolen. That's one thing I want to ask, is there was a 64% turnout, one of the highest. In 2020, there was extra 6 million votes versus 2024, and it was a 62% turnout in 2024 versus 2022, where it was 64. Where's the 6 million votes if you don't think that election wasn't rigged?
Sure.
That's my question to him.
So my response would be, I think that a lot of my right-wing friends, I've had this argument for years now. A lot of my right-wing friends say, how in the hell did Joe Biden get 81 million votes? And my answer is he didn't. Donald Trump got most of them for him, right? This guy is the most polarizing candidate in the history of American politics. So Joe Biden is a shitty candidate, and we all know that. He didn't get those votes. Donald Trump got them for him. And that's why he lost. And I seriously, in the beginning of 2020, I thought Trump's going to get reelected. This is like a fait accompli. Like, this is going to happen, right? Then in the summer, I said, shit, I don't know now. He's messing up the pandemic, however you want to characterize it. He's fucking this up in a way that I think is going to cause him to lose. And then by the fall, I said, yeah, he's definitely going to lose. So I bet Bobby Pickles $500 that Donald Trump was going to lose.
Did he pay you?
And I wasn't betting on Biden. I was betting against Trump. Not because I think Biden was a good candidate. I don't. He wasn't. He's never been a good candidate. He ran in 1988 and had to throw his, say, oh shit, I can't do it. Then he ran again in 2008 and had to, and didn't come anywhere close. So there was no way that Joe Biden was going to win if Donald Trump didn't help him. But Donald Trump couldn't get out of his own fucking way and helped him. He could have won in a landslide, but he fucked up. He did all those stupid, news conferences about COVID, talking about bleach and injecting yourself and all this bullshit. And he made independents think this guy's a fucking idiot. And so I'm going to vote against him. That's why. It's not because Joe Biden was some kind of genius. He obviously isn't. It's because Donald Trump is a fucking idiot. That's why.
So you're telling me 6 million people voted for the first time in 2020?
Yeah, I think
what
so.
You're telling me, because the vote counts across the board from God knows how many years back were pretty even. And now you're telling me that 6 million people came out and voted. And that's funny.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next year, they just didn't vote.
Absolutely. No, I think that tons of people voted. Like, people are voting now who didn't
Why
vote.
didn't they vote for Kamala? Trump was so fucking bad the first term that they didn't come out and 6 million votes for her. I'm just asking. That makes no freaking sense.
She's a terrible candidate. She's a terrible candidate, so people didn't vote for her. That's, what are you going to do?
Well, actually, nobody.
That was your exact same reasoning for why Joe Biden won, though. So,
right, but she was worse than Biden.
Well, I think we can all agree on that one.
He should have never even been in there, considering the bitch over I don't know how many years. There was so much shit that he did, lying in college, the shit he did towards black community. You're sitting there telling me that people are going to come out 6 million more to vote for him versus Trump.
I didn't
You're
say that.
flawed mentally, I swear.
I didn't say that.
You ain't black if you don't vote for me.
I didn't say that. I don't know why you keep talk to me, not to your idea of what a liberal is. Me personally, I didn't say any of what you just said. I said none of that.
You're not making up for the 6 million. There's no way 6 million people came out and voted against Trump just because of the pandemic. That you're literally horse shit on that.
Okay, well, I think I'm right about that, and the numbers say that I am. So we can just.
Well, if you lived in Pennsylvania, you'd have felt a hell of a lot different about that.
Okay. Thanks for the comment. I appreciate it.
We have Disciple Z.
Hey, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hey, man.
Licking chicken.
Guys. Yeah. Hey, Patty, you're pretty good. I mean, sometimes if you go look at where the 6 million votes came from and you look at a graph of the last so many elections, it's, they've got the new information coming out about supposed Chinese votes and all that stuff. You can go look that up. But the one thing about your debate style on here, you're pretty good, but you do a lot of cry bully. Don't do that. Don't play victim if you're going to come hard at somebody. Just let it play out and you'll be fine. There's a little bit of cry bully left to you. So, and you
can you explain what you mean by that?
That's a Massachusetts thing, Disciple.
Oh,
seriously.
Is it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's
All
a
right.
mass. That's totally a mass fucking Mick thing.
Yeah, I grew up.
Oh, you called me a Mick? Like,
I did.
You want to get racist about this shit? You motherfucker.
I'm just saying. Right. I mean,
shut up, Patty.
All right. All right.
You don't need to do that, man. Just let it play out. Yeah, you're not like Rob, and you'd be fine. That's all you got to do. I wanted to shift a little bit. I mean, I just want to throw this out there. I think we need to be talking a whole lot more about Pam Bondi.
Yes.
We need to know who she is and what she's done. I don't care about the pretty face on Fox. That just kind of is at the point beyond annoyance for me right now. She doesn't seem to be able to get much done, and the binder gate and all that stuff. The thing that really triggered me was when I saw that she's facilitating this prosecution on this doctor that was trying to protect his patients, and she was full backer. She worked for Pfizer, and if you want to talk about cover-ups and being against the people for profit, that's all I had to say. I thought that was a topic that we should bring up. There's plenty to talk about when it comes to that, but I think that there needs to be a whole lot more. Dan Bongino just looks like he's got a warrior code to him, and he promised somebody something, and his word is his honor. And I feel like where he's at right now, it looks like he's been gutted and his guts are on the floor, and he's just trying to honor the word to come in and try to make America great again in terms of the best way he knows how. And he's just stepped in a world of shit. And he's not sure what to do about it. You can just see the pain on that man's face. Anyone who's seen that look has been there before, knows that you've made a promise to somebody and it just is not working out, but you don't want to go against your own promise either. So you can just see it drain from, and Cash is a little different. I think Cash is a little bit
out of his depth.
Yeah, but Cash also, he wants something out of the administration. He got in it for personal reasons, and I think Dan got in it for more selfish reasons and selfless reasons.
Yep.
And I think he's just in between a rock and a hard place. And that's it. I'll land my plane. Thanks, guys.
Listen, anybody that's even been around human beings for any length of time can tell when somebody's uncomfortable. And I don't think I've ever seen two people more uncomfortable shoveling shit than Dan Bongino and Caroline Leavitt. Like when she was talking about the Epstein thing, she literally looked like she had like a spider or a snake crawling up her leg. She looked like she was trying not to vomit the whole time she was talking. And then that interview with Patel and Bongino, just the look on Bongino's face, guys. It was like that. The only thing I can think of is when the Ben Affleck Batman failed. It's that meme where he's like, he looks like he's ready to cry, and he's trying, and they're talking about the movie, and and he's by himself, and the camera like pans over to him, and he looks like he's ready to fucking vomit because it wasn't the Batman that he signed up for. This is the kind of face that people make when something really horrible is going on, and their stomach is fucking tightening. And that's the look I saw in Caroline Leavitt's face, and that's the look that I saw in Dan Bongino's face. I think Trump is a master card player. I think he's great at poker, but even him at that press conference, you could see it. Like he looked at her, and then just anything that came out of Bondi's fucking mouth was just a straight fucking lie. You can tell the giggles, the laughs. She has that tell. And she's looking over for approval, and she is a bought and paid for shill. She's never been pro Constitution. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Nobody can even show me otherwise.
Yeah,
she had everybody fucking right.
Yeah, people want accountability. They don't want deals. As good as the deal makers Trump is, I think that's where the schism is right now.
Yeah, no, we don't want deals anymore. We wanted him to go in and burn everything the fuck down.
Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, there's reason for healthy skepticism. There's not. I can't deny that. I think the big problem is that I think the worry is. Excuse me. I'll restart my sentence because I'm sometimes pretty retarded. Not so much about individual names, but international relations. What it's going to mean when we understand which intelligence forces were contributing to this and were involved.
To Epstein, you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, without a doubt. I just listen. This goes as deep and as high up as the royal family. I mean, everybody
we know that.
Everybody knows what kind of a piece of shit Prince Andrew is. Everybody knows that. It's undeniable. And I've seen some people out there saying that, oh, well, we should just get over it because if they really did release the list, that the entire world's view on America would change. It would crash economies. It would do this. It would do that. Every hyperbolic fucking piece of shit. And I go, well, 90% of the world fucking hates us to begin with. It's not going to fucking matter to them.
Right.
And at the same time, you're talking about taking down the monarchy. You're talking about taking down a vast majority of Hollywood. And these are the biggest fucking players on the planet. These are the people that fund all of this stuff. We're talking everything from BlackRock to fucking, Harvey Weinstein was obviously was known to be on that fucking island. There's no ifs, ands, buts about that. You're talking about all of these guys that one of them gets busted, the whole house of cards comes down.
Yeah, but
we're talking politics.
But that's not even talking. That's not even
BlackRock without messing with Trump.
Say that again, Patty.
How are you going to mess with BlackRock without messing with Trump when Eric, what's his name, is Betsy's brother, who was the Secretary of Education in the first term?
Oh
Look, if Trump's
amount
name,
of money helping them. Yeah,
if Trump's name is in any way legitimate.
Yeah, the reason that list is not going to come out under Trump's administration is because it would take down his administration. Even if it's not him specifically, it would kill them, right? You can't.
It would kill the left too.
Yeah, it would kill everybody, right? So, and
mutually
I'm all for
assured
it,
destruction.
burn the whole thing down. I'm with you. Burn the whole thing down. But if you think that Trump is going to be clean in this, you must be crazy. Yeah, you just not.
Well, define dirty. Like, what do you mean? Like,
I'm not saying
I
he's
think
a
that
diddler, but I'm saying that I think he probably was really close friends with the diddler, and I think that there are probably people in his orbit who were involved in it. I think that Bill Clinton is almost certainly a diddler. I mean, I bet my left nut in next week's paycheck that he was diddling, somebody. So yeah, the reason it's never going to come out is because it would kill everybody.
G, do you have your hand up, or is it just my screen glitching?
Oh yeah, it's been up. I've been a good girl.
I'm sorry, honey.
I have gotten the qualm from my boy Bishop, and I am definitely breathing in, letting it out these days. That's all. Is it my turn now?
Yeah, go ahead, G. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No big deal. I'm just doing things as y'all do your thing. So anyway, first of all, I want to go back to, Trump and being, robbed. Okay. Because he was robbed. And how he was robbed was through COVID. And George was absolutely correct, because the abuse started and was really, how would you say, what's the word I'm looking for? Insulting. There's another adjective I could use, but whatever, in Pennsylvania. That's first of all. He made great points. There was no other election that got that many votes out. He did not get more than Obama. I am sorry. Nobody was that twisted. People are afraid to leave their houses. There is no way. They were all calling in or taking the mail-ins, which was illegal in itself. I don't know how they got away with it, but if the left wants to keep going with this narrative, or a Patty boy over there, and I say it with 2 D's, let it be. I'm good with it, because again, I'm of a different mindset, and that's why we are not the same. But if we were, I think also a good point was also made that had we gotten the 2 consecutive terms, we wouldn't be in this position to rectify even more from the past 4 years. And to say that isn't the truth would be a lie, because we just went through an invasion no other. We have, I don't know how many, what were the got away numbers? We don't know who these people are, where they're affiliated with. And in a way, the only glimmer of hope, and I've said this before, that I get from this invasion is the fact that it's and Rob, I know you haven't lived here in a long time, but for at least the last 40 years, I watched New York City go through an invasion that the country didn't know about. And when they started booting them out to every other, state and city, I was cabbage patching. I was like, yeah, okay. Now everybody gonna wake up. Okay, because this is what's been happening to our cities, in Democrat cities, where, I'm sorry, Democrat mayors want to, and governors want to make it sanctuaries, where we have to live in fear and support these illegal, law-breaking aliens. So hadn't we had to have that pause, that would have never happened.
Hey, G, I need to interrupt you for 1 second. I'm having a glitch right now on the space because it's on my it's on my browser. I need to reset the space and it's going to mute me. So give me 1 second and I'll get right back to you. I promise.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you very much, G. I appreciate it.
No problem. So as I was saying, where he misses out, he also misses out on the 4 years of what he doesn't realize with the leftist push and policies. The social contagion grew in the QTIA plus ABCDEFG movement, because I can guarantee you it would have definitely slowed under an 8-year Donald Trump term. And if you don't think it's an issue, watch how it just continues. I have Gen Z children. My kids get their information from TikTok, and this is exploding. They use the feelings to get to our young people, where our young people are like, well, and my kids are apologists. They know it's insane, but they're apologists. Because why? Because the leftist mindset is setting in. Matter of fact, I'm just going to put a push to y'all. I know that it's hard to be on TikTok, but we need to really, people that put out content need to get on there, because we need to be a voice and we need to be heard to battle this contagion and every other leftist contagion that is out, narrative that is put out there, that is poisoning the minds of our young people, because they are our future. They are the ones that we've been fighting for. So I'm sorry, yes, I do believe without him being robbed and losing those 4 years and ending up in the place that we're at, where now they want to use empathy again, because our ICE agents have to cover their faces because they're being doxxed and their lives threatened. Meanwhile, they condone Antifa and all the radicals on their sides to walk around with umbrellas and cover their faces. Now, listen, again, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not asking you to, follow me, whatever, this and that. Look at some of my posts. We have been taken over. The Democrat Party has been taken over by these insane leftists. Patty Boy wants to let you believe that it is still a sane party and a party of virtue. There is no party of virtue that lets a country be destroyed. There is no party of virtue that is okay with any form of depopulation or harm to its citizens. It is plain ass truth, and I will never, ever allow Patty Boy, oh, Patty Boy, to ever get me triggered again. So you can hope, cope, and pray that you get a speaker spot in my spaces, because I love bringing you down and all your ridiculous narratives.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, G. And you're very eloquent there. What I will say, and this is a fact, it's not an opinion, there is nobody in a space or on this, podcast right now who's been in more physical fights with Antifa than I have. And you can ask Enrique,
I
you
would
can
tell
ask
you
Enrique, you can
you're
ask
wrong.
Joe, you can ask Ethan. How many times have I physically been in fights with Antifa? And it's a whole lot, right? So the idea that I support those idiots is absurd. right?
I think I got
The
you
fact
beat,
that
bro.
I've punched those guys in the face. How many times I've gotten assaulted by those guys? So many times. I mean, in Foley Park in New York City, I got assaulted by it's on InfoWars. You can go and Google it. Just Google my name and Antifa and you'll find it out, right? You fuck around and find out. It's the reality, right? I've done it, I don't know how many times, because I don't agree with those guys. I think they're scum, right? So that's the reality of it, right? We can quibble about, different issues or whatever, but the idea that I support Antifa is just I got to push back on that, because that's
No, I
insane.
didn't say it was that you support Antifa, Patty. And if that's what you thought, I'm very sorry. But it seems to be that your party, that's the problem I have here. You're not understanding. This isn't a direct attack to you. Patty, your party has become the party of Antifa. It is leftist. It is not the Dem party you once thought it was. It's not the party of JFK.
Hey, can I step in just real quick? Folks, everybody in the space, do me a favor. Please quote post the space, repost the space, and we'll do our best to share out and repost your quote post. Let's get more people in here. It's an outstanding conversation. I'd like to see everybody do it. I only see a handful of them in there, and in the beginning, most of them were mine. So let's go. Let's get this space out. Let's share it out. Let's get everybody in here who hates Rob and definitely wants to beat on Patty. But hey, Patty, I gotta say something real quick. Damn, just when I really wanted to hate your guts, dude. Respect for that, because I think that's great, bro. I really do.
Thank you, shipmate.
Yeah, he's full of shit though. I can guarantee.
I'm not full of shit. You know damn well.
I can guarantee you, I've fought fucking Antifa a hell of a lot more than you do.
Really? Go look at InfoWars and see the difference.
Okay.
Even if he fought him once, though, Rob. No.
I'm giving him props, but he's he's been in more fights with Antifa than me. I doubt it.
I mean, I don't think it's a pissing contest.
I go back to 2001 fighting those motherfuckers.
Patty, do you have any training?
Training? Like, what do you mean?
Fight training. Do you have any fight training? Don't talk about.
I grew up in Oneyville, so
he grew up in Oneyville.
Yeah, no, I mean, hand-to-hand combat, like professional training. No, of course not. I just, stood up for myself for most of my life, which you can kind of tell I do.
All right. No, I was asking. It wasn't to give you a hard time. I was just curious.
No. I'm not some kind of tough tits over here. Come on.
If I may interrupt there 1 minute.
Sure, Warrior. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, dear. I lost my mic. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Instead of a physical thing, it is a mind battle. And that's a worse battle than even physical. I'd rather take a beating than what we're taking, kids. I mean, come on. It is bad. Our minds are just being blown every day with this crap of our whole world. I mean, it is mind-boggling what our president is doing now. I mean, I know he's got an end game, probably, I'm sure. Voted him in, he's got to be something. But the main thing is our minds. We have to be protective of our minds, because if we don't, they win. So let's hang together and battle it together. And somehow we got to get some goods on them that we can just to have a civil war. I'm sorry, it's going to come down to that. You know it in your heart. We're not going to take it anymore. And just like that song, I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to end there. But God bless you all, and I love you all. So come on, let's get it together.
Hey, Warrior, thank you for your comments, but I will say this. If there was a civil war, well, I can tell you right now, I'd be the first to step right into the breach of that.
I know that.
The honest to God's truth to that is I hope that doesn't happen, because I don't think people really truly understand what that would mean. And if it's necessary, it's necessary, but everybody's going to go back to hunting their food, and it'll be something that nobody's ever had to live with. I mean, the Great Depression was just about a civil war for this country.
Yeah, my folks went through that.
Yeah, there's not many people left alive that understand what that was like, and it would be even worse. So, my hope and prayer for our country is it does not come to that. But if it does, well, there's a monster locked back inside there that, if I let him out, I don't know if I can put him back.
Yeah, could anybody put it back? I mean, the thing is, too, is the faces they're making.
We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore. We've got the right to choose it.
All right, you said it, so I had to play it.
That's okay. Another thing is that now the rumor is that they're even saying that I lost my drift. The files on Epstein is on the black market thing, and I think that's getting a little reachy. Another thing is the faces on Cash Patel and Bongino, when they were questioning them, they were sweating bullets. They were told not to mess up or else. They're blackmailing our own people. Honey, they're really doing this. And it's just mind boggling to me that I just have God on my side, and he's going to take care of it. That's all I got to do. That's all I got to do is believe in him. So God bless you all, and thank you for letting me have a mic. I know I'm not as intelligent as all of you, but I tell you what, I got fire. So God bless you all. I'm 75 years old, and I love you all.
And we love you too.
You're
Thank you for
Thank
joining
you
us.
for coming on.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
And Charlene, in the comments, you are absolutely welcome here. We only have one idiot on the stage right now.
Hey, Rob,
I
you
can
guys
bust
ready?
your
We got
balls.
Just Deb up with her hand up.
Oh, really? Just Deb. Hi, Just Deb. How are you?
Hey, Rob, Shell, Buck, everybody in the space. Hello, G. I'm sorry, but Patty, I absolutely have to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
I'm a Long Islander, okay? I'm from the East End, and I've been living here my whole life, and I'm watching my once beautiful island turn into a shithole, okay? And most of it started with COVID because everybody from New York City decided to come out to their beach house and stay out here. I want you to understand, and I'm probably way older than you, but I want you to understand. Do you know who this Mandani guy is?
No,
Because
I live in New York.
okay, well, look him up.
No, I know who he is. I'm just saying I don't
Okay, look him up because every blue place is going to turn just like New York City is going. New York City has been the biggest melting pot of crap for many years. I'm going to say since 9/11. 9/11, after then, is when this city, New York City, Long Island, everything started to fall like dominoes. We are the bluest city next to California, probably in the whole state. But I will tell you this, please do some research because you sound like a reasonable guy to me. I've been sitting here for hours listening. You sound like a reasonable guy with a brain. And I just want to say, the party, like G said, she always steals my thunder, by the way. I'm just telling you, I think she's my sister in another life. The Democratic Party is not the party that it used to be. It is the evil, as evil can get. And the reason that I'm talking to you like this is because, again, I think you're a reasonable guy. And I think you just need to understand we are not a cult. What we are is we are common sense, mostly how do I say this? Mostly people that used to be an independent. But what happened is New York is, no matter what everybody thinks, we're soft. And what we did is we ended up getting piled on by all the scheme and skime and scum from everywhere. And now it's biting us. So for your own state, even if it's blue, do what's right for you. I will tell you that I was part of a movement that we turned Long Island, Suffolk County, part of Nassau, blue. We turned it from blue to dark red. Okay?
MAGA red.
Please. What?
MAGA red.
MAGA red. We are still red, but I'm holding my breath because we are going to flip back to blue. We've already had a mass exodus of people in New York from COVID and from Trump losing the 2020 election. And I just want you to know, we're all going to suffer out here and all over the country if we don't just do the right thing. I'm not telling you who to vote for. That's your right. But just listen to people sometimes and maybe just let a seed plant, because I promise you, darling, the Democratic Party isn't who it used to be. And I really, with the rhinos that are in there now, they're crushing even us. So we really need to open our eyes, pay attention, and do the right thing. That's all I'm saying. End of rant.
Thanks, Deb. Look at this fucking wildebeest. This is the woman that's supposed to bring men over to the fucking Democrat Party.
Please.
Look at that. Fupasaurus.
All right, you want to find? You know what? Okay, Rob.
I just think this is funny that she actually said this. Just to be clear, I don't date Trump supporters. Thank fucking God.
If I decided to post all the photos that I've taken of Trump supporting women at MAGA rallies who are obese, we would have to be here for the next 6 days. So let's let that go, man. Come on.
That's
funny or whatever. But
Shell's got her hand up.
Shell's got her hand up. Holy shit. Welcome back.
Well, I've got a little bit of breaking news for you.
Good.
So Dan Bongino is considering resigning from the FBI. If Pam Bondi's not removed, now Kash Patel has made a statement, apparently. It's being reported that he will stand and resign with Dan Bongino if Pam Bondi remains in office. So there you go.
This is what
let it begin.
This is what we voted for.
Fuck yeah.
Are you all retarded?
We'll see.
What do you mean? We want Pam Bondi gone.
Okay.
I know. I'm just saying. We'll see.
No.
Hear me out a minute. Hear me out a minute.
You just said that we're all retarded.
Okay. Can you hear me out and then you can rip me? Damn. Okay. First of all, and this ain't, a feminist thing, because the only thing I'm feminist about is I'm a TERF, and I do believe that if I can do a job just as well as the next guy, you better pay a bitch for it. That's the only way I'm a feminist. Otherwise, I'm in the kitchen, I'm at the laundry room, I'm at the ironing board, and I'm servicing my husband and children. Now, with that being said, first of all, they're using this woman as a fall guy. I don't give Kash and Dan a pass. They ruin their reputation, and I'm sorry. They just don't get to go. Oh yeah, well, who like kind of put this narrative out, and you're all like, yeah, like what? They get a pass now. We're gonna dump on the woman, and we're gonna like skate on by.
What?
You get some, G. Get some.
G, are you? It has. If this was, if Bondi was like Dan Bondi, it would be the same thing. I don't give a shit that she's a woman. She's just a fucking abject failure.
Okay, and you're still
shits.
okay.
I'm not conflating. I'm not conflating this with being a fucking woman.
Reply to diligent.
Gee, let me say something real quick. It's being reported. We haven't had any official statements yet from Bongino or Patel. Here's the thing. The confirmation process is really long. I mean, we don't know how this is going to, play out here. Okay, so we need to understand that if there's someone else that's already been confirmed, which we already know his name, right? That can step into that position and take over really quickly. That is the only way this will actually work. But these statements are that just being reported as they're not actually said yet by Patel or Bongino. So we don't need to get all, panties knotted up here, but we do have to understand that, everyone's accountable for this because they backed her up. All right. And we get that. All right. We've all said it. But if there's something we don't know that's taken place where Cash and Patel or Cash and God, I'm getting tongue tied here, Bongino haven't, come forward with yet, maybe that's what they want to do if they get her out of the way.
From your lips to God's ears, Shell. I don't give them a pass personally. They should have shut their mouth.
Well, you got to
that's what they're
remember,
doing.
though, who's the highest law enforcement agents person in the world? Who's the head of all of it? The Attorney General.
Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi. So if Pam Bondi was putting up roadblocks or said, I need you to say this for now, if this is all true and, possibly tricked them, because I'm sorry, I watched Dan Bongino forever, long before he even went out on his own. I was part of the Bongino army. I've actually even met the man. And I can tell you that when he said that on TV, he looked like he was going to throw up. I knew something was wrong. I wasn't happy seeing it. But at the end of the day, that's what's going on. Rob, what do you think?
I'm going to tell you what I think because it's my fucking show. I don't know where G conflates this whole thing that poor woman bullshit. It doesn't to me. Wait, no. Let me finish. I don't care that she's a woman. I don't care if that was a dude in the same position doing the exact same thing that Pam Bondi, I have been vehemently opposed to since the get-go. I looked at her fucking track record in fucking Florida. I've tracked her on the fucking Second Amendment. She's not somebody that should be anywhere near conservative values because she does not espouse conservative values, okay? This woman is prosecuting a fucking doctor for actually saving lives and caring about his fucking patients. Fuck that bitch. And you know what? Her prosecuting that doctor has nothing to do with fucking Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. Those two don't make those fucking decisions. She did. Okay?
No, I get that, Rob. And you're right. And I will listen.
Wait, G, I'm not finished. Hang on. If I'm yelling at fucking Patty for talking over you, I'm going to yell at you for talking over me. Cash Patel and Dan Bongino can't. Oh shit, I did that by accident. Sorry about that. Cash Patel and Dan Bongino cannot go over Pam Bondi's head and release the Epstein files. Everything falls on her. This is why Cash Patel, if this turns out to be true, the fact that the two of them are going to make a stand is fucking monumental because they know something is fucking rotten in Denmark. They want the fucking Epstein files released. They want an attorney general that's going to actually have conservative fucking values and be part of the fucking mission. So the fact that anybody would conflate this because, oh, poor woman, we're putting it on the woman is the failure. Again, if it was a fucking guy, I would be saying the exact same thing. This fucking bitch sucks. She's a snake in the fucking grass. And if this was a dude, I'd be like, hey, that dickhead sucks and he's a fucking snake in the grass. It goes beyond fucking sexist to me. I look at somebody based upon what the fuck they're doing. If they're an abject failure, I'm going to call them on it. She's a fucking abject failure.
Okay, now that I got you all fired up, and I do agree, and I will back you up because I do know you've been against her from the word jump. That I've been in enough spaces to hear how much you couldn't stand her, so I'm backing you up on that. Hear this, though, and I'm just going to tell you how I see it, and you're right. I do know that you wouldn't care whether it was a man or a woman. I put it out there because this is what I'm trying to get across to y'all. Everybody's kind of relieved with Dan and Dan and Cash, and just without. I don't see the past because here's number one again. Shut your fucking mouth. And you want to know what principle is? Here's what principle is.
And I'm going to tell you because I live on principle. Like I take slings and arrows for my principle on this app in real life. I'm principled. Your principle, when you stand on it, is you're told to do something and then you do it. Okay, I'd have more respect for them if when they were told to do something, they would have stood down and said, I am sorry, I cannot do this on principle. I will not go out there and because it goes against everything I believe in and I have said to the American public. That is principle. So before we get all hyped up on, oh yeah, well, I'm not saying, throw them, to the curbside. What I'm saying is remember this. Principle means something, and it hasn't in a long time. That is principle. That when someone tells you, you need to do this or else, and you go against your principle, and now you want to come back and be like, well, if she don't go, or he, I'm going to have to resign. No, motherfucker, you already tarnished your name. You don't get to now get your reputation back because you went against your principle. That's how I see it. I don't understand how other people don't.
I don't think they went against their principle. I think the whole point of them fucking resigning together is them going, hey.
What did they come out and say, Rob?
They came out and said that there was nothing fucking Cash did. Bongino's been quiet. But also Bongino has been preaching. I've been talking for years about the fucking Epstein list. He's been talking about all the corruption in the government. He took this job for that reason.
He could have made a statement. I am not in agreement with this.
Yeah, you know what would happen? You know what would happen to him?
He'd be out.
Yeah, but this is what they're doing. If this is what they're doing, I think this is the right fucking stand. I truly believe that them saying we're not having any part of this fucking bullshit anymore. We're done. We thought we could fucking change it. We stayed for as long as we can. That's it. If she doesn't go because she's fucking poison to the MAGA movement, or she's poison to the fucking president, or she's poison to conservative values, if you guys don't do anything about this, we can't be here anymore. Their morals and their principles are very telling by them saying we're gonna and again. We don't know if
I don't know if it's true. Rob.
Huh?
You remember that conversation we had when you thought I had your account suspended? And what did I tell you, Rob?
I still believe you did.
What I told you was I will never fucking admit to anything I didn't do.
Right.
So eventually you're either going to believe me because the truth will come out in the end, or you're not. That is fucking principle.
I get it.
I will not admit to anything. I will not do anything. I'm sorry. I look at them sideways now. There's an asterisk next to their name.
For me, if I was in Kash Patel's position, I know what I would do. The second that Pam Bondi came out and said that there's nothing to this, I would have been like, all right, I'm resigning. That's it. And I would have made it fucking public. They waited a couple of days. Not everybody can be like, oh yeah, I'm doing it right now. Maybe they had a lot to consider. Maybe they had a lot of shit to go over. Maybe him and Dan, maybe Patel and Dan have been fucking talking about this for days. What the fuck are we going to do? How the fuck are we going to do this? We can't just go off half fucking cocked. It's only been a couple of days since they announced it. It's been what, 3 or 4 days now? What was it, Tuesday, Patty? It was Tuesday or Wednesday that fucking Bondi made the fucking statement.
Who cares?
So we're 2 days, and if this is really true, and it took him and Bongino to commiserate with one another and figure out what the fuck they were going to do. Bongino. I'll give them the 2 days. Had they waited a month, I would probably agree with you 100%. But it's only been a couple of days.
Gonna break your heart.
Let
Shell talk. She's gonna break your heart.
Go ahead, Shell.
First of all, George, how am I going to break his heart? I have breaking news. Jerome Powell, Fed chair, is expected to resign in the next few hours.
Oh.
Again, it's being reported. It is not confirmed.
And Fox News is reporting that Pam Bondi will stay the AG. That's the breaking your heart. I thought she was going to say.
No, because Fox News doesn't really count to me.
No. And you know what? Shell and I have been in plenty of spaces over the last couple of days. There's not one person that has a modicum of intelligence or a pulse on what's going on that says that she's going to make it the rest of the year. I don't think she's going to make it the rest of the year.
I give her
Patty,
to
what-
Labor Day. How's that? Let's put some money on
Patty,
that
what
one,
do you
George.
think?
I think she's going to make it. I don't think Trump's going to kick her. And I think that's going to come back bad on Bongino and them. And I think Bongino and them should have never even said they'd resign, because that literally tells me that shows cowardice. Stay the
We
fuck
don't
in there and
have
fight them.
an official statement, George. We have.
I know. I'm just saying, if they said this and they actually go through with it, that's cowardice in my part. You need to stay the hell in there and fight for what's right. Obviously, it's messed up. Stay in there. Don't be saying you're going to freaking resign, because then we got to go and find a replacement. And who the hell are we going to find?
I think the statement of them resigning, and if they actually do resign, I think that would be a pretty powerful fucking statement. I just do.
I do too. Not only that, I mean, what if they're going to step out of the way of their offices to report to us finally the truth? What if
Yeah.
that's the motivation, George? I would go through 2 more confirmations for that. Sorry, not sorry.
Patty, what do you think? Hold on one second, guys. What do you think? You think Bondi's going to make it?
Well, I don't think she'll make it, but I don't think it's important, and I'm definitely not going to get involved in an intramural argument with the right wing. You guys can cannibalize each other all you want. I'll just sit here and eat popcorn. So no.
Kind of like the way we do when you're trying to eat each
Fuck
other.
yourselves up. It's cool.
I just rolled my eyes so hard I checked out my own ass.
Yeah, nobody
Yeah.
gives a shit. But what I'm saying is, I don't care. Like you ask me what I care about what the Republicans internally are going to do. I really couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, but the topic right now is this. Like, there's got to be some kind of a shit that you give about. Do you think, obviously, you're on the same page with us when it comes to fucking Bondi being a failure?
Yeah, but I don't care if you leave her there. I mean, so what? She sucks. Whoever you put in there to replace her is going to be shitty too. So what do I give a damn?
I think at that point Matt Gaetz would have a shot.
Matt Gaetz would have a shot at like a 17-year-old
There we
in
go.
the face, maybe. I don't know. That's about that. Whatever. That guy's an actual diddler. You guys you talk about how you care about sexual molestation and whatnot and
okay. Here we
child
go.
trafficking, but
No,
you like
but-
Matt Gaetz, who's obviously a diddler.
I didn't see him sniffing little kids.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz is a diddler.
Shel, do you ever hear
Diddler on the roof.
No, I don't, but I'd like to address the Matt Gaetz thing. I actually know where that story originated from. It originated from Israel, okay? And a friend of mine is the one that had to report on that, all right? And the sources they thought were very good. The reason he retracted that story was because it was false, all right? And he was a diplomat in Israel, all right? So, Patty, I know you think you know everything, and I know that you stand on the fact that you know who diddlers are, but you're wrong on this one. Hate to tell you. Hate to tell you, because it was Scott Adams that got the story first, a cartoonist, all right? He handed it to Jake Novak. I went straight to the front line of that source. You understand me? That was a hit piece. Now, if you want to stand on a falsehood like that and defame the character of Matt Gaetz in that respect, I feel sorry for you when you get to Judgment Day, sir.
Okay. Well, Judgment Day, I think that's a little extreme. What I'm saying is I believe that Matt Gaetz is a diddler. Can I prove it? No, not really. It's just my opinion. I think he's a diddler. So you want him to be the Attorney General of the United States? I think that's probably a dumb idea. Now, you don't think Pam Bondi is a good Attorney General? Sure, I agree with you. She sucks. She's a terrible Attorney General. You want to replace her? Good. But replace her with Matt Gaetz? Are you kidding me? You can't come up with somebody better than that? I mean, Lord, there has to be another Republican that you could find who hasn't fucked a 17-year-old in the last 5 years? Like,
Well, again, you have
there's
no-
got to
the
be one.
story
It's not
defamation.
true.
Did
The
this
story
really take
is
the-
not true.
Yeah, I know. Okay, whatever.
You know, and
You asked
do
me my opinion, and I gave it to you. You don't like it, I don't know what to do for you.
It's not your opinion that bothers me. It's the fact that you would stand on a falsehood, a fake news story. I mean, that bothers me. That bothers me because I just told you from the absolute
Diddler.
first source that's a falsehood. It's not a true story.
No, he's a diddler. He likes 17-year-olds. Whatever. It's not legal.
Yeah, I know you're a
and
cocksucker,
that's just-
but I know you're trying to quit too.
Actually, I heard the narrative to the way he
that was actually pretty good. That was actually
He
pretty
was
good.
good. I'll give her that. That's
That was
funny.
good.
Fuck it, I don't care.
I can. All right. So do we have more hands? Shell?
Yeah, we
Buck?
do. So we got, let's see, we'll go with 999 and then just Deb.
Okay.
I appreciate it, brother. As an American, I just wanted to share an opinion, just freely. Don't try to take it personal and get all up in your feelings. I was never on the left, and I'm watching my country and my countrymen struggle with the direction of our country, and as a patriot, you don't have to get behind your candidate or your president because he's the opposition to the people that we despise or that we hate or this and that. It's just this it seems like this hatred for the left or the woke left, which I understand. I get it.
Are you going to tell us he's the Antichrist again? Just get it over with.
It seems like it's clouded our vision on exactly what it is Americans stand for and the principles of free speech, meaning these anti-Semitism bills or executive orders are absolute garbage. And so I don't understand, and I'm not anti-Jewish. What I am is I'm pro-American, and I like to speak freely on anything I want. And I don't want my country involved and embedded in wars perpetually for decades, if not.
I can't hear anything. I don't know if it's just me. Is that weird? Rob?
Can you guys hear now?
I can hear you now.
Yes.
Copy that, boss.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm stuck here on camera. I was going to pick my nose, but apparently I can't now because everyone will see unless I just, actually pick my nose.
Well, shall we go to just Deb as Rob drop?
Well, can somebody just take me out?
No. I'm here. I'm here. I had a little camera issue.
Premature emulation.
Yeah, pretty much. And you can always count on Shell to scorch someone. The comments are great. The comments are awesome. Just Deb. And we're gonna go for another 15 minutes because I've been here since 11:30, and I'm fucking burnt out now, man. So just Deb, go ahead.
Thanks, Rob. First, I want to say thanks to Shell for bringing the breaking news. I'm actually pretty curious as to see what they say now. But again, I guess we got to wait for it to be confirmed first. And then I am very interested to see what Cash Patel and Dan Bongino actually say after it's all over. Because, you know, if you look at what's going on in the whole country, it is a mess. But you have to remember one thing about Trump. He goes through employees like every people go through underwear every day, right? And that's saying if you change your underwear, who knows with people, I don't know. But I'm just saying, let's wait to see what they have to say after it all is confirmed. That's all I want to say. Oh, and one more thing. Did you all know that potatoes have more chromosomes than humans? I'm just saying.
There's a joke in there somewhere. Right? I guess I'm not going to get everybody all fired back up again, especially Patty. Holy
Can you
crap.
hear me now? I just want to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, we can hear you now. We were just talking about the fact that you have less chromosomes than a potato.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I just had to switch
That
my
did
headphones
not
'cause
come out of my mouth. I just saw it on my Snapchat.
potatoes don't have chromosomes, you assholes. Like, you know, come on.
It was on a Snapple cap. Fuck you. All right. So, do we have more hand? G, do you have your hand up? It looks like you have your hand up.
Oh, hell, you know I do. Okay, first of all, I want to answer Patty, just to let him know two things. One, both of the names that I'm about to mention do not want to serve. Matt Gaetz, who is not a diddler, and Mike Davis. Mike Davis is someone who doesn't want to do it, but I wish would take the position, because if you think, you know, FAFO, yeah, he don't play. So I would definitely take a Mike Davis. I would pay him to go, but it's not going to be a thing. Secondly, I'm sorry for my outburst before, Rob. Well, not really, because 999 came into a space I was having with Eric Dim, Sal Greco, and John Macari. And, you know, he sounded really great like he did here. And then he went into this whole thing with numerology and let us know that Trump was the Antichrist. So that's why I kind of popped off there, because it sounds all cute and cuddly. But then he comes out with, you know, Trump is the Antichrist. So that's why I just said, you know, listen, why don't you just get to it? You know, Trump's the Antichrist. And yeah, that's it. So again, people, discernment really needs to be used out here. I expect better from you all. Maybe I should start doing spaces on how to, you know, spot like the ridiculousness in a person, because I'm telling you, that guy was like Looney Tunes. He sounded great. And then the numbers started, and I don't do that numerology and this and that. My kids play with it or whatever. I'm looking into it, and moons and whatever. But I don't. You know, you're lucky I read my horoscope.
That's good. I'm glad you don't.
But
Hey, G. So Sal Greco is a friend of mine. You're a friend of Sal's, right?
yeah, I am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I went to this was years ago, but I went to a Roger Stone event. Roger hates me deeply, hates me. But we went. I went out to Staten Island. I can't remember the name of the club, but you might have been there. You might have. I mean, Staten Island is not big, so you understand probably where it is. But we went to this club or whatever, and me and Sal and a bunch of guys were bullshitting around, and Roger gave a speech and all this stuff. And I remember in those days, and this is probably like 2019, I guess, people were much more reasonable about, you know, other people being in there who didn't necessarily agree with them. And Roger was, and, you know, Sal, we're still friends and all that. And he was still on the police force at the time. But yeah, it just seemed like everything was a little more normal. And I think it's gotten a little more crazy, a lot more crazy, you know, in these days. Do you think that's true?
Well, I can tell you this, and I do mean this, and again, don't take it personally, because I think, you know, for the most part, although, you know, you annoy the shit out of me, I do think that you're a pretty reasonable person, and not totally leftist unhinged. Although, because I just think your whole thing is a shtick, and it doesn't vibe with me. So, you know, whatever, you could do this whole thing and whatnot. It just, again, you know, you won't get it from me. You ain't getting that energy. But
I will say this. I do believe it's the left. And I know this not only from where I am, I know it from my children, especially the younger generations. They see anyone on the right as just abhorrent. There is no, I do not want to hang with you. I don't want to have a conversation. I will never date you. It is just, when I tell you to the 10th degree, that isn't even close. To the millionth degree of how unhinged they are with TDS, that they think anyone on the right is just, horrible. We're just regular
Wow.
Americans that see
Wow.
things differently. But how I know is, and I'll go a little bit more personal, is that, my only gay child was the most conservative of my three. The one that can see things in, an open light and have some perspective. She is now living with her girlfriend in, of all places, Portland. And I can tell you that the conversation has now X'd. There is no conversation. She doesn't want to talk politics, social matters, nothing. So that is something I'm dealing with. And that came from her far left girlfriend, because she was not like that before she left.
Well,
Hey, Rob, if you
all I
don't-
would say is that I
um,
understand that's that's a tough situation to deal with. But being that you're from Staten Island and I haven't talked to Sal in a minute, tell Sal I said hello and thank you for your comments.
Hey, Shell, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, I want to do something for you, and I hope you understand how much how meaningful this is, because what I'm about to do, you so I'm adding something to the stage, and I want to play this.
He did it when I would be on the outside and read about it. They're all
There we go.
all now gathered behind closed doors voting on this. I said, the hell with the closed doors narrative. I went to X and I started going and telling people play by play. They were sequestering our phones. I said, I'm a fucking congressman. Sorry.
No.
You're not taking
You
my
were a
phone.
fucking congressman.
I
Yeah.
literally said, you're not taking my phone. Enough of this shit. No
I
more
can't hear
babysitting.
anything.
And I was just live texting from in there. And
No,
then I
no
started
volume
going
over
out
here.
there and
You guys can't hear that?
Nope.
No.
Oh,
I can
that's
hear
fucking lame. Hang on a second. Let me try this again. Hold on. Let me try it one more time. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having technical fucking difficulties because for some reason. All right. So let's see.
I didn't read about it. He did it when I would be on the outside and read about it. They're all now gathered behind closed doors voting on this. I said, the hell with the closed doors narrative. I went to X and I started going and telling people play by play. They were sequestering our phones. I said, I'm a fucking congressman. Sorry.
No.
You're not taking
You
my
were a
phone.
fucking congressman.
I
Yeah.
literally said, you're not taking my phone. Enough of this shit. No more babysitting. And I was just live texting from in there. And then I started going out there and joining spaces. And there's some space hosts out there, Diligent Denizen and James and Shell Shock. These guys were hosting these spaces, and Lou, and I'm just giving it to them in real time. And the numbers started piling up with the audiences, tens of thousands of people listening. This is the first time a member of Congress is defecting from the entire conference and telling them what's happening behind closed doors, play by play, who's voting for what fights are getting to, what propositions are being offered. Even McCarthy's navigation trying to go back into the speaker's office. There was a lot of those deals being cut. Did you know that at one point there was an offer of a co-speakership between McCarthy and Jim Jordan? That was an actual thing. He did it.
So, I just wanted to give you a shout out. You understand how much you actually mean to me, Shell. If I'm playing that fat faggot on here who I despise.
I know, honey. That was so special. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was, the whole Jim Jordan going to the floor of the House the next morning as to why all 6 of those congressmen hit
hit my stage, and that was facilitated by George and Matt Gates that continually had visited, and they brought everybody in, and it was fantastic to get that breaking news right there in Shell Shocked and Pirate Radio. It just, I mean, we broke a Twitter record, right? Because and nobody's ever beat us yet, and I really appreciate that because I know how you feel about George.
Yeah. See, Patty, we're all not in a cult, dude. I've been calling George out since
Not
the get.
all, but most of you.
No, not most of us either. There are a lot of us that are
Almost all.
He's fucking dickhead. Yeah, dude.
You started it. You started it. Yeah,
all right, so yeah, go ahead, Buck.
Hey, I just wanted to welcome to the stage. He's my brother. You know him. He owns the pub chat. It's Drax. What's up, my brother? Come in and say hi to Robin, the famous Shell.
It's good to always see the boss lady and Mr. Rob, Buck. Not trying to divert topic. Did anybody hear about a pot field today in California with Gavin Newsom? Is there truth to that?
Yeah, we actually talked about it at the very beginning of the show. You're talking about the ice
I
raid?
was just making sure it was real, Rob. I was just making sure because I've heard it over the phone. I didn't see it yet, so I was making sure it was real.
Yeah, dude. We even played the video of it, and bro, I don't know if you have any, I don't know if you have any military background or any kind of training whatsoever. These fucking ICE agents put themselves in such a fatal funnel, dude. They bottlenecked themselves trying to get out. They had no fucking exfil plan whatsoever. The cars got all fucking jammed up. These motherfuckers could have all been fucking, like, these guys need some fucking training. I hope some of this money from the big beautiful bill goes to fucking training these dudes on some actual tactics, because what I saw today was abhorrent.
A clusterfuck.
It was even Patty's like, listen, we all agree on it. Like, we watched the video, dude. These guys like jammed up. They're trying to get out. The fucking motherfuckers throwing rocks at them. They can't get out of their own fucking way. Dude, I was just like, whoa, what the fuck? Buck, what's up?
Rocks, defending their job out in the field, man. Wonder how much they scraping up and taking home with them.
Dude, man, I don't know. So yeah, they actually raided two pot fields, and they found miners working there harvesting marijuana.
I'm sure there's teens right here that are citizens in America that would gladly work that job.
Yeah, there's plenty of citizens in America that would fucking get paid $20 an hour to go fucking work a pot field.
Wrong. No.
You shit me?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Rob.
If there were, they would be doing it.
What's going on
They're
tonight?
not.
Yeah. So since we're going to be closing out, I want to go through first. Patty, what do you got coming up?
So my show's on Tuesdays at 7:30. So you won't see me for a while, but I am going to put up some stuff on X. If you're not following me, it's Patty Don't Surf on X. And you probably won't follow me because why would you? But in any event, you should follow the War Boy Studios on X because that's where you're going to get all the content. And if you're not following us on Rumble, you should do that too. And thank you. We have to thank. Look, we've got almost 2,500 people following us or watching right now, and that's awesome, guys. I really appreciate whether you agree or disagree. It's very cool that you're showing up and watching us, and I really do thank you.
And I'm with you.
Shell, what do you got coming up next?
Well, you know me. I'm going to be doing that Rob Manning Show at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, live right here on X Nation, Worldview Tube, and Apple, Amazon, everywhere. It's live everywhere, guys. So please tune in. We get more War Monday. We're going to have a fantastic guest. You know the Colonel's always spicy and bringing the heat. And then, of course, Wednesday night, Grunt Style. We got that foundation space. We're going to do it up with Tim and them because all veterans like to do it Grunt Style, right? And then Thursday night, Shell Shocked and Pirate Radio. It's on again at 8 p.m. Eastern. So I hope you join us for all of it.
Buck, I assume that you're going to want me to defer to Drax on what's coming up next.
Absolutely. I hang out at the pub chat. He's my brother. And Drax, tell him what's coming up with the pub, brother.
9 p.m. EST, you'll find me and Soviet Rolden at Pub Chat tonight, man. So make sure you check it out. We'll be discussing this marijuana fields out in California, that's for sure. So make sure you check it out, 9 p.m. EST, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But tonight you're in luck because I get to host it. So check us out, 9 p.m. Thanks, Rob. I really appreciate it. Shell, great job. Buck, it's always good to see you in a co-host chair.
Thanks, Drax, man. Appreciate it. G, you got anything coming up? I know you do.
Oh, well, just aside from my big mouth squawking and annoying everybody I could in spaces, I think, I'm not sure, please don't be upset. Not sure about tomorrow's coffee talk. I guess, you know what? You'll have to check us
Coffee.
out and see if we're on, but I think we will be. I just haven't spoken with Margot yet today. But if not, you'll definitely see me in spaces. We're 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. tomorrow if we are on. And you know, it'll be a lovely talk, breezy and easy, hopefully, because that's how I like my weekends. Thank you, Rob. This was great. Patty, you're annoying as fuck, but I am going to be a thorn in your side forever. So deal with it.
Everybody, Barry Ramey. Barry, what do you got coming up, bro? We're letting everybody do their shit right now.
I heard everyone was still fucking with Patty, so I was like, you know what? I got a minute. I'll come on here to do that.
I'm fucking burnt out from fucking with Patty, dude.
I was gonna come in here and tell you guys, like, get a room already. Jesus Christ.
Dude, I'm telling you, George is on the ground right now just looking at me. Would you please take me for a walk, for God's sake? And I'm like, I really will in a second, man. And
Is that your dog that identifies as a cat?
Oh, fuck off. My dog who identifies as a dog, you cocksucker.
That's fucking funny.
Like, he's like, would you please come on, take me for a walk? And I'm like, I will. And then somebody insults me.
Dad, let's go.
And then I have to sit here and listen to it because, you know, I gotta say what we ended up, we got over 2,500 viewers.
And
this
what
is
happened?
a big deal for us.
What
It's
happened?
a big deal for us.
Oh,
That's low numbers for me.
Just fucking lowering.
Hey,
the
I'm
bar
excited, man.
every
People
day.
care. People want to have an argument. They want to fuck around. I think it's good that we fuck around and find out. Like it's
at this point, I think people are just tuning in because they want to punch Patty in the face, which I'll go.
Yeah,
you know,
well, hey, man,
and whatever
if
works.
If that's
you know?
what it takes. If that's what it takes, then I'm willing to do it.
I'm throwing up 100s over there in the space. I fucking love it. I love it.
Yeah, because they can't kick me out, which is hilarious, you know. But whatever, it's good.
Barry, what do you got coming up?
Well, I just finished my interview with an individual from Northern Neck, Virginia. Northern Neck is 4 counties in upstate Virginia, and it has it is the location of one of the most corrupt and disgusting jails in North America. Nobody really knows about it, and we got in touch with an activist there that is exposing them for what they are doing. Basically, is a bunch of taxpayer fraud. They have a federal contract that they're lying to keep, and this guy has receipts, and we're putting that jail on blast. So make sure you tune into the American Rising. It's going to be fun. Probably going to die.
Where's this prison at?
It's in Warsaw, Virginia. It's called the Northern Neck Regional Jail.
Dude, I can't wait for that. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, basically you got a panel of judges that pretty much own this jail. So they're in charge of sending the people to the jail that they get a kickback. And it's been going on for a long time. And we're hoping on bringing some exposure to it.
That sounds fucking awesome. I can't wait for that. All right, I got my show on Monday, 5 to 7, and Wednesday, 5 to 7, and then back again on Friday. And we're one step closer, ladies and gentlemen, one step closer to my goal. I can't give out any details right now, but I'm so close.
Your ass better text me. But that nonsense.
I am one step closer to the guest that I want, that I've been wanting to get, and it might actually happen, man. Like I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic, but this is the farthest I've gotten, which is pretty fucking far. Like Ted knows that I want him on the show now, instead of just him not seeing the posts, and he said what?
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna lose his
Listen, you know, he's
been putting it out on Facebook for Ted over there for you.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna come in, bro.
I hope so. I hope so. I guess the song is like number one. What would Charlie Daniels do? I think it's a pretty big song. I haven't heard it yet though, so I don't know. But I'm gonna have to go listen to it before he comes on the show.
He's a real family, artist with Wang Dang, Sweet Poontang, talking about fucking 16-year-olds. Yeah, absolutely. I think Ted Nugent is an awesome guy.
86 genders.
Oh God, we're firing this back up again. Oh no.
You represent the party that believes 86 genders exist.
And Ted Nugent thinks that you should fuck 16-year-olds. And I think that you should ask him that, but I know you won't.
Oh, I'm not. No fucking way in hell.
Get really mad about that.
Dude, listen. This is how I presented it to him. I'm going to tell you guys exactly what I wrote in the email to his scheduling manager. I said, I just want to talk about, politics. I want to talk about music, and I want to talk about guns. Like two dudes who are out hunting and then come back to the campsite and having a cup of coffee over the fucking fire and just shooting the shit. That's the kind of conversation I want to have for him. Have with him. And they were like, perfect.
Do you not want to talk about the lyrics of the songs that he sang in his life?
No.
In 1974, no, I don't care. About 50 fucking years ago.
Okay.
How old was he?
The hippie movement, wasn't that? The free love, sex, drugs,
He
and rock
wasn't-
and roll
he wasn't.
Woodstock era with all those greasy looking Democrats. Okay, miss me with that one.
Nope.
I'm just saying, when you write a song called Wang Dang Sweet Poontang, and then you want to be a family values guy, fuck off.
It's called growing up.
ridiculous.
It's called growing up, Patty.
Really, growing up after he wrote that song when he was like 35.
Your president smelled kid's head. Where were you?
All right.
Where were you? Well, you weren't saying anything. It's okay.
What I'm saying, right?
Orange man bad.
Ted
Orange
Nugent
man
is
bad.
a diddler. You don't
Yeah,
like
but
it.
if he was sucking Jay-Z's dick, you'd put him on a pedestal and fucking say he's the champion of fucking.
Why would I don't even know. I couldn't tell you 2 songs that Jay-Z has ever recorded. Like I don't know anything about Jay-Z.
Well,
I
know one
Nugent
Jay-Z song because it
is
applies
into
to my
little
life.
girls. And you don't like that? Well, it's fine.
Patty probably sings WAP.
No, but he had Cardi B stood up there at a freaking rally for him.
Go
So
read Ted Nugent lyrics from 1975. Or go read the lyrics.
Jay-Z did write a song about me, though, in all fairness. Because I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
Whip the stroke of my hand.
Sorry about that.
Patty and
All right. So with that, I'm going to play a song for you guys that I think is appropriate for.
I love you. You love me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Proud of your boy. I'll make you proud of your boy. Believe me, bad as I've been, Ma, you're in for a pleasant surprise. I've wasted time. I've wasted me. So say I'm slow for my age, a late bloomer. Okay, I agree that I've been one rotten kid. Some sun, some pride, and some joy. I'll get over these lousing up, messing up, screwing up times. You'll see, Mom, now comes the better part. Someone's gonna make good cross his stupid heart. Make good and finally make you proud of your boy. Proud of your boy. I'll make you proud of your boy. Believe me, that is I've been by, you're in for a pleasant surprise. I've wasted time, I've wasted me.
People are like, what the fuck?
Have you ever seen this video?
I've been a part of some dumb shit, but this has really got to be them.
Oh, I can up this.
Got Lucio's punk.
I gotta walk, George. I'll see you guys.
By the way,
love you guys.
Later,
And
bro.
Thanks to all the
Oh,
assholes.
everybody bailed on me. Brock, Shell, everybody bailed on me.
You proud of that boy? Hey, I'm a hang town boy. Yeah, I'm a proud of your
What
boy.
the
Shout
fuck
to the
is
hang
this?
town proud boy.
That's not AI, dog.
Proud of your boy, I make you proud
What
of your
is
boy.
that?
Hey, I'm a hang town boy.
Not even
Yeah, I'm
human.
proud of your boy.
I have no idea. All right, everybody. I don't know. I don't know. We lost everybody. Nobody really wanted to listen to that song. Fuck them. All right, guys. Thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it. It was not my normal style of show, considering that Patty like pretty much took over the show with everybody wanting to lynch him. But I do appreciate you guys very much. Thank you. I will see you guys again on Monday. Thanks to Buck and Shell for bailing on me at the last second. You both can go fuck yourself. G, I love you, sweetie.
Oh, she gonna cut you now.
Yeah, whatever.
Mhm.
Just Beetle Bailey, everybody that came up today, I appreciate it. And we are going to end this stream right now. And I am going to end the space play outro.
They told you the war was over, and that the culture battle was done, dusted, settled. They told you to go home, smile nice, and obey. But you're here. And so am I. Which means it's not over.
Who wants to begin?
I'm tired of sleeping and dreaming about the shell of a being. I'm tired of working and bleeding. I am the God and I mean it.
There can be only one.
16, pouring up another scene. Papa got the vaccine, so ain't no acting, playing no practice. Niggas wanna check this album playlist. Fuck you, pay me. I'm tired of sleeping and dreaming about the shell of a being. I'm tired of working and bleeding. I am the God and I mean it.